Are you ready to believe in yourself? Are you ready to quit trying to be somebody else? You've been treading the waters too long. Don't get stuck in the deep end, deep end. Get out your way, 'cause you can be whatever you want. 'Cause I got faith in you. Whatever you want, you know what you can do. Whatever you want, so don't forget the plan. Whatever you want, see it's all in your hands. See it's all in your hands. When they told me dreams ain't real, I believed, yes I believed. 'Cause they see a kid when they look at me, but that ain't so bad now, is it really? They like to remind me of those times when I messed up real good. Said don't let those stars cloud up your eyes. Is that meant to help me? Who's that helping really? I feel good, like I should, like I should, like I knew that I would. I feel good, like I should, like I should, like I knew that I would. Take me away, away, where sunny islands wait, away. They pretend to know it all while they're frowning at me. Not sure I've ever really seen them truly happy. Why those eyes? Are you helping really? I don't like to be over anxious. I feel good, like I should, like I should, like I knew that I would. I feel good, like I should, like I should, like I knew that I would. Take me away, away, where sunny islands wait, away. I see stars, I see stars all around me, around me. I see stars, I see stars all around me, around me. I feel good, like I should, like I should, like I knew that I would, knew that I would. I feel good, like I should, like I should, like I knew that I would. Take me away, away, where sunny islands wait, away, away. Honey to peaches on beaches in the sun, just for fun. I'm eating peaches on beaches. no, no, no. I need you to satisfy my darkest fantasies. 'Cause you're the one I'm dreaming of. Late at night I'm screaming for every time you leave. 'Cause when you call my name, I know where to go. When you call my name, that's just how I know this love for you and me. 'Cause when you call my name, I know where to go. You call my name. When you call my name, that's just how I know this love for you and me. And I'm hoping that you'll forget. Remember me. Oh, remember
Open-minded for the better. Had my share of change of weather. I can deal with win and failure. I'm not waiting for my savior. I don't need no vision. I'm just letting go. Made up my decision. Let the dice roll. After all, who knows where I belong? We might be right or wrong, and memories are meant to last. But life keeps going on. I know I get along. I might go right or wrong, and enemies for my path. But life keeps going. I've been trying harder. Been a hater, been a lover. Wanna live up to expectations. Makes me feel I lose my patience. I don't need no vision. I'm just letting go. Made up my decision. Let the dice roll. After all, who knows where I belong? We might be right or wrong, and memories are meant to last. But life keeps going on. I know I get along. I might go right or wrong, and enemies follow my path. But life keeps going. Open-minded for the better. Had my share of change of weather. I can deal with win and failure. I'm not waiting for my savior.
I got no complications clouding up my life. Oh, I'm so done with waiting, gonna let me shine. I'm gonna be fine. I'm gonna get what's mine. Gotta keep on pushing, believe in myself. Keeping my head up, the best I've ever felt. Chase my doubts away. Believe I came to slay.
without it. I'm not giving up this time. Oh, I'm not giving up. Ooh, give it all I got. Ooh, don't you ever stop. Just you keep on, keep on, keep on. Just you keep on. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it on. Manifest this year, your new anthem. Yeah, you gotta keep it going. Stay on the path that you've always chosen. I know that you got the power in you. Believe in yourself, cause you know that it's true. Repeat the same words loud every day. I'm a boss, I was born to slay. I'm not giving up. Ooh, give it all I got. Ooh, don't you ever stop. Just you keep on, keep on, keep on. Just you keep on.
I want perfect family. For the moment, I'll take sexy candy. Oh, said if I want to, I'll break these habits. Oh yeah, I speak too soon. This ain't nothing new. I like it nice and easy. I told my doubts to leave me here. Don't wake me now. I'm dreaming. I want to do it nice and easy, easy. Yeah. What to do? 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 Yeah. What to do? What to do? What to do?
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Let the weak melt away. Killing spree.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
And once again, return to the land of dawn for some good old MLBB action for day number 3 of the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6 MLBB Challenge Season, where for the first time we are going to see some teams qualify directly to the Challenge Finals. My name is Stafa once again with Dodo here today, as well as Fasha Bunny. How you doing today?
I'm doing good. I mean, it's been exciting. I've been waiting to join in for the challenge season, and the fact that it has been 2 days, a lot of things have been inserted or even added on into the game, especially the fact of after the patch notes, as well as the fact that we have a new hero in town. And I feel like those are the things that has already changed the dynamics of the gameplay from each and every single players we see, especially the fact that we've already known to their own gameplay and play style itself. But it's very interesting. I'm looking forward for today, as the fact that we are gonna actually get two to join into the challenge finals already from today's match. And those who will not be able to actually get it, they have to fight again for match number 5, which is a last chance qualifier, so that they'll be able to join with those who will be able to qualify here for today.
For those of you who have already joined us throughout day 1 and day 2 of the challenge season, you know that the entirety of the round 1 matches across all 4 groups have already concluded. Some teams have been able to make it into the upper bracket, one step closer of qualifying directly to the next stage, while others, like Fasha has already put, will have to brave the long and arduous journey through the last chance qualifiers. Let us once again remind you guys of what happened in the first couple of days, as in Group A, Blacklist International as well as Onic Philippines made it through their first matches, going up into the upper bracket while knocking down Lazy Esports and Evos Esports, who will face off later today.
I mean, it's crazy, right? To think about how even at the point of that first game itself, it was intense to go into best of 1. Lazy Esports showing themselves really good at the first run. And then going into the second match itself, I think Group A is phenomenal. I think it's one of the great opening for day number 1 itself. Now going into Group B, we got RSG was beaten down by Alter Ego, and at the second match itself, TLPH also had to turn over the win to the RRQ Hosi. But they are going into the lower bracket, which we are going to see them trying to rise off from that lower bracket to qualify to the LCQ. Whereas the crucial one match on Group B itself, they will be qualified if they win against each other, which is Alter Ego against RRQ Hosi.
The conclusion of the Group A and Group B upper brackets will all be happening today. So we'll actually get to see 2 teams qualify directly to the challenge finals. For whoever ends up losing those matches, they don't have to worry just yet, because they are still in the running for the competition. But it's going to be a lot more difficult since the last chance qualifiers is basically another bracket entirely. As for Group C and D, we won't get to watch their matches today, but we'll get to witness those tomorrow. And it's going to start off with Evos Holy going up against Team Liquid Indonesia, both of which were able to triumph in their first matches against the Homeboys and Team Flash KH, who will be meeting each other in the lower bracket.
I mean, this is something that we are going to look forward tomorrow, definitely. I mean, knowing the fact that every single group will have one qualifier will be able to move into the challenge finals, and they have 2 other players or 2 other teams that will be able to actually qualify as well if they try their best to survive those lower bracket journey themselves. But now, going into the next group stages, we got BTR, who wins against AI with 2-1 on their first match, and Toda unfortunately losing against Aurora, putting them down at the lower bracket. They're still in the running right now, but they still need to prove themselves at that lower bracket, which we also talk about how Group C and Group D will not be shown for today. Only tomorrow that you will see who will qualify, whether BTR or Aurora will be the one who qualified, and who from the lower bracket will still survive to go into the LCQ.
So fans of the teams in Group C and D can take a break for a moment, since you won't have to worry about the fates of your teams for today. But fans of the teams in Group A and B will definitely be watching with their butts on the edges of their seats, because we don't know what their fates are going to be. In the same way that we will be getting 2 teams qualifying directly to the challenge finals today, we will also be seeing 2 teams eliminated from Snapdragon Season 6, having their journey end nowhere near the finish line. And even after battling through so many different phases, the open qualifiers, the open finals, and everything, you do not want your journey to end here. So these teams really have to buckle down and figure out what it is they need to fix to make it all the way to the finish line.
And I like the fact that even on the first day itself, you talked about this with Husky, right? That this is actually a revamped or redemption stage for most of the teams here from the M6 itself, because they've already freshened up from the M6. We've already crowned a new champion. This is a time for them to reevaluate themselves going into the SPS finals, and to make sure that maybe they have an opportunity for them to be crowned itself as the grand champion.
Absolutely, right? As we can see for today's schedule on the side of the screen right now, we will have once again 4 best of 3s happening today. 2 of them, the first and the third match, are going to be direct. Oh wait, no, the first and the second match actually are going to be direct qualifier matches into the challenge finals. Whereas the third and the fourth match are going to be elimination matches where the loser will have to bid their journey at an end here at the SPS. So it's going to be a lot of action throughout the day. We've already gotten a taste of what every single one of these teams are capable of, and now they will get to duel it out on the battlefield. And I think we really got to highlight the first match of the day, right? Onic versus Blacklist. These are 2 teams that have already encountered each other multiple times in the past.
I mean, talking about how they are phenomenal and they are well known for their own achievement itself. This is a showdown between the World Championship itself, World Champions. We got M3 World Champion, which is Blacklist International, and then we got the renowned or newly World Champion, which is our Onic PH. So the question is, how have they evolved themselves from those season itself, from M3 going into M6? Is it going to be the same case? Is it going to be a new era to be unfold here on the SPS finals? And on the fact that, again, I'm looking forward to the patch note that I really want to actually ask that question to you actually. Like, what has it gone into the gameplay after the patch note? What are the popular heroes now rising off in the choices of our players itself?
Well, I think a lot of people have already been seeing that the meta has definitely evolved, but a lot of the popular picks are still quite high up there. I think the one that's definitely shot up the most though is going to be Granger, ever since the nerf on Malefic Gun, as well as heroes like Bruno, who have reduced their pick rate overall. Granger has just been shooting up entirely due to not having a lot of direct counter picks in lane and being effective throughout the early, mid, and late game stages with some itemization. Obviously, we still have the eternal matchup that we saw in M6 in the jungle between Suyo and Joy. If you see one, you will usually see the other in the same game. And even the Phobius being tied up there as a very universal EXP lane pick that has very few counters in the lane.
I like that. I feel like those are the things that has been putting up a really good show, or even have improved a lot of the gameplays of the players itself. Okay, what about Lucas? I mean, Lucas has been joining into the poll as well, right? And I see that a lot of players have already started to actually invest and also try to input Lucas into their gameplay. Has it been fruitful, or is it not actually?
It's been a little bit of both, actually, right? We've seen many teams try Lucas. Some of them just didn't really get the hero off the ground at all, while others have showed us that he is actually a threat that you might need to consider banning out early on. It really does depend on who you are matching up against. And if we are talking about bans on top of that, right, we gotta look at the top hero bans throughout the challenge season so far. Fanny still takes the top spot, right? Nearly 100% ban rate. It would be 100% if it didn't get let through in a single game yesterday, in which she actually lost. So her win rate is 0% right now, despite being banned nearly 100% of the time.
Okay, that's a shocking fact to that, because I mean the fact that you guys have been denying the entrance of Fanny, but then once you've allowed it to join in, still not a questionable choices to be made to be banning her. Is Fanny becoming a threat, or is relevant to be a threat inside our SPS finals? On the other side, taking off into the statistics of the players itself, we do see that Kiara, Fabian have able to actually achieve Savage inside our SPS challenge season. We also see that most of the first bloods are coming in from King Kong. Not surprised, because we know he is one of the top players right now, as well as with he has the kill. And for the highest goal per minute, it seems that King Kong is on the top here with 993, alongside with Fabian and Ellen. I think pretty much we see most of the control, also how King Kong, this is specifically on King Kong itself, how he actually maneuver from each lane itself, and how he actually control and make sure each and every movement is contributing into the team itself has been very good for the Onic, and this is what we actually feel that most of the teams would love to actually adapt and try to actually incorporate in their own gameplay. Do you agree on that, Stafa?
Yeah, I would think so, right? It's definitely telling that the daily check-in is basically being dominated by our M6 top 2, right? We have multiple players from Onic and TLID up there. King Kong already stole most of the show for the daily check-in on day 2. He's still there on day 3, and you can't really blame us for doing it because he is still one of the best junglers in the world right now. GPM numbers have also been very, very inflated throughout the challenge season, right? Those are the average numbers, and even then they're like over 900. We have seen multiple players breach the 1000 GPM mark. But if we're talking about players, we of course have to talk about the teams themselves, right? Onic PH is still going to be up there. We wondered if the M6 champs would still be as strong after a short break into a new year, and the answer to that appears to be yes. All right, they're still dominating the same way that TLID is, but we're actually going to focus a bit more on Team Liquid Philippines, who has been having a lot of difficulty adapting to the current meta now, right? We thought that, okay, after some time, they would have figured things out. They would look a little bit more solid overall, but their performance previously is still a little bit lacking. Like, there's still something missing, and we can tell that they're still not quite as comfortable, right? So hopefully they can fix that so that they are not eliminated too early on. Whereas Lazy Esports continues to be one of the potential dark horses of the entire tournament, an MDL team, yet able to put up very strong showings against MPL and world stage veterans.
I think that's a really good note to actually take off from that. And the fact that I feel most of the times that we've always seen that the fact that most of the teams that we've been looking forward to, they show their potential. We've known their potential for the past few seasons already, and hopefully it will be a great case coming in here for the season challenge seasons right here, going into challenge finals. But here on out, Group A, the first match of the day is going to be Blacklist International versus Onic Philippines. Do not go anywhere. We're going to have a short break, but after this, right after the break, we'll go straight away into our match number 1.
Allergic into atoms. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cutthroat, code, run it again with it. XOX cutthroat, code, run it again with it. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life.
Blacklist International versus Onic Philippines will be our opening match of day 3 here at the challenge season for SPS Season 6. These are two teams with a lot of history, two world champions, one reaching their peak in M3 and the other just coming off an incredible victory at M6. In terms of average stats, Onic Philippines definitely looking a little bit more on the inflated side, a very aggressive team, but they're going to be facing off against a brand new era of Blacklist with new faces finishing up the roster. So I'm sure this is going to be a match that a lot of us are excited to watch.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, the fact that again, we're talking about champions versus champions. We want to see how they actually evolve from all the past season. I mean, with the fact that rising off from their success, definitely Onic wants to keep up that momentum. Question is, Blacklist, will they allow it? Will they be able to actually redeem themselves and finally make a comeback here for the SPS Challenge season and going into the Challenge Finals if one of them actually survive and going into the Challenge Finals qualifier? Because again, even though either one of them who will not be able to actually go into the next stage if they lost against each other, they still have the lower bracket to actually redeem themselves. So either way, these two teams still have their lifeline now. Going into the Blacklist roster, we got JM Pigman, we got MPPP, we got Haji, we got Perk Ziva, and Outplay in their own respective lane. So far, I feel like we've talked about how most of the highlights are coming in from Onic PH. This is where the fine line is. Blacklist, will they be able to actually trample or make a surprise here at this challenge season itself?
Like we've already acknowledged, Blacklist International's lineup is definitely the newer of the two, having a mix of veterans and new faces. And in their matchup on day 1 against Lazy Esports, they actually ended up running into a good amount of difficulty. But we're finally able to adapt and adjust to the style that Lazy Esports wanted to play and punishing them for it. One thing to note is that MP, also known as MP the King, of course, ended up playing Joy all 3 games in that series. So we still haven't quite seen the depths of his hero pool just yet.
I do agree on that, because the fact is there's again, it's only been 2 days and there's a lot of things that can be portrayed here into the challenge season itself. And again, these two teams, they still have a lifeline, even if they might not be the first team to go into that challenge finals itself. But going up against the Blacklist, it's gonna be Onic PH right here. We got Kirk, King Kong, Super Prince, Brusco, as well as Kara. I mean, King Kong, we've talked about how he has been dominant. He has been right onto the pedestal right here from day 1 to day number 2. Even up to day number 3, he's still right at the top list to be watched out itself. Stefa, comments on Onic Philippines, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, I think I share the thoughts of most of the MLBB community that Onic Philippines is just a different beast altogether. And I'm not talking about King Kong's nickname. This is a team that has very powerful synergy, good communication and coordination, a willingness to be active and aggressive on the map from the beginning to the end, and powerful micro mechanics on every single player. Not to mention that a lot of them are meme lords in and of themselves. They like having a good bit of fun. They like to enjoy themselves in the land of Dawn while still demonstrating very clean gameplay. Their performance, in contrast to Blacklist on day number 1 against Evos Esports, was a one-sided massacre. There was basically nothing that Evos could do to counteract against them. They are still very much in championship form, and it doesn't even seem like they've been forced to pull out anything from their back pocket just yet.
I mean, it looks like there's not even a breather for all the players to even catch up with Onic, because it seems that they're very, very vicious. They're very pulling off a lot of the confidence as well as so much momentum that even all the players who try to actually put out a really good fight, I mean, to point that we see a lot of the drafting wise, I feel like they have a good answer to Onic Philippines. They know what Onic Philippines is about to do. They know who they want to actually ban off to give a little bit of reduce of the hero pools itself and to respond it well. Even though drafting wise, I feel like Onic definitely covers up the ground very, very well, and the response coming from the opponent-wise is good. But somehow it's still not enough because as all around together from the team of Onic Philippines itself, they just know who to actually cover up, who to actually go in first to capture and bait off all of their opponents. Now, going head-to-head between MPP as well as King Kong, average-wise, we do still see King Kong right at the top. I mean, the fact that he is at the top 3 itself for the goal per minute. KP-wise, we see King Kong is better off with 79.50%, and average KDA is definitely on the King Kong side with 34.00 over to 73 to MPPP.
King Kong stacks are definitely very inflated right now because they did have 2 very fast and very clean sweep games in their first match of the challenge season. An average GPM of 993 is actually kind of ridiculous because that would be the peak GPM that other players might achieve throughout an entire season of MPL, for example, and that's his average. And then you look at his KDA and you just think like, did something go wrong somewhere? Did someone type in the incorrect numbers? Because 34 is just on a different level altogether. But it's not just King Kong that they have to worry about, right? From the side of Blacklist International, Kelra already got the first Savage of the entire challenge season on day 1. Perk, one of the few players who actually executed on the Lucas incredibly well. And when we look at our caster predictions, both of us are undoubtedly leaning towards Onic Philippines. But it does look like you've given one game over to Blacklist, Fasha. May I ask why that is?
Because again, it goes back to the top pick because I was hoping that I saw on day number 1 itself, Blacklist, it looks like there's a hope, a glimpse of hope coming in from Blacklist. I feel like they finally, with the new roster itself, they finally learned a really good pattern, a really good gameplay to be put out, and I want to see more. I still want to see more on Blacklist International. Despite I know that Onic PH will definitely have a better chance in actually going the first one into the qualifiers or into the challenge finals itself. But at the same time, I think Blacklist International, they have what it takes as well to put a little bit of Onic Philippines to run for the money itself. And looking onto the drafting itself, look at this. Granger already been picked off earlier on, and even Joy been picked up. Now, those are the 2 deadly heroes already been picked up. And Onic Philippines, on the other note, they responded well as well. They've already picked up Iritil as well as Suyo itself.
And they started things off with Lo Yi, which is one of the Super Friends signatures. So that already scares me when Onyx starts off their draft with the Lo Yi. Granger and Joy, both top picks so far in the challenge season, and Granger especially has been really inflating gold laner KDAs just because of how difficult it is to catch him if you don't have access to a hero like Joy. And Blacklist already stole that away themselves. Looks like MP still going to be sticking with the same hero pick we've seen throughout the challenge season so far, as well as the Lucas being stolen away. But with the Iritel response, one of the lane counters that is consistent against Granger, Onic is still prepped and ready to deal with whatever is thrown their way.
I mean, again, Blacklist International, in the first run of their picks already, I feel like they're leaning towards the popular ones, the one that they feel like it's meta. It's meta for a reason, and there's a possibility they've already familiarized and they feel confident enough it can pull through here to fight off with Onic Philippines. Despite the fact Onic Philippines, they still have their signatures heroes to be picked up as well, and pretty much, I do feel like Onic Philippines, they don't really need to worry much about the meta hero pools to be picked up. Now, going into the ban itself, we do see now Angela as well as most of it is like Harit, Matilda. A lot of the mobility heroes are being denied by Onic Philippines. I think pretty much I like the fact that they let go, they allow Blacklist International to get the metas, but they're denying most of the mobility wise or anything that can pull away Onic Philippines mobility so that they can actually have more composure of that 1v1 fight, especially with Blacklist International.
Mobility control is a very important factor in the current meta, where the speedier team is able to approach angles a bit more easily and control team fights more easily. And Onic is definitely a team that wants to be in control of the team fight, so removing highly mobile options from Blacklist is a smart idea. And this Angela pick specifically is also meant as respect to Blacklist. This is the only team that has actually picked it up throughout the challenge season. And they actually cheesed it out a little bit with the Angela, Rome, and Hilda mid. On day one, when we interviewed Coach Bonchan, he did mention that he wanted to try different ways of maybe bringing support heroes into the meta, since they're not really that popular nowadays. But now with the Khalid and CC locked in by Onic, you have a very mechanically intensive draft that doesn't play the typical front to back. It's very skirmish style and intends to try and split Blacklist apart so that they can deal with them one by one.
Oh, I like this, seriously. I mean, the fact that, again, Onic Philippines love the drafting. They've already put out a really good idea, or even the response-wise to Blacklist International. But now we do see IAU has to be cautious right here from the side of Onic Philippines. I know the fact that IMU has been one of the really good, great mechanism to be put out when it comes to the gameplay, or even when it comes to the team fight itself. So I'm looking forward to the drafting of Blacklist right now, as they put out that as the last hero itself. And going into the drafting as well, I think that both team has their answer, has what they have what they want to actually portray here for the first match. It's gonna be intense. Do you agree on that, Stafa?
I think it is going to be pretty intense. I think Blacklist definitely have the more default composition, right? They can play more for front to back. They've got solid front lines that can set up for Granger sniping from the back, and then the Joy to maybe run down Onic. But Onic just have a full rundown comp themselves, right? It's a more difficult lineup to play, but one that really feels like their signature style that just aims to outplay their opponents in the first place through pure micro mechanics. As the Land of Dawn opens up once again, we've got Onic Philippines on the blue side versus Blacklist International on the red.
Let's go. First match of the day, number 3. Great drafting, loving it, despite they are a little bit of unorthodox picks. But then again, we're not gonna actually judge or even probably be putting too much of assumption, because I know for a fact that Onic Philippines, when they want to actually get it done, they will be able to put in a lot of scrimmage coming in, a lot of actually just a teasing coming in from Kirk as well as JM. Pigman, I mean, feel like they are trying to actually go in for 1v1, a little bit slightly off, trying to actually pull in, but then again, still, there's no one to be said that they will be able to get the first blood just yet. Just a little bit of teasing from both sides.
I mean, that's just the EXP lane experience for you right there, right? JM and Kirk have both gone for Vengeance, so they're both aiming to be secondary front lines for their team. And from what we've seen already, I do feel like Vengeance is a better choice on Lucas overall, just to be able to run into your opponent. He does offer a good amount of crowd control and survivability with the way that his lifesteal works. His skill 1 does regen 8% max HP whenever it connects with an enemy hero. And certain teams have actually found it difficult to remove him from the equation. In comparison, Onic just doesn't have a front line much at all. But because of that, their team lineup is going to be a lot more formless when it comes to team fighting.
Okay, but we do see that Percival will be almost been tagged out, but that must back away. But at the same time, MPP right on the first right here. Kurt trying to go in, finishing it out. First blood coming in, MPP will be taken out. But Percival managed to persevere right there, only getting that first kill for themselves. But at the same time, right here, it seems like Pinkman gonna go in for their own retract. As we see, Kinko also managed to get the second blood, but at the same time, also managed to get the turtle. But Brusco will be traded off for that one kill as well.
It ends up being a 2-for-2 trade, but Onic comes out on top because they were able to get the turtle as well as the kill onto MP quite early on. It seemed like a pretty solid team fight initially, with JM Pigman definitely taking a very crucial role of just outputting so much early game DPS on this Lucas. But Onic dancing around. This is what I talked about with their lineup, right? You're going to have a hard time predicting exactly where every member is going to be standing. And I do like the willingness of Kirk and Briscoe to just basically throw their bodies to do as much damage as possible before dying.
Okay. right here we do see a lot of intensity coming in from Onic. I mean, right here, even Pigman trying to actually finish off Kirk as well, trying to go in straight away with the ulti, with the Sacred Beast as well. Oh, trying to push in a little bit too ambitious, but again, it's just trying to actually pull out and get a hold of the situation. But that 1v1 is still not going to be enough to pull through, especially the fact even though they are already on that level 4.
Yeah. Looking at the state of the game right now, what typically makes top tier teams like Onic PH scary oftentimes isn't even their micro mechanics. It's the speed at which they're able to farm the map. And even though so far the trades have been somewhat even, you can see that in 4 minutes, Onic already has built up that 1k lead. The Blacklist ideally wants to keep up with this a little bit. In comparison, their lineup is actually a lot more late game centric, right? You want to hit the Holy Crystal timing on the Joy. You want to reach around the time where you get like the third item on the Iritel, and the Valentina also ideally wants to have a few things under her belt before she's able to really do consistent DPS. Because of that, it's actually somewhat expected Onic should be in control in the earlier stages.
Yeah, and this is where the fine line that Blacklist, they really have to be aware of the situation. If they go in too early on for the screams, they will be taking off a lot of hits or probably getting a lot of the cooldown. But here are not going to go in for the stun. Managed to actually lock down at least Kurt, but not going to be able to do so. Only enough with MPPs inserting himself, able to take down, but at what cost? With 2 trades already in the side of Onic Philippine itself, with the fact that even though they've tried to invest so much resources there,
we can see the dynamic between these two teams' team fights just in the way that that turtle pit was approached. MP just a bit too late to try and retry steal that from King Kong as Onic secures another neutral. But Blacklist is trying to go for the more typical front to back, right? JM was actually standing in the back line trying to see if he could CC and poke out Briscoe and King Kong, but then immediately got isolated by the rest of Onic. But now JM,
Pigman will be taken out by Kirk at the same time, with even though MPP was trying to help it out, but it's a bit too late, and I think a little bit of ambitious of Pigman to actually try to pull through. Even the fact that he was already in his own beast form is still not going to be easy with the fact that Kirk and Sprints is together.
Normally a lineup like this with Onic can be a bit difficult to play with, especially towards the mid to late game, but in the early game, if you combo it with a well-coordinated squad, you can see just how active they can be on this map, right? Their rotations are very, very quick, very decisive, and Perseva's already dead.
Going in, almost able to take down. Oh, Pigman try to push away now. A little bit of overextension will be taken out now. At the same time, they're gonna go try to pull away. MPP try to push into Kelra, but at the same time, he will be taken out as well by King Kong. At the same time here, Haji, we gotta be careful. He's almost been taken out. Had to pull away before he became another casualty.
Kelra does end up falling there, but it is a very worthy trade as it is 1-4-3 in favor of Onic, and that is with them diving the mid-tier 1 at the same time. An absolute victory here that immediately inflates their gold lead to 4.5k. Another tower dropping. Blacklist already slowly losing more and more control of the map. Hero picks like this allow Onic to be incredibly independent. They don't really need to be reliant on being together in order to make things happen, and they're able to make split-second decisions within team fights on their own terms based on what they think is going to be the most effective for the team. It is a lineup that requires a lot of faith between one another to be able to do what they each need to do. But we can see that it is working out very well. The diversion still being very active and outplayed, being caught out in the mid lane.
Oh, coming in for a fight here, Super Prince, and they try to caught on. I don't think it's going to be able to do so. MPPP will take down Super Prince first of all. Kirk will be in the midst with a really good strong coming in for the push, but King Kong coming in to go in for Haji. Just a little bit more, he will be able to clear out. Now pushing in straight, Kara will be in the victim. MPP push in for the triple kill. At the same time, King Kong just leading off, let Blacklist get the win because he's left all alone. Not going to allow that casualty to be taken out by Percival. Is looking for the next blood. It seems that he will try to pull away or push King Kong from their own territory, but it's a really good win coming in from Blacklist.
Percival was actually able to steal the purple buff back away. MP gonna get the turtle, able to dash away from the curtain call as well. So Blacklist finally getting a chance to breathe in the land of Dawn here. I already mentioned that Onyx lineup is very suited to their particular gameplay style, but it is more difficult to play and more risky for this particular reason. Independent gameplay that leaves a lot of trust to each member can get punished if you end up overextending before the rest of your team is really ready to respond.
Oops, coming in already. Super Prince will be locked down. Taken down immediately by Outplay. At the same time right here, Kurt is right in the midst. They all hold it out straight to Kurt. By the same time, Kurt was taken down, able to take down Outplay. But at the same time, for the trade by the MPP itself. But King Kong pushing in as well. Pinkman gonna go all out straight, but it's not gonna be easy as King Kong has already moving away with Brusco.
I think Onic already knew that they probably weren't going to be able to win that last fight. They're just trying to cut their losses, but MP comes on in, gets the shutdown, and unstoppable streak on King Kong inside his own jungle. Kelra was able to get the bot tier 2, but still not the most beneficial trade for Onic Philippines, as Blacklist finally getting the scaling they need and are starting to bite back on the map.
Oh, this is tough. I mean, we do see now finally Blacklist is already at a really good best form to be fighting off. Early on, it was a little bit too ambitious, a little bit too overextension. They want to actually try to go all for the team fight itself. But now we do see that Blacklist, they've already got it down. They finally know how to actually shut down most of the players of Onic. And this is where we see Blacklist will be able to actually try to turn things around for themselves.
One of the big concerns about Onic Philippines lineup is that they really don't have a lot of reliable crowd control to be able to lock down MP on this Joy specifically, since they have Khalid, Roam, and CCEXP. Diversion into the mid lane, but Blacklist isn't really nearby, so Onic will just settle for controlling the Lord Pit instead. But because they're not able to lock down the Joy, MP is being left largely unchecked. And when Onic is mostly split up doing their own thing during skirmishes, that is the situation that a Joy will thrive in the most, especially now that he's got that Blood Wings to even further increase his durability.
I'm gonna actually try to contest for the lot here. We do see Onic will try to bait out Blacklist, whether or not they want to actually try to fight off here in the midst, or will they actually just play it off with time? This is all disciplines coming in from both sides of the team.
See Calra already doing some good damage. Curtain Call comes out from Kirk quite early on, but Blacklist still maintaining very safe positioning on the map. They want to pick off members first.
Oh, MPPP try to go in, but King Kong will be the first one to go in all out. Avatar Guardian been invested, able to take down King Kong, but at the same time, King Kong will be shut down by JMP Man. And coming in right now, Percival also trying to push in straight. Is also trying to go in all out for Kurt, but it's not going to be enough. But MPP gonna try to finish it off, getting off that monster kill straight away to shut down, getting 2 pieces for the sun. And this is where Blacklist open up for the Lord.
Yep, things are now looking a little bit dicey for Onic Philippines. The Blacklist are very good at fighting as a 5-man overall, and their lineup makes it so that they can stay pretty safe. They don't really need to split each other up, making it so that Onic has to try and force something in their rotation instead. And so far, they've been a little bit unsuccessful in making things uncomfortable for their opponents, thus allowing Blacklist to just play the game they wanted to so far. Despite everything that happened in the early game, Blacklist now leading in kill score, and the network difference is minuscule for Onic Philippines. They need a little bit more time. They ideally need more items onto Kelra so that they can really take control of the team fight. And if they can bait out the electrifying beats from MP earlier on, that's a little bit less to worry about when it comes to this mid to late game.
I'm looking out right now, turrets is falling down from the first level. Even the second level is about to be shut down as well, almost close enough. Now they're trying to clear out most of the minions who's actually already marching through, and it seems that the 2 top lanes, which is top and the mid lanes, are already been grounded off for the turret itself, only left with 1 lifeline before they go into the crystal. And on the side right here, we do see Kirk coming in to fight with Pigman. A lot of damage been put out, but at the same time here, 3 players coming in to join into the party as well. Avatar Guardian straight away into Super Prince, but it's not going to call out. But at the same time, Pigman overextension itself, is it going to be enough? No, Kirk will be shutting down that overextension, but Brusco at the same time will be traded off by Outplay.
And the trade Briscoe for JM right now actually is pretty good in favor of Onic Philippines here, because this Lucas has actually been causing a lot of problems for them. You saw just how long it actually took them to remove him from the map in that previous engagement. Took like 2 or 3 players, and most of them ended up almost killing themselves because of the vengeance as well. It's because of this, Lucas, that Blacklist is able to take control of the fight so much more easily. I've already highlighted multiple times throughout multiple tournaments that as long as Gatot Kacha has a primary initiator on his team, then he can save the AOG for later in the fight to be a little more threatening. And this Lucas is precisely what he needs. It's lucky that Onic were able to get Super Friends out in that particular situation, but they had to commit so many resources to do so. Because of that, timing is now looking a little bit tricky for Onic.
Ooh, an MVP caught in the midst of 3 players. That's not where you want to be. But then again, was able to move away as quickly as possible before being taken out by Onic. Now, things are getting a little bit peaceful in the Land of Dawn, but at the same time, they are looking forward to the second lot as it's going to be spawning within the 4 seconds. There are certain teasing coming in. Ziva looking straight to Brusco. So looking for the discipline that is coming in from both sides of the team. Who will be trying to tease out and who will be baiting out. And knowing for a fact that Persiva will try to actually get at least the Avatar Guardian to shut down or even locked on Onic players. That's where the fine line where Blacklist will be able to actually get a hold of the control.
Personally, I feel like Onyx shouldn't be grouping up too much behind the Lord Pit because they just don't have a team composition that's very good at holding position. Instead, they could be sending Kelra with Super Friends onto the opposite side of the map to get some split push in, and then diversion back into the fight when it is necessary. Because they are all right here, they're not really getting too much macro done on their map. They're relying on slow pushing through the natural minion waves. Kelra being diverted into backline.
Oh, and MPP almost lost lifeline right here. And Brusco will finish off the job. But at the same time, he's right in the midst. Outplay will trade him off instantly. But at the same time, Lord has already been taken out by King Kong. And now they're going to try to go in for a fight. Or will Blacklist will shut down. Avatar Guardian, been invested, doesn't let long anyone. But at the same time, they're pushing it. And that's going to be an investment. Haji almost able to clear out. Outplay will be able to finish off the job. At the same time, Kerr almost losing lifeline. Will clear out by JM Pigment. They got the Lord. But at the same time, Blacklist clears it out for the kills.
A good idea by Onyx to start off with, but they're still trying to jump back in for this.
No, and losing off already Percival as MPP and getting the double kill to JM Pigman and Haji all alone without
Kelra
here. And here on out, Kelra already spotted out his victim. He wants to finish off the job already. Lord is marching in here, MPP coming back, but MPP pushing out and a lot of damage. No, the overextension was not needed and now was taken out straight away by Onyx.
Punished right there. At this stage, Kelra has actually reached that final item power spike. Even the Wind of Nature baited on outplayed as Onyx in a quick swing of events. It looked like they didn't get the good trade they wanted in the Lord Pit, but Kelra surviving was the true key to victory that they were eyeing here. IOG comes in, but it's not going to be enough.
Avatar Guardian is just to give ideas of life to the side of Onyx. JM Payment will be taken out by Super Pins, and this is already a tough call going into outplay as well. They're clearing out the crystal immediately, getting the first win right at the dot for the first match of the day.
A very unexpected conclusion to game number 1. As it appeared, Blacklist International were in full control of the mid-game, having a superior 5v5 team composition that made their jobs a whole lot easier. But sometimes, a little bit of a wild card play is what you need to break out from a tough situation. And very few teams are willing to make that call. Onic Philippines is not one of them. The teleport into the back line on Kelra of all people, and every other player willing to sacrifice their lives to make sure that this Irritel remains a consistent threat around the Lord Pit is what allowed Onic Philippines to finally turn things around, take game number 1.
And I feel like it was already a good job coming in from Blacklist because with the Lord was already marching in, and yes, it was already been taken out by Onyx. Great investments come through, but at the same time, those overextension that was done that made it even more possible that Onyx was able to actually shut down Blacklist in their own path itself. With the fact that early on, For the control wise, yes, Onic was already in the midst. Blacklist was already trying to come in as well as catching up to Onic's movement. They've already had their best form as well. They've already got their itemization. But then again, when it comes to Onic Philippines, if you mess up, you slipped up just one, it's gonna be easy for them to shut you down immediately.
Yeah, a single mistake really is all that it takes in this current meta, because gold just swings so wildly, especially if you end up losing your cores more than once in a row at the very end. MP had been dominating throughout the mid game once he hit that Holy Crystal timing, specifically targeting Kelra and Super Prince every chance that he got. But once Kelra got that Great Dragon Spear timing as well as the Windtalker at the very end, he actually could out-mobilize and just straight up outburst the Joy as well if MP came at a very predictable angle, and the desperation kind of forced him to see if he could make that happen at the end, and it cost Blacklist pretty dearly. King Kong still gonna end up being the MVP of game number 1. Despite all the burst damage we saw from Kelra, King Kong actually did the most DPS overall, having 6 kills at the end. But the honorable mentions both actually go over to Blacklist International. Their team fighting was actually pretty clean up until a certain point.
True. I feel like, again, there was so much that Blacklist was able to overcome, was able to adapt to Onic, and the idea that was portrayed and Persecure during the mid game was beautiful, and there was a chance that we see that Blacklist was already in control of the match number 1 itself. It's just that amount of time that they try to actually invest their resources, it was not kicking into what they expected, and once they actually lose some of the fights itself, and once they actually were a little bit too confident or overconfident, that's where Onic Philippines was just able to manipulate or even able to go into the fine line of Blacklist Philippines. But look at King Kong as the MVP here with 6,210 KDA, 842. I mean, we saw the highest one is 900, and that's at the average of GPM itself here on the gameplay. And we got 80% kill participation coming in from King Kong himself.
842 GPM is actually a very respectable number for a jungler, but it is low for King Kong compared to the other GPM scores he has had through the challenge season so far. That's just how much he had been popping off until this point. You gotta give props to Onic Philippines. I had mentioned during that last Lord fight that on paper it would be smart to send the Kelra and Super Prince maybe to the top lane, get a split push in and join the fight with diversion when necessary, but they played the long game instead, and maybe the more surprising one too, by blinking into the Tri-Brush first while keeping Kelra hidden so that Blacklist wouldn't know whenever he was actually left unchecked.
Oh, and the fact that early on, Blacklist was, again, started out too ambitious. They want to actually initiate a lot of the team fights, but then again, you talked about how Blacklist was not actually in a good position to go in for the fight, because early on, definitely a lot of the damage will be put out more to Onic, and that's why we see Onic Philippines was the one who was already leading off the kills, leading off the economy wise. But at the mid, that's where Blacklist was already at a really best form, and every time the investments of the Avatar of Guardians was just right on point by Percival, and even so, they were able to actually divide Onic Philippines to get the kills they needed to actually slow things down of the movement coming in from Onic.
I think we still have to give a lot of props to Blacklist. JM Pinkman especially did a very good job in the early to mid game of holding things tight and breaking a lot of attention onto himself. But Lucas is one of those characters that will drop off later into the game, so he's no longer quite as effective then. I think Haji is still doing what Haji things, and our KDA machine is pretty overall reliable. I think he stole ults very well. But Onic is just a very unpredictable variable in the way they approach MLBB. Their confidence, their willingness to make things happen, no matter the cost, to trade bodies, even at times where you wouldn't expect them to, just to get added benefit down the line onto more important cores, speaks to a level of forward thinking that a lot of teams just aren't willing to invest in. So going into game number 2, Blacklist International will need to mentally prepare themselves to deal with it.
Oh, It's tough. I mean, like, again, drafting wise, I felt that yes, pretty much the choices that was done by Blacklist was already in a really good composition to respond to the unpopular or unorthodox choices, even though we do see during the early stages of the choices, I mean, you got Liu Yi, again, the signature heroes on the hands of Onic Philippines itself, Super Friends, and we do see that he popping off really well into this first match as well. And then we got Suyo as well, King Kong dominating every single movement. He tried to penetrate straight into the back line of Blacklist themselves, but again, that mid game was just super. If Blacklist was able to control at least their composure wise, they could have actually turned things around for themselves, and maybe that could have been a good win for them. But again, MPPP needs to be very cautious, and a lot of their investments or even their confidence on the fight with those team fights itself is not going to be easy, especially the fact that Onic Philippines are very easily adapting to all the team's gameplay.
Yeah, I think Blacklist honestly was holding composure very, very well, right? The early game wasn't the best for them, but once they reached the point where they can huddle up together and play around a very powerful front to back, then you could tell that they felt a lot more in their comfort zone, and they were able to actually punish Onic on more than one occasion. MP, yes, got a little bit desperate towards the end, but overall still played a very solid Joy game. This is just one of those issues with this particular hero. Once she has her Holy Crystal timing, squishies melt so quickly. But in the same way, she is a squishy herself, right? So once marksmen, especially marksmen like Iritel, that have very high front burst, get online, you have to be able to space out your entry. Your team needs to be able to set up and force resources before you go in with electrifying beats. And because the team was kind of scrambling to defend after losing that Lord fight, he felt like he had to make something happen and just ran at the Iritel and got shot with a cannonball in the face. That is just an unfortunate situation that could have been fixed if he was a bit more patient, but at that stage, Onic was already feeling themselves. The eyes were already on the crystal.
Agree, definitely. This is where the fine line that your decision making needs to be very intact. You must be, like you talked about, yes, we do give credit that the composure during the mid game was just superb. It's just that at the end of it, it seems that a little bit of them, the panic attack coming in already that we saw throughout the decision making that was done by the players itself. Communication wise needs to be a little bit more steady coming into the second match, because again, they didn't do like any bad decision making or bad choices of the hero wise. I think equally wise, both team had what it takes. It's just again a matter of how you want to actually go in and how you control the gameplay here coming into match number 2.
Yeah, the draft itself was perfectly solid coming from Blacklist. I already mentioned multiple times that it is actually an easier draft to play compared to what Onic has, because they have a much more formless draft that requires an independent play to somehow sync up with one another. So because of that, it was very easy for Blacklist to kind of isolate them because they're already doing it themselves in the mid game, right? But once you get the damage in, every single member of Onic Philippines is legitimately a threat. So you have to approach them with a lot of care and attention. You gotta keep your eyes peeled to know where Super Prince is going to be on the map at all times. I think that Blacklist made a pretty big mistake by not having some kind of vision in the tri-bush during that Lord fight, because there's a diversion on the opposite side. Surely you have to keep someone everywhere. But that is in the past. Now we look to the future. Game number 2. Blacklist International going to have first pick this time.
Oh, bans wise, we do see Fanny Louie been banned off. On the side of Onic, they decided to ban off Granger as well as Soyi. And I feel like this is actually a picked off that we see a rest pack coming in from both sides. Blacklist is going to deny Louie, and they're also denying Soyu as well, being picked out by Onic, as they saw already what Onic was able to put out into the gameplay itself. So they're denying those movement coming in. The question is, what will Onic Philippines respond it after this?
What is going to be the response indeed? Looking at the bans right now, Blacklist has already shifted their priorities quite notably. They get rid of the Loyi and the Suyo, both of which were played by Onic in game number 1. and Onic decide to ban out the Granger themselves. This leaves Joy as the most obvious first pick on the board currently. But we also saw a lot of teams prioritizing and using the Matilda as a way of baiting things out because it will always combo well with early game junglers like the Alpha. Onic, they decide not to ban the Joy, they ban the Lucas instead, so they go and grab the Harif and the Cho.
Okay, all right. I mean, like, we did saw that Harith and Cho was banned off early on. So those are the two heroes that were seen that definitely will be able to change off a little bit of the gameplay. Matilda been picked out by Blacklist as well as Joy. And again, most of the heroes that has been put out or been chosen by Blacklist has been put out into the pools of metas again. Hilda, I mean, like last year we see that after the buff she has been one of the phenomenals jungler to be put out, to be fight off into the gameplay itself. And you talked about how Joy is very popular, but now Onic is gonna respond with Alpha to be put out.
Yeah, I myself thought that Onic was going to grab the Matilda here to force the Blacklist in an uncomfortable situation. But they actually let it through, so Blacklist are able to get the Matilda yesterday and day one as well. Matilda was a surprising counter pick to the Joy because of the extra shield she could provide to the backline heroes that would otherwise have been a lot squishier without her. And paired up with the Hilda means that Blacklist is aiming for a little bit more early game aggression. They're not really going to be able to invade against a Alpha, but it will give them a bit more presence to make sure that Onic doesn't just have the run of the land the first couple minutes.
Oh, okay. This is interesting. Definitely, Blacklist International, they're now more to mobility wise. They're very quick to go in. Their movement are gonna be able to actually secure going in to fight off with Onic Philippine. On the side of Onic, they're more to try to actually go in for damage. They do have Harith. Harith is definitely a great mobility wise hero to be put out, but then again, he only has like a single lane or a single shot to be put out. He's much more on the focus side of one hero 1v1 situation. So those are the things that Blacklist need or even Onic needs to be probably aware of. And I think despite the fact that I still in the favor of Blacklist right now for their own drafting. Now on the side of Blacklist, they ban out Odette, and going into Onic, they ban out Bruno as well as Moscow.
Odette is a very interesting ban because we have not seen Odette yet this challenge season. But it is not a bad counter to Joy, actually. These straight up AoEs are a good way of making sure that Joy cannot just run into it. It's kind of a similar scheme but different to the typical counters of Tigreal and Beleric, both of which are still open for Onic if they decide to go for it. The Blacklist is a little bit more worried about straight up damage in the mid lane, and it could speak to what they're trying to do for their mid laner as well, as Onic instead go for the bans on the gold lane, getting rid of Moskov and Bruno. Since Granger is already gone as well, that doesn't leave Blacklist a lot of meta marksmen to actually face off against the Harith. The Eve going to come out here. I'm kind of surprised this got so far into the draft. It's quite often banned out in the first phase. And as for their marksmen, there's not a lot left. There's Claude, there's Carry. The Irritel somehow slipped my mind. I don't know how that happened, but this is a very high mobility composition from Blacklist.
Yeah, definitely. And the fact that they stole in Irritel, right? And we saw how Onic was able to pull through a lot. And Farsa been picked up for the last hero. Again, I have to say this. I am pretty much in the favor of Blacklist International. They always have a really good choices to be picked out. High mobility wise is a really good gameplay. The question is, again, I hope they learn from their mistakes with mobility wise on their side. Hopefully they don't mess up going into team fights. The fact that they can actually cover the grounds on back line, front line wise. The question is, can they actually know who to actually pick up? Because Onic Philippine, yes, you have the Waves of the Dragon, you have Haris to move things around, and the fact that Farsa also can slow things down with the ulti itself. This is something that, again, unorthodox pick, but it is a good response coming in from Onic itself.
Yeah, Onic once again put themselves in a position where their lineup is just straight up harder to play into Blacklist, right? Blacklist doesn't have quite the same front to back, but they have a very good composition for engaging and disengaging. There's a lot of freedom in the way they approach their angles because of this Matilda and just how high mobility their heroes are in general. In that sense, they actually can just go and gank whichever lane that Cho is not in, because I think Onic Philippines doesn't have very tanky heroes in the first place. So that's something they will have to worry about a little bit going into game number 2.
Oh, hear it out, guys. Match number 2 for our team of Blacklist International versus Onic Philippines. Going in for a fight with Brusco. A little bit of MSG coming in for a fight with Super Prince as well. It's just going to be a little bit of damage coming in, but it's not going to be enough to pull through any of the first blood just yet.
Looking at the emblem setup, I'm not seeing anything too unusual from either side here. I think they're all going for pretty typical emblem sets. In terms of scaling, I think Blacklist has a very, very nice curve actually. Early mid-game are all very solid. Onic does have some good burst if they're able to set up with the Cho and the Farsa. Wave the Dragon into Feathered Airstrike is basically a guaranteed kill on almost anyone if the Matilda is not close enough to save them. But even then, it's hard to really fulfill the conditions.
The fact that we are seeing that Brusco try to actually go in for the fight, try to actually tease in. A lot of the extension coming in from Onic, try to pull in, but King Kong gonna go all out with the ultimate, trying to push in straight to Blacklist. Just a little bit of tease. I think pretty much he's just trying to get as much input as possible for Onic to get the location-wise of Blacklist himself. But here on mids, they do still try to actually tease a little bit of those fight as well. Again, try to pull in as well. Brusco push into Ziva, but doesn't get anything.
One thing Onic has is lane priority though. Kirk as well as Keller are both actually winning their lanes. That gives him a bit more freedom to move on the map, but Turtle's getting low.
RWM been put out right here, and Turtle will be picked out by Blacklist to be stolen itself. But again, those Cream almost able to get a lot of the damage to the Blacklist, but it's still a win for them with that Turtle on their side.
Yeah, with a composition like this, it's gonna be very hard for Onic to just run into the real world manipulation, so Haji can just stand there and pop it, but it looks like it doesn't matter too much to Onic as King Kong just walks into the jungle and steals the purple buff away from MP. Up until now, the Alpha has been keeping ahead in EXP because Onic just generally have been more active in invading Blacklist's half of the map. The lack of lane priority means that they won't often have backup that Onic needs to worry about, and that is one way that they can keep themselves ahead in terms of farm.
Coming in for a fight, GM Peatman getting into Kurt. 1v1, a lot of damage been put out. Goes in for straight, but and PP pushing in as well, try to clear it off, but it's not gonna be easy as Kurt pulls away straight.
The vengeance gonna be forced out there. Kirk had to use it. If he didn't use it, MP would have absolutely killed him under the tower right there. So good coordination from Blacklist. JM definitely went for that initiation because he knew that the Joy was nearby to maybe get the free kill, but baiting out the battle spell is still very good as well. Now they're trying to gank JM instead.
Going in all out, JM Pigman straight on 3v1 situation. First blood comes through from King Kong, but Kira at the same time will be pushed out by Outplay and Persiva. Is it gonna be enough? RWM been put out, but doesn't actually lock anyone. Summer Force also been put out. Kira almost been turned, but the resources of 3 players. So much of his investment had to be done by Playlist just to get that one play. But at the same time, RG tried to push into Super Prince as well. Oh, so much damage. But here, Brusco clears it out into straight off the tower to get the trait they want.
Honestly, the fact that Keldra survived that long against a 3-man gank is insane. And it is because he survived that long and actually traded so well against Outplayed that Onic was able to whittle him down and eventually pick him off with Brusco. First though, now being the target.
Kirk will be immediately shut down by Persiva. Those gang up will not help him as Blacklist will be able to clear it out to at least get it to 2-2 ties up for kills.
I'm liking the activeness I'm seeing from both teams right now. There is actually a certain similarity in the way that their drafts are played, especially around power spikes as well. And due to that, both teams want to be able to secure advantage by getting lane priority in both of the side lanes that will enable them to unlock their members to participate in more general team fights around neutrals. Kirk, unfortunately, getting punished quite heavily. Oh,
and going in all out, Brusco shuts down MPPP. And that's going to be a one trade-off that's great coming in from Onic. Overextension that is done by Blacklist just cost them 1 life.
and that was a bit of a mistake right there from Blacklist. They didn't realize Briscoe was nearby, and by the time he showed himself, MP was already too deep. And now Perxiban gonna be forced to use Flicker as well to escape King Kong. RWM comes out.
RWM tried to lock down to King Kong, almost able to actually shut him down, but he moves away immediately. And with the circling eagles as well, try to find off his location. It's not going to Perxiban had to move away, but at the same time, right here, Brusco immediately with the waves of dragon. Haji will be able to take down Kara with Brusco being shut down by MPP.
That was insanely close. Actually, Kara almost picked up Haji. If he was able to get that last hit, then he would have survived just long enough to maybe dash away from MP as well. But because it didn't happen, Blacklist ended up coming on top in that one, since Onic were very deep in their base and they have a little bit more sustainability to play with. In terms of itemization, Flash completed on Matilda, Flicker from JM, Kirk in trouble now.
Oh, even Pigman is also in trouble. Now choosing double with that. Blacklist finally stepping into the grounds of Onic and try to actually punish them as a team. They're trying to actually gang up and doing what is necessary to actually get a hold of the situation. With the economy wise, you do see that still Onic is right on the lead with 2,000 on their hands, but King Kong made it even more possible with the turtle in their hands. That's 2 turtles already been collected by Onic.
Now just short of a 3k lead in favor of Onic Philippines as we approach the 7-minute mark. Kill score is still even, but we're starting to reach the stage where it's more comfortable for Onic to roam around independently, while Blacklist still actually needs to play somewhat together since they're relying quite heavily on the Matilda and Eve to set up team fights. Because of this, we can see that the macro on the map is a lot easier to control for Onic's side. They can just send one member to a lane, push it out, and force Blacklist to respawn since they have to rotate largely together. This is making it very difficult for Blacklist to actually contest the neutrals.
But going in all out to Kirk. Kirk try to move away as quickly as possible, but it seems that MPP will deny it immediately with the electrifying beast as well. But Brusco try to come along, try to connect the dot, but it's already been done deal for the Blacklist.
Onic, they definitely risk getting picked off because they're sending people so deep to push lanes, but it's actually worth it for them right now. There's no point in them trying to force a straight up 5v5 because they know that not only is it more suited to Blacklist to line up, it's also a more comfortable gameplay style for Blacklist in the first place. So Onic wants to keep them running around the map instead. They're not worried about maybe throwing bodies away in exchange for structures.
But here now, Brusco will be going in for the Waves of Dragon, shutting down Pigman immediately, but Pigman was able to move away. But at the same time, Haji at lost cause almost been taken out. Zamanfo's been put out at investment, try to lock things out, but Blacklist will not be able to be shut down immediately by Onic.
A good disengage here from Blacklist, and we're already starting to see the impact of this Matilda as a whole, right? That Flask of the Oasis shield is keeping people alive in situations where they should otherwise be dead 100%. JM with the kick into the feathered airstrike should have actually died even as a Hilda, but the extra shielding gave the HP needed for him to survive. And now the Holy Crystal and Berserker's Fury are completed for Blacklist.
Coming in, Kirk will be right in open. Pinkman takes down Kirk immediately. King Kong try to finish it off with Pinkman as well. Farsa comes in right here as they try to actually immobilize King Kong, but King Kong almost being shut down, trying to pull away, but Super is able to take down Haji, but Pinkman traded off for King Kong, but at the same time outplay, trying to move away, try to get that kill as much as possible, but Kara managed to push off the team of Blacklist, and this is where the fine line of Blacklist, they don't want to mess it up. They did manage to get some kills, they did manage to get some wins for themselves, but Pinkman gonna go all out, gonna overextend himself, pushing in, and Pinkman gonna push off with the Zaman first been done, and Hero now getting double kill to shut down outplay as well.
And this is why he's called the gold standard, ladies and gentlemen. Onic Philippines, doesn't matter how many bodies they throw, how many people they have to trade, as long as Kelra is kept alive. And even MP knows that he cannot make the same mistake he did in game number 1. This is no longer a situation where you can just dive and hope to get a kill on the goal lane. Kelra is going insane right now.
Oh, another one with Hosi as well. No, another one to be shut it down. That's a great kill coming in from Kelra to push into Blacklist. All of the formation that was done by Blacklist now lost with Kelra shutting them down.
Oh my goodness, this is insane right now. Kelra. And he's still going as well. The amount of action that this Harif is participating in. Even JM being forced back by defended airstrike. Onic, there is so much faith in each other in the way they approach this game. The way that they take these team fights can fall apart so quickly if a single player messes up. But they know they can put their faith in each other. They've got each other's backs. They will commit to whatever their responsibilities are, where they are most needed. If you're gonna dive the backline with the gold laner, you are going to see it happen from Onic Philippines. And because of that, they have the Lord. They're gonna push in mid lane.
Now Brusco looking for a way here. We do see Kelra going into the tower already. Brusco pushing it with the Waves of Dragon. Takes down already for the one. RWM been put out. They're trying to lock on to straight away to Onic, but it's not going to do it any favor. Zamafon been put out by Haji, but Haji managed to pull away. But here on out, Lord goes into the crystal. They have to defend it, but it's already half a lifeline. But Lord was able to take it down before they would take it into a casualty. But Onyx not done yet. They're going in all out to King Kong. Not going to be enough. MPP will be the one to be shut down by King Kong with a lot of the investment was done, and it's not gonna be easy with Blacklist try to shut down all of the marching of the minions. And at the same time here, God's going in all out to outplay, but he's overextending. He will be taken down by Persada. But at the same time here, we do see King Kong pushing out to Persada again, as well as Pinkman. We do see Kara going out with the Zaman Force to log in out, but Ara almost overly shut down. But here now, he goes in for the Synchron Vision as well as Corona Dash. He gets the double kill, and now they managed to clear out the match number 1 into the hands of Onic Philippines with 2-0.
The second half of the game will now officially be titled the Kelra Highlight Reel, as this Harif is just playing on a different level entirely. Onic Philippines are a different beast. They are truly a monster to handle on the battlefield. Because the moment you think, oh, I have the advantage, I can get a kill, I can get a pick off there, they come in from the back line and they catch you unsuspecting. The M6 champions, Onic Philippines, will earn the first direct qualification from the challenge season to the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals.
Congratulations to Onic PH, our world champions, still rising off from their victories of last year, and here on out they want to prove themselves even more on the SPS Season 6 and loving it, literally. I mean, again, I've talked about how the drafting wise from Blacklist, and you also agree, you said it was a perfect choice. They are playing off with the formularity or the gameplay that we know that it's a great choices or drafting that is quite unknown to us, very close to our hearts, and we know how to actually tackle off. But then Onic Philippines going into their drafting, very unorthodox, a little bit different, and it's not as easy to be put out. But then again, not to say that there's not a chance at all, because we know how flexible Onic is. And another motion to be put out here for the gameplay, and you talked about it, highlights for Kara, that gameplay from the Harvard itself, how he goes in from the Chrono Dash, going in from one Zamaforce to another Zamaforce to lock down one and each of every players from Blacklist itself, put out so much pressure that Blacklist could not do anything.
Considering that Kelra was also using the Killua Harif skin right there, I'm gonna dub this the Kilra experience from Onic Philippines. As yes, I agree with you, Fasha. Blacklist has a solid lineup. Front to back is good. Teamfight control is great with the Eve and the Matilda. And early game, it was actually kind of difficult for Onic to really get these straight up teamfight victories. So they just don't go for team fights, right? They just try to force things to happen on different parts of the map. They're willing to invade because they know they have lane priority. They're willing to throw bodies in order to make sure that other cores have more space to farm and might be able to bait Blacklist out of position just to get a kill that they think they're very close to securing. Onic Philippines entered this game using potential teammate deaths as a resource. And because of that, Kelra gets a very effective MVP, 921 GPM, and his damage is just on another level entirely.
I mean, I like the confidence that Kara put out. I mean, like, he was doing all the show for himself. He gets it done. He knows for a fact that he saw an opportunity, he goes in. There was no one to stop him at all. He was just all one-man show for himself to just shut down one after another. And you also talk about how during the early runs, even the mid-games, Blacklist looked like they had a really good form. But then again, Onic Philippines, they're just on another level with how Kara was pushing off as well as controlling all of those movement and taking down. That was when Onic was able to have an opening to just shut down completely Blacklist.
They were shut down so effectively by Kelra, and
Yeah.
Blacklist has tools for stopping this Harif. Yes, they don't really have a lot of crowd control, but they have the Joy that can run Harif down, they have the Hilda, and even if they get jumped on, they should have the Matilda to be able to pull them out to safety. But Kelras has such a good eye for opportunity. Every single time that a member of Blacklist is just slightly out of position, just slightly, Kelra just goes in. It's like, okay, this is my chance. You know, he sees that tiny percentage, that statistic that says, I am going to destroy these fools right now, and just goes for it.
I like that monologue that you put out. I mean, I do agree because again, we do see he was ambitious, not just him. Rusco was on the line as well, picking off the players of Blacklist. Yes, we do see there was earlier on, it was a little bit of overextension. That was what caused the team of Blacklist was having a little bit more composure, even at the point where we thought that Blacklist has it done. They're already grounded off a really good composure. But then after that mid-game, that's when it all falls through because from one kill to another kill, Kara was just on fire.
I can tell that the production team just really loves Onic in particular because look at the way that they're editing Kelra's movements into his gameplay, right? The Harif dashing in, throwing these balls of energy at the opponent and then just exploding all at once. Once Onic had their eye on the win condition, it was already done. There's a reason they are M6 champions, and they have once again claimed a direct ticket to the next stage in a very clean fashion. 2-0 victory on Blacklist International.
I mean, I really expected more from Blacklist. Again, we talked about how they could have actually be able to turn things around. It could have actually be a good start off the day itself for Blacklist because they're off from the win they had on day number 1, and I expected more. I really do expected more because not to say that I'm disappointed because we do see there's a lot of efforts. There was so much that was put out by Blacklist. We saw the idea that they want to actually portray. It's just that again, Onic Philippines was just outplaying them in a better fashion to a point that they could not predict the movement of Onic Philippines themselves, and I think they didn't actually expect how Kara was popping off at the end of the game itself because they expected they will be able to actually move around because again, during this second game it's supposed to be a high mobility gameplay. They'll be able to pull away as quickly as possible and go into the game fight as quickly as possible as well, but it did not happen, and this is where again, is it a problem between the communication or is it a problem because they weren't able to decide which fine line of them pulling away and where the fine line they want to actually pull all out straight to fight off with Onic Philippines? But still, it's not a lose chance yet for the team of Blacklist because we talked about these two teams are the one who have rise off from their win on day number 1. So those who lose, they're going down to the lower bracket to meet off to those who are at the Group A who will be meeting off just yet, which is the team of Alter Ego versus RRQ Hosi right after this. We have second match already ready for you guys, but we have to have a short break just yet to settle things off. So go get your breaks, all your snacks that you needed, and we'll be right back for match number 2.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Here we go!
Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, then we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom, hop, skip, jump. Gotta eat it up, but the goal is lunch. I'm the big dude, so I never duck, duck. Just keep our head up and yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Chipped away at it and ignored the hate. And now we big time status and it's us for the taking. We eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah. cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you. You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Just hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one. Call it a savage love. Just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't bother wasting breath. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say. You've been messing with greatness, faces, stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck on your brain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one. Call it a savage love. Just till I had enough of us.
Our second match of the day here in day 3 of the SPS Challenge season is about to begin, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back, because you're just about to watch Alter Ego go up against RRQ Hosi. And these are two teams that definitely have some history. Both have been MPL Indonesia mainstays for a very, very long time. And while RRQ Hosi has been able to achieve a certain degree of success in the international stage, especially in the recent M6, Alter Ego's stats are looking overall a little bit stronger. What do you think, Pasha?
I mean, the fact that during the MPL ID season number 14, right, Alter Ego was taken out first of all by RRQ Hosi, but then Alter Ego was able to be put out again with 2-0 to redeem themselves. So this is actually quite interesting to be put out. And going into the day number 1 of Group B itself, I think that Alter Ego has portrayed themselves and even proven themselves to be in a really good state as well as a good form. Compared to RRQ Hosi, I think that we've already seen the potential they have done, but I feel like on day number 1, there is a lot of things that needs to be done that RRQ Hosi needs to step up to show themselves a little bit better off to fight off with Alter Ego. And again, this is another story to be unfold between Indonesia versus Indonesia, and this is the competitors that have won in their own grouping, and we are looking forward for our next contender to actually qualify to challenge finals. Now, Alter Ego, will they be the one? We got Nino, Gebe, Roundel, Dreams, as well as Highs into their roster.
Alter Ego stats definitely look inflated overall, but I think that can be attributed a little bit to the opponent that they faced off against in day number 1, where RG Singapore unfortunately didn't quite prove to be the match they needed to show their true potential. But the players of Alter Ego all do seem pretty solid overall. I especially did like what I saw from Highs when he was on the Granger. And of course, we did talk a little bit about Dreams, and his migration over to Alter Ego definitely seems to have meshed quite well with the rest of the team. And overall, I think this is a team that has a lot to show to us. They were not able to qualify to the M6 main stage, largely due to the fact that they ended up finishing 5th or 6th place during the recent MPL ID season 14. So up against the second place finisher RRQ Hosi, they've definitely got a bit of a bone to pick.
Oh, definitely. And the fact that, again, we do see that Alter Ego coming off really strong. They had a really good redemption story to be pulled out on that MPL season itself. And hopefully that could be a good case as well for them to fight it off. The question is, can they actually fight off against with our RRQ Hosi? You added on the note that they had a really good run with fighting off with the opponent on the day 1. That's why Alter Ego had a high rise for their own stats itself. But RRQ Hosi, they fought off with Team Liquid Philippines. Now, that's also a really big name to be put out here into the SPS Challenge season. Do you think that's the reason why the power match between these two teams is because of that? They feel a little bit slightly off to the Alter Ego.
I would say that the difference in statistics is definitely because of the opponents that they were facing initially, right? Team Liquid Philippines are going to be a much stronger opponent just in terms of experience and international achievement. But in the same way, Team Liquid has been having some difficulty catching up. So RRQ Hosi having trouble against them initially is something to consider. But both of us still ended up predicting that RRQ was going to come out on top this time, though I do think Alter Ego has the chance of taking one game. Their performance was actually very, very good in day number 1.
Oh, that's the reason why you put out at least 1 point will be on the side of Alter Ego. I feel like because the fact that Alter Ego had it a little bit, not to say too easy, but yes, formation-wise was a really good composure. Again, Alter Ego had a really good momentum. Drafting-wise was really good as well. But again, RRQ Hosi meeting off with Team Liquid, I still think there's a lot of sting that was done by Team Liquid Philippines itself that's made it a lot of difficult to RRQ Hoshi. Expectant wise, I feel like, I don't know, I always feel like every time I predict, it's always wrong. You've already won on the first match itself. You got the 2-0. So this second match, I'm starting to feel that my self-esteem is going down and down even more further. But let's see if RRQ Hoshi can change that right here for match number 2.
You can't be affected too much by predictions. Like, the caster curse exists for a reason.
Yeah.
All of us have been through this at some point. You know, it's part of the initiation period for this career in the first place. They were looking at the head-to-head. This time we want to highlight a little bit onto the roamers because both Dreams and Edoc played a lot of Tigreal during their first round matches on day 1 of the challenge season. But in overall, we see Dreams having the higher GPM, their kill participation actually very even, and Dreams standing out on top a little bit more in terms of ADA as well. This can also, again, be attributed a little bit to the opponents that they faced before. So now we get a little bit more of an accurate feel of how powerful these two teams actually are, as the draft has already been ongoing for game number 1.
Let's see. Okay, Matilda, Louis, as well as Hilda been banned off from RLQ. On the side of Alter Ego, we got Joy, Zushin, as well as Fanny. Again, the popular banned off already. But going into the midst, I feel like started off with Suyo being picked out by Rakyoshi, and then Alter Ego responded with Harith as well as Hylos. That's a really good combo already. We know how in fact that when we have Hylos as well as Harith on the side, it will be a really good composer coming in. And not only that, they picked up Alpha as well for a really good damage deal. And Rakyoshi, on the other note, they do have Granger as well as the fact that Ranger is one of the popular end metas as well. That could also lead a really good choices coming in from RQ Hoshi as well.
Yeah, so far the picks are pretty meta from both sides. It's interesting to see that RQ would still grab the Eve because Hylos actually offers a way to counteract the RWM somewhat because of the glorious pathway, but it still gives you a lot of control over the team fight in general, so it is not too bad at all. The Suyo Alpha has always been an age-old duel, but I do think that Harith has the slight edge in lane against Granger in exchange for less scaling potential overall. We're seeing a bit more focus towards the early game bans from Alter Ego, getting rid of the jaw hit, which could really mess with an Alpha and a Harith's rotations early on in the team fights. We already saw a combination of jaw hit and Zusin, I think in the first match of the entire challenge season, in fact, and it was quite impressive.
Okay, knowing for a fact that they're trying to take off all the possibility of picking off individually, because the fact is they are expecting Defin on the side of Harith as well as Alpha. There's a lot of grounds, even though we do see that they might be able to lock on, there's a lot of individual fights that they need to be aware of. So with Jawhead on the side, it's not going to be a good composition. And they also take off as well Cho in the scene. So this is where Alter Ego, they prioritize any possibility of separation will be done by RRQ Hoshi. Now RRQ Hoshi, they ticked off Lucas, and we talked about how Lucas, it's a 50-50 situation whereby he's a really good contender, but at the same time it might not go into a really good gameplay if we don't actually have a really good composure. But then we do see the last pick coming in from RRQ Hoshi to be banned off.
They ban out the Cecilion here, which is actually interesting. I wouldn't have expected Alter Ego to go for Cecilion in this particular situation, because then Harith and Cecilion would both be late game magic damage scalers. I don't feel like they needed to ban that, but it's still perfectly fine just to make sure that the only artillery on the field is going to be this Granger on RQ Hoshi's side. The fact that Alter Ego banned out the Jawhead and Show is very smart. It is not just because these two heroes are counters to their cores like Harith and Alpha, but they're also very good ways of dealing with the Hylos, because oftentimes the Hylos is going to be walking very far in front of the team to provide vision due to how bulky he is. But these two heroes have ways of just throwing him or kicking him back into their teammates instead and take him out before the rest of his team has any chance of responding. This, however, does give the Tigreal over to Edoc. This is a hero that both sides quite enjoy, and because they saw the Phobius lock in, the glue counter immediately comes out for RRQ. But Alter Ego, they haven't picked their mage yet. They can very easily go Faramis or Vexana at this point to counter the glue.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And the fact that rising off from RRQ Hoshi drafting wise, I do feel like they're conforming to their own formularity with Triggle on the side, glue. Mobility wise, very sneaky, very easily able to maneuver away with a really great composure. Alter Ego, one way or the other, they have to figure out how to actually shut down most of the mobility wise that will be put out by RRQ Hoshi. On the other side, I like the fact that they picked up Phoveus as well. Phoveus is also one of the crucial heroes that been picked up as well. And you talked about Vexana. They picked up Vexana. Easier to actually grabs in with the first match off. So I think Alter Ego, right response wise, RRQ Hoshi also had a really good idea as well. In your opinion, Snafa, which of the drafting do you favor?
This is probably the most even draft that I've seen like throughout the whole challenge season. Actually, both sides are very honest, direct front-to-back siege-style compositions. Granger has a bit more range to play with, but Alter Ego is a bit better at diving. And neither side really directly wins out in scaling either. Maybe Granger ekes it out just a little bit in the late game because of how his stacks work. But otherwise, I think a lot of it comes down to how well the early game snowball actually happens for the respective junglers. And if we're talking about the junglers, Karin's actually equaled King Kong's KDA, who has been like topping the charts overall. So we can't just be focusing on what's happening in the jungle. The rest of the lanes have something to prove as well as we jump on into the Land of Dawn.
Let's see. Match number 2 right here. First round itself for the team of RRQ Hoshi versus Alter Ego. Indonesia right on the line here. Who will be the first one to go into the qualifier of challenge finals? Now looking on the side right now, it seems that both respectively using their potential to actually scout the area. We do see Rins pushing into Roundale, trying to actually hold them off from the territory as well. Ido also trying to find a way if they can actually try to go in and squeeze himself, but it's not going to be any case as we do see both sides are taking care of each other.
I have to point this out a little bit because it's very rare that this happens, but both teams have 3 Impure Rages, 1 Concussive Blast, and 1 Brace Fight. It's very, very unusual that we have the same 5 emblems on both sides, but of course, the actual emblem setups are a little bit different there. It's just a little bit of fun trivia. In terms of battle spells, it is of course going to be very different as well, with a heavier focus on Purify on Alter Ego just to deal with the Tigreal, and even a Sprint on Dyron because they want this glue to be running down the back line. Still has to be careful though. Vexana is a counter to glue for a reason, so Split cannot be used too willy-nilly.
Let's see. Right here, it seems that they're going to gang up straight away to Dyron. Stunning off immediately, Susujin also comes through. But at the same time, they're just going to deny any composure coming in from Alter Ego. Try to gang things up. Edok also denying as well. Trying to actually pull into Dreams as well as Gebe. It seems that Alter Ego, the attempts was been failed or been challenged away from RRQ Hoshi. So right now Turtle is in the side and they will be trying to actually contest it off. RWM been put out straight away and we do see right here immediately to be shut down by Gebe, and at the same time a lot of investment being put out by Susujin, able to take down the Turtle as well as getting the first blood as well. Nino on the rise here, try to push into Edok, but at the same time with the cause right here, Nino will be able to pull through to get Edok, but Susujin is on the rise. Darren takes down Dreams immediately and Susujin shuts down Nino.
RQ Hoshi definitely come out on top in that one. They get the turtle and they trade Edok for like 3 kills on the side of Alter Ego. So much better control over the team fight in general, but it was actually very, very scary, right? When they initially dived onto Alter Ego, they took a lot of burst damage from Roundel, but AE just didn't have enough follow-up damage after that to actually land the finishing blow, and that allowed RQ to basically reset their cooldowns and re-enter the fight. In fact, Edok almost escaped if Nino didn't manage to just clip him on the edge of that dark wave. So it almost was a 0-4-3 and the turtle too. RQ are very good at taking these sort of team fights. Alter Ego needs to be a little bit more wary of it, even if they do have a tankier frontline.
Oh, coming in Dreams, and Glorious Pass been used up. Will denied in middle of the movement, and it seems like no matter what, they will not allow Dreams to back away. But at the same time, the Ward caused here with the trade-off as RQ able to control the maneuver.
And now Sutsujin coming down to try and deal with highs. Retry comes out. Zaman Force used by the Harif. Sutsujin instantly has to dash out. Rins is coming in from the back line now to go for it. But Highs is beautifully maneuvered past 3 members of RRQ. He is the goal lane. He's the win condition for Alter Ego. And by avoiding a pickoff here, he's at least able to keep himself up to date with Toy's farm.
Oh, nice maneuver coming in. At least at the time, Heist was able to actually evade those, fight it off of the gang. You do see Dyron clears out the minion. And it seems that Roundin and Nino will try to actually find a way if they want to actually go out. But it seems that they decided to focus more on the turtle. We'll be able to tease it out. Edoc's getting the info as well, and Rinse is ready. Glorious Pass been put out. RWF also been set out, but at the same time, they locked on. And at the same time, right here, Alter Ego will be clear. Gabe takes down Edoc immediately and pushing him straight to the side of Gabe. Darren section down, and Dreams will be in the closer as well as getting the double kill. And right this in open, Nino had to pull away. So much damage been put out, but they are not allowing him. Mobilize straight away him, and Nino will be the one to be a casualty as well as RQ gets the win.
RQ is just so good at sustaining their way through these team fights. Tigreal and Glue are both very difficult to deal with, and Arins is able to maintain a very safe and solid distance to continuously dish out damage on this Eve. Even the mid lane forcing out the Zaman Force, and Highs almost dies to the poke from Toy. We're 5 minutes in, and RQ has already built up a 3.6k gold lead. Things are not looking swell for them, especially when you consider that RQ may have the slightly better late game scaling curve.
And looking at how RQ is very persistent, try to turn things around, or even try to actually shut down Alter Ego. Nino pushing into Suzujin. Rounded also gonna try to turn things around as well to back things up, but doesn't able to do so as Suzujin managed to pull away. And here on out, Alter Ego still finding the opening to close it off.
RQ are definitely maintaining control over the map a lot more effectively. This Glue doesn't get picked up too often, but is a very, very good counter pick towards Phobius in particular. And if the enemy team doesn't have good ways of punishing him, he just has such a strong presence. Multiple ultimates used in the mid lane to catch Rins, but a simple flicker just gets him out, and Alter Ego not able to be rewarded for their aggression anywhere on the map.
Oh, it seems that we do see that Team RRQ already clearing out the first level of top and bottom lane, and they're almost close enough for the mid as well. And here, Sushi seems that he is gonna go in for push out to Dreams, but RWM was invested right on the mid, going in all out to Roundel, managed to shut down by Dyron immediately. Now Gebe is in the scene of Dyron. He wants to go in all out, but the turret will deny his movement, only getting that 1 kill, but it's already enough for RRQ Hoshi to do so much damage.
We're seeing a reason why the Tigreal was prioritized by RQ Hoshi, why it's a popular pick between both of these teams. They like these more default front to backs, and if you're able to punish people with that implosion timing, if you have a secondary front line that can buy you time and attention from the opponent so that you can delay the implosion, it is so easy to actually catch the opponents off guard. Especially since Alter Ego actually isn't a very high mobility composition. Their positions are going to be largely fixed within the teamfight itself, with the exception of Highs, which allows RQ a bit more strategic thinking and how they want to approach every single engagement.
They are trying to clear out the first level of turrets as well as the second. Try to actually go all out for that second level. And Dyron also overlooking to round in on Nino. Try to find a way and allowing Edoc as well as the fact that Toy will be able to actually find a contempt for the territory. Almost there, and turrets number 2 on the level of top lane will be cleared out. And so far, RRQ for the pushing of the control-wise has been fruitful for their side, and Team Alter Ego still struggling not only to win those fights, also try to control the movement.
Things are going very, very smoothly right now for RQ Hoshi. It's going exactly according to plan, exactly how you want to play the game of MLBB. I'd say this is a very textbook definition of how you're supposed to win the game, actually. It's a slow burn, but it's an effective one because they've already built up an 8K lead in 8 minutes. That's usually the phase where you expect it very difficult to make a comeback. Even the RWM by Rins just to force him back, maybe get a cheeky pick off if they can. Mind you, this whole time, Toy has not been disrupted on the Granger.
Oh, Glorious Pass has been put out, but he's not gonna be able to go anywhere. Every time he put out the Glorious Pass, it's just for him to escape, but denial been done by RRQ.
RQ slowly denying every avenue of exit for Alter Ego. They literally cannot even play in their half of the map anymore. The base is the only safe spot left for them, as RQ just keeps making their presence known, not allowing them to walk out to get farm. This is gonna even more heavily snowball the game in their favor, as even if they pull their cores over to take the Lord, Alter Ego can still only try to play together, and they're not going to be able to easily pick off Edok or Dyron anytime soon. I would say the game is already basically GG unless Alter Ego can make some kind of miracle happen.
Miracles, and also possibly with RRQ, if one slip will be done, maybe possibility if Alter Ego saw that opening, they can actually change it off and get the fruitful they needed or success on their side. But then again, it's not gonna be easy. They need to find the pinpoint. At least denying the movement of Direct, or even the fact that we do see that Toy moving in and out as easily as possible is giving a lot of the mobility-wise control coming in from the side of Team Arakyoshi, and Alter Ego haven't found that point itself. But Toy, look at that, giving a lot of damage coming in from Gebe, just enough, and he already spotted out Edo, also looking for an opportunity for that implosion, but at the same time, they are clearing out the turret as well, doing a lot of damage. But Team Alter Ego very cautious, trying to be disciplined, denying any of the opportunity. But Glorious Pass been invested already. Dreams a little bit too ambitious, but at the same time, Gebe will be taken out by Susujin right at the top. And right here, Zamafo has been put out. RWM will be taken out. High stakes down Edo as well as Susujin, making sure clearing out as well. And we do see Riz getting those double kills, but it's clearing out the team of Alter Ego. None things can be done as they able to shut down the first round into the hands of RRQ Hoshi.
A very straightforward victory for RRQ. They didn't really have to do anything too special, too unusual. They just played a clean, efficient, and effective MLBB. Because they had a good lineup, solid counter picking, and a plan in mind right before they entered the land of Dawn, it all went smooth like butter. Alter Ego tried their best to respond, but were still lacking on certain tools and missed out on engagements that they needed to actually get farm to keep them relevant during certain power spikes. Because of that, this is the fastest game of the challenge season so far, not even breaching the 11-minute mark, and still having a 13,000 gold difference in favor of RRQ.
Oh, I mean, the fact that RRQ was controlling throughout the whole entire game itself. We do see Alter Ego did try to actually turn things around. They did try to actually get that trades or even try to maneuver into their side itself. They had the kills, they did manage to trade off, but at the point where EDOT was able to push through, and not only that, we do see countless of times RWM was invested to lock it off Alter Ego movement, and that was the fine line. That was where they tried to contest the first turtle, and Alter Ego was nowhere or couldn't get out of the grabs of RRQ Hoshi themselves.
RQ just has a really good team fight combination, right? Tigreal and Eve together is already hard to handle. Then you have Phobias who just you have Glue who straight up has lane priority against Phobias. So because of that, Alter Ego doesn't have control over most of the map really, and Toy can just play it safe by doing damage in the backline. And most of the time, he didn't even need to participate in the team fights. Rins was all the damage that they needed when paired together with Sutsujin. Their positionings were good, their balance of entering and disengaging from the team fights. And we can see why Alter Ego was so worried about hero picks like the Cho and the Jawhead, because once Dreams is split up from the rest of his squad, it's actually so quick for RQ to melt through him because of the max HP damage that Soul Sever offers on Suyo. Sutsujin going to end up being the MVP of this one, another player breaching the 1000 GPM mark, and it really didn't even feel like he did all that much this match. That's just how effective this entire team lineup from RQ was.
Agree, definitely. And the fact that we keep on seeing that most of the time it was Rince who put out a really good composure, who actually had a really good initiation. And you talked about how the combination of E-Dog as well as Rince, implosion as well as the RWN been invested, had locked on against Alter Ego, couldn't do anything. And I feel like every time that Dreams try to actually hold things down, the Glorious Path has been put out just as an escape route for him. It's still not able to be done as RRQ Hoshi just shuts him completely, and that's where the fine line of Alter Ego didn't know where to do anything from that fact. Even with Zaman Force try to lock things off, it was still not enough.
I think Alter Ego unfortunately spent a bit too much attention thinking of how they would keep their front to back formation solid by getting rid of heroes that would isolate the high-lows, and then just forgot that glue existed as a direct counter to Phobius in lane. You need to have your EXP lane priority at least to make sure that you're not losing out in early game rotations. RQ Hoshi, still a very well synergized team lineup. The players are confident and comfortable with one another, and our mercenary Sutsujin as the MVP, showing why Suyo is the second highest, most prioritized hero in the meta.
I think pretty much like you talked about how Sutsujin, it wasn't actually seen much. The fact that it was one of the highest GPM we see here for today, but yet pretty much we've always seen that the fact Rince was performing really well, but it was with the help of E-Dog as well as Rin where Sutsujin was performing well. This is where Nino was actually quite ambitious, tried to shut down E-Dog immediately, but at the same time Sutsujin was able to trade it off, and this is where the fine line of Alter Ego, they try to actually push in those team fights, but it's still not enough, and we do see those are the crucial condition that was done by ROQ that they made it really happen. And this is where they contest with a turtle, but RDM been put out and Alter Ego was just been shut down. So much damage been put out. Darren was able to get the double kill.
It's honestly strange how Alter Ego weren't respecting E-Dog as well, right? Like, Dreams also plays a lot of Tigreal. He should be well aware that you do not approach the neutral objective grouped up together, because Law and Order is not that long of a stun. They just kept getting caught over and over again inside the implosion, and that sets up so well for RQ. Yes, they have revitalized to keep themselves topped up even if they are caught together, but there's so much burst with the Eve and the Suyo, and you don't really have too much to play with on your own regard either. RQ Hoshi made very good use of the draft that they were given. It's a very solid one. Their gameplay is clean, textbook, exactly how you would want this lineup to be piloted, and it was just an easy and straightforward victory.
Liking how Team ROQ Hoshi now seems a great composure on the first round itself. Now going into Alter Ego, a lot of the focus that they done was actually not doing in what they were actually expecting. And going into Sutsujin's rotation wise, this is where we see how freely he was able to actually go in, taking all the buff he needed. He was actually investing himself for the team fights participation for the turtle as well. Many times he was able to actually get the kills they needed so that Arakyoshi was in the lead itself. And the fine line, pretty much he was freely. He wasn't being interject whatsoever by players of teams from the side of Alter Ego. That's where Sutsujin was just freely doing what he needs to be done for the side of ROQ Hoshi.
I especially like how active Dairon was being very early on into the game. He not only was winning out lane priority against the Phobias, the moment that he had already taken the tower, he immediately starts like rotating over and making his presence known in the enemy jungle. This allows RQ Hoshi to slowly push their line of control forward in the Land of Dawn and reduce the amount of space that Alter Ego can play in safely, all while providing vision so that when Alter Ego tries to go for for objectives, RQ are able to position themselves in a way to instantly respond to any sort of aggression and punish them for grouping together. So again, exactly how MLBB should be played when you have a lineup like this. Alter Ego needs to fix a little bit, right? They firstly got to approach the draft a little bit more smartly. I think they let a bit too much through, kind of hyper-focused on certain facets of the draft, which are perfectly respectable to focus on, but you gotta keep your mind a little bit more open in that regard. And then in terms of the gameplay, maybe try to do something a little bit different.
And adapting to what we see, despite the fact that yes, Araki Hoshi was following the textbook coordination itself. Those are the things that maybe Alter Ego needs to surprise us, needs to find some essence of maybe do not too much engage on the details wise, or find a way that possibility there could also be an issue of not familiarized with the heroes that they are using as well. That could be an issue for in the side of Team Alter Ego. So again, they need to be figuring out how to respond properly to Araki Hoshi, despite the fact I feel like there was a lot of things that could be turn things around when it comes to that drafting. So match number 2, somehow again I'm looking forward for Araki Hoshi. So far it was just so beautifully done. It was just right on point to the fact that Team Alter Ego could not do anything no matter how much they try to go in for the team fight.
And during the draft, I actually mentioned how I felt this was one of the most even drafts I had seen the whole challenge season 2, right? So I feel like Alter Ego could have actually still made something happen. Ideally, they put a little bit more focus towards the EXP lane early on, right? Try to have the jungle rotate up there. I think they did actually try to do so, but RQ already predicted it in advance. So that made things just a little bit more difficult for them in general. The draft definitely was the source of quite a lot of their woes in game number 1. So if they're able to clean them up slightly, it should help them a little bit more.
Oh, I hope so. And the fact that the team of Alter Ego, a lot of things that they couldn't done, they could have actually rotated around. Those are the things that we saw on match number 1, right? Where Onic Philippines, they not only surprise us with unorthodox picks, but they always adapt to the players, to the opponent's gameplay. If you saw that Team Araki Hoshi is denying your movement, find a way to break through. And Alter Ego, every time they try to go in on top, they keep on trying to target Dairin. I know for the focus that fact they don't want to allow so much mobility in the hands of Araki Hoshi. That was the target they keep on trying to put out, but with Dairin, it's always been covered up, been back up. They actually lost touch of the control of the map itself because of their objective was not seen through. So Team Alter Ego, in one lane to another, they're not looking overall itself on the gameplay. And hopefully going into match number 2 or round number 2 here, they will be able to be in a better of eyesight itself.
I think a little bit more willingness to think outside the box in terms of their gameplay approach who could have done them wonders, right? We already saw from Onic earlier the willingness to use bodies as a resource to get a little bit more space on the map. Here, I think Alter Ego wasn't really willing to give up on anything. That is, like, they were making sure they weren't getting picked off. They didn't really want RQ to push into their lanes and get free towers. But when you're not willing to give up on anything, then you may not be able to earn anything in exchange when you're already a little bit behind in terms of the lane matchups. So going into game number 2, Alter Ego going to be on the blue side, RRQ on the red.
Louis, Eves, as well as Joy have been banned off, and going into Araki Hoshi, Parith, Jusin, and also the typical Fanny ban off already been put out. So I feel like Alter Ego is respecting the RWM that was done by Araki Hoshi, so that's the reason why they're denying it as well. But at the same time, Toyu will be picked up to be stolen from the hands of Sutsujin. Now, Araki Hoshi, how are they going to respond it?
You can probably just grab Matilda here, right? You do the same like alpha baiting that a lot of other teams are doing. Or if you want, you can leave it open for a potential Tigreal down the line instead. Either way works. They will prioritize the Granger. if they don't go Matilda here, then they do. All right.
Your predictions is on point. There you go. I mean, like they have the opportunity that it could be. But then again, going into your comments, right? If they didn't pick up Matilda, what are your thoughts could have been on that side?
If they didn't go Matilda, they could have gone like the safer high-low Gatot option. Hilda is also a possibility, but I started with Matilda for a reason, right? In this way, RQ can bait out the alpha. Alter Ego already know for sure this is going to be an alpha third pick, but they have no way of like stealing it away because they already have their jungler. So they have to go something else. RQ can get that for free alongside a meta pick like the Granger. Irritail will definitely come out because that is the lane counter. And then the Tigreal will be stolen away as well by Dreams. This will be alpha 100%. And then we will go into the ban phase.
Ooh, okay, so far, again, this is following the ultimate rotation of picks that expecting coming in from RQ Hoshi itself. Now, seeing how Alter Ego spotting out how they've already gotten their jungler, they already gotten also their EXP. Now RQ Hoshi will take off Valentina. They're denying IMU, knowing for a fact that they do not want anyone to take away their ulti and use it against them.
If the Valentina is being banned out, there is the possibility that RQ is looking at a Farsa as a possible pick. The Granger Sicilian combination is still available for them. If paired up with the Matilda, actually grants them a good amount of survivability, though it might make it a bit more difficult to deal with the Irritail. So if they go the Sicilian route on RQ, they will need an EXP laner that has solid lockdown. That there's not a lot of that left in the pool. As for Alter Ego, they're still going to be looking for their mid laner, as well as their EXP lane. They ban out the Phobius. The CC is removed as well. It does seem like both teams are trying to force the other into going the typical sandbag route of the high-lows.
Okay, this is interesting. Again, they do need the mage on their both sides. So, possibility of Alter Ego, will they actually take off as well another mage to be put out here for the ban side? Is that going to be a focus from the side of Alter Ego?
They could just ban the Sicilian to make sure that RQ doesn't go double artillery composition. But they go for the Vex instead. So if they're banning Vex, they're trying to make RQ pick Glue so that they can maybe like counter with the Faramis. Because like if RQ doesn't go Glue here, Alter Ego can go for it quite safely themselves. So Lucas actually doesn't match up too badly into it. So RQ already on top of that one. Alter Ego, they can go Glue here if they want to. So the Faramis is still a possibility, so it's a bit risky. Otherwise, you still have options like the Hilda or the Khalid, but both don't actually do too well into Lucas. Hilda probably has better chances though.
And let's see, 2 more to go. And the fact that Luke has been picked out by RQ Hoshi, this is where the fine line, I feel like drafting wise from RQ Hoshi is even more sturdier. Definitely put out a really good defense mechanism, as well as for the damage wise, RQ Hoshi has it done, has it going down already on their side. Alter Ego, they picked out Hilda and the Faramis for their last pick.
To live is to
Yeah, they were definitely trying to make RQ pick the Glue here. They were trying to bait them into it. They want to go for a teamfight comp with the Tigreal and the Faramis. Having that Netherrealm will grant them a lot more survivability to match up against a Matilda. We see a lot of teams that pick Matilda ban out Angela so that they don't have to deal with as much healing and shielding on the opposite side, but Faramis will grant that in exchange. So now RRQ going to need a pretty good mid laner. Farsa is still in there. Not too sure if it's going to be the best. And if they're worried about rundown, Aurora is also not too bad. But looks like they'll go for the first choice instead. RQ going to have a squishier lineup overall, but also a lot more damage potential.
A lot of damage potential coming in from RQ Hoshi. And we do see a little bit of mobility wise also coming for him. I mean, we do see Granger having a really good skill-wise on their side. Not much of a grounding can actually be in the back line. We do have Matilda with a circling eagle. Will be able to move away as quickly as possible. Alter Ego, they're looking for a way to able to control or even center out the game fight, the team fight itself for themselves. So hopefully that could be a really good idea or a response to the side of Onic PH after that first match. But then again, if execution did not go their way, Team Onic PH can just as easily punish them. But let's see if that's gonna be the case. Here on out, round number 2. Remember guys, on this challenge season, it's best of 3. So that means if Team Alter Ego does not do something, Onic PH will be the second team to go to the challenge finals.
It is a qualifying match after all. A loser doesn't go home, but they'll have a much longer journey ahead of them, having to qualify for the last chance qualifier. So you ideally don't want to have to play around that. Game number 2, Alter Ego has a very solid composition. The same way that we saw from RQ in game 1, you can play a very honest style and go for more efficient control over the team fight, playing around implosion and NetherRealm cooldowns. RQ have a good amount of sustain and damage because they can play around this Matilda, but they're going to be overall a little bit squishier. That means that team fights are a little bit more difficult for them. It requires more finesse and synergy and trust because they actually have to play a bit more similar to the style that we saw from Onic earlier, forming more independent units within team fights rather than just running at them as a death ball.
And you have to be really confident on how you actually go in for those combos, because Carol wise, he knows how to shut things down. He was able to lock on you individually and he was confident enough. And if you actually do go in for the fight and overextension was done, too much of his movement was done to a point that didn't manage to clear it out, it's not gonna be easy. I mean, talking about how Edok as well as Nino is a little bit tankier and they might be able to pull through as much of his movements to put out. Then again, Onic PH, they have damage on their side as well. Now looking on the side right here, we are still holding off because so far the teasing, the picking on the side are seen. Turtle has already been spawned and Suzujin will be the first one to straight away tease it off. Now Gebe looking for a way, does want to actually try to maneuver and fight it off. But Edo looking forward to straight it off, to fight it off. Darren also go in straight to the Sacred Beast, but Turtle almost shut it off. Suzujin will be able to shut him down, and at the same time, they're looking forward to the side of Team Alter Ego. Doesn't manage to get the first blood just yet, just enough to get them all the kill or even at the most the damage to pull them off.
It's very Dreams gonna be caught there by Edok. First blood going over to Sutsujin, actually found in his own jungle. Matilda players this challenge season, honestly, have been scaring me a lot.
Oh, but Suzujin, a little bit overextension, did try to go in for the fight with Gebe as well as Nino and Rince. Looking for an opportunity also. He opens up the ultimate and Gebe will be the second as well. Now pushing it, but he managed to actually survive it up. But nope, he was taken down and now looking for the next one. It's going to be Rince, been airborne. At the same time, shuts down by Dreams as well. Now Dreams looking for a way to trade it out, but at the same time, Nino, a little bit of the ambitions will be put out and that's going to be a good trade already for Alter Ego, even though leads comes through to the side of Onic PH.
Matilda just enables you to play so aggressively, it is ridiculous. Rince got traded there, but RQ is still going.
Suzujin, a little bit overextension and Roundale almost closing in and Roundale managed to shut down Suzujin immediately. That overextension was unnecessary, but at the same time, it gives an opportunity to the side of Team Alter Ego to trade it off.
Yeah, there was a lot of faith from Sutsujin that even if he ran into danger, he would be pulled out by the guiding winds. But a really nice flicker for him at Roundale. The extra bounce from the Ghostbusters is what finished him off in the end. So, Alter Ego gets a little bit back. So far, kill score actually 2-2. The turtle is the only thing that's making the difference for RQ right now. And you can see that this modification in the draft is making it a little bit easier for them. There's more leeway for Alter Ego to play around now that the tick rail is on their side and they have the NetherRealm too.
Darren try to go in 1v1 with Nino. Doesn't manage to go in. Turtle will be spawned. This is going to be the second Turtle as Dream. We'll try to tease it out. Edok looking for a way. Does try to actually pick it off to Roundale, but at the same time, not gonna do anything as Dream looking for that opportunity to go in. But there you go, goes out for the stun. Gabby moves away, but at the same time, Edo now stuns comes in from the side of Dairen. Rins managed to take down Dreams first of all, but Gabby trades it off for Dairen, and Susujin also managed to get the turtle.
I'm definitely seeing a trend of EXP laners and Lucas in particular just basically sacrificing themselves as a way of making sure their team is able to achieve some kind of objective. In this case, both of the first turtles of the game have been claimed by RRQ because of the guiding winds of Lucas play. Toy now being targeted. Ooh!
And at the same time, Toy almost close enough to be shut down. But Rins and Edo will be coming in for the backup. Eno almost close enough. Will be able to move away before being a casualty in the hands of RRQ.
They instantly back it off once they see Dreams rounding the corner. Want to play it a bit more safe there. Dairen actually being dragged all the way into the top half of the map to see if they can mess with Heise's farm. Irritel can be pretty scary once you get into that mid-game phase. Sutsujin though, in some trouble.
In some trouble, being tagged off by 3 players. Roundel, Nino, as well as Gebe getting the kills right in the hands of Nino. Now, pushing in straight to the mid as well as turret will be shut down, clearing off the mid lane first of all. That's just the first turret on this 6 minute right in this match number 2, or round number 2 of match number 2 itself. And somehow, Arakyoshi, yes, they did giving off the opportunity to the side of Team Alter Ego to get the kill, but yet again, their objective still in the focus.
And being able to get the mid-tier 1 as the first turret of the game is huge because it just opens up so much priority for RRQ to roam around the map. Looking at the first items, nothing too unusual here. Last call already completed on E-Doc that'll allow RRQ to play a lot more aggro. Toy going for the Sky Piercer build on the Granger, so intending to be the finisher overall, and otherwise pretty default openings for RRQ. They only have about a 1k gold lead, but they've been making sure to trade every single time they see Alter Ego go for some kind of gank on the map. They're making something happen elsewhere.
And Dreams gotta go in straight away, but it's gonna be Riz who takes down Dreams immediately, not allowing that implosion. Sujin also takes down immediately the turtle and now pushing her to Roundale. But at the same time, Dairen pushing her straight to Nino with a Sacred Beast form. But Nino managed to pull away, and Heis was able to scare away for that backup, but they did manage to get the kill and the turtle. They needed the 3 turtles right in the hands of RRQ.
A massive mistake by Dreams right there, wasting his entire combo and leaving himself vulnerable in the middle of the river with no team backup because RQ Hoshi were still doing the guiding winds Lucas combo and pulling Dairen in to separate the rest of his team from him. And now that there was no longer an implosion to play around, they could actually take Dreams out and even pick off some extra without worrying about diving too deep into the enemy jungle. Alter Ego cannot have that happen. I really do think the implosion should be saved for a little bit later in the fight instead of trying to initiate with it.
Let's see if that's gonna be a good decision making or a note they are gonna build up after the mistake was done. 3,000 goals in the lead right here does show that RRQ is in the really good potential of form, even despite that the leads or the kills are just lead by 1 point. And RRQ Hoshi, they already have a really good cover out. 1 layer of turret has already been cleared out. And Dairen is looking for someone for them to push in. Roundale and Nino right in the scene. Gonna go all out to Dairen first of all. Dairen gonna stun it off and push it out to Nino. Almost close it out, but doesn't manage to get the kill they needed. The last hit that was needed to be shut him down. Nino pull away. And that's a really good composition coming in from Alter Ego. But then again, right here, Dairen tried to tease off Dream as well. Not gonna be in the favor. That team fight was unsuccessful to the side of RRQ, but at least they did try to push away Alter Ego.
It had the potential to be disastrous actually. Once I saw Dreams coming in from the flank and RQ still quite grouped up in the mid lane, I thought for sure a flicker implosion play was coming. But Rins was in the bush and actually stunned him midway, which gave RQ the time needed to separate and run backwards. So that was a really nice call coming in from the Parsa. Now the Lord.
Now the Lord will be triggered up, and Dairen sacrificing himself just try to tease off away the team of Alter Ego. But at the same time, Rince takes down Nino, and now Toy takes down Roundale as well. And that's the double kill that is needed for RQ to just get the Lord for themselves. And again, we keep on saying Darren denying and leaving himself in the open to be shut down or getting out by 3 people of Team Alter Ego himself. But with a really good proof pool, that sacrifice was just a great composition coming in from Team RRQ.
And even if Darren is dying a lot, we can see that his damage numbers are actually very, very high up there, doing his job as is necessary. And him sacrificing his life is actually very worth it a lot of the time for RRQ Hosi. He is taking out most of the extra HP from the Netherrealm and grouping Alter Ego together so that RRQ can follow up with a Spear of Alpha with multiple members stacked. Now they're targeting Dreams in the river.
Coming in, Dreams. That implosion will not do anything. Sushijin immediately shuts down Dreams, and now Toy looking for a way to shut down with Gebe as well. So much pressure coming in, and it seems that Team RRQ just almost barely able to get away with another casualty, but Team Alter Ego was able to pull away.
Nino got very lucky there. If that had done just a little bit more damage, I'm pretty sure the Sky Piercer would have finished him off. The Holy Defense comes in, Sushijin dives into the backline, gets pulled out. Tower should be taken quite easily from RRQ. They've already zoned Alter Ego completely off of it.
Lot will be cleared out, and they are clearing out the marching minions as well so that they can pull in into the top lane as well. Now let's see if it's gonna be Sushijin almost investing himself straight into the mid, but at the same time implosion comes through and Dreams able to stun them out, but is it gonna be enough? Direct shuts down Haze immediately, and Toy takes down Dreams. Now looking forward for the next one as Nino will be pulled through. They have a lot of damage. Eno shuts down Nino, and that's gonna be left with 2 more players to Alter Ego. They clear out the second last turret, leaving only top lane, and Team RRQ, they are hungry. They want to go all out right this instant. Marching of the minions to clear out the crystal. Goes all out. Sushijin will be denied by Gavin, but it's going to be a lot of damage already, shutting them down. And crystal will be won as RRQ Hosi gets the first win of the day with 2-0 in their hands. And they are the second team to go to the qualifiers of the Challenge Finals.
RRQ Hosi will be joining Onic Philippines in the Challenge Finals as they're able to clean sweep the Group B upper bracket against Alter Ego, taking the victory 2-0. It looked a little bit scary there. Dreams finally got the implosion that his team needed, but the rest of Alter Ego was not ready to follow up on it. And Dyron continuing to be a hero for RRQ as he was the only one not caught inside it and immediately jumped into the base to make sure that his team would not be piled on after the Tigreal catch. RRQ Hosi looking confident, looking comfortable, and looking very good as they enter the next stage of SPS.
Congratulations to RRQ Hosi. I mean, started out really good for Alter Ego as well. I think that Alter Ego did find some answers throughout. They did try to actually at least trade it off the numbers. Even at the mid of it all, we do see that Alter Ego, they are down by the numbers for the economy wise, but they still try to hold things out. They did try to shut down some of the potential that was done. I mean, we do see that Nino was trying to at least control the movement of Dyron, as well as the fact that Sushijin was also denied a little by a little bit. They try to gang up, but it's still not enough as RRQ was already in a really good peak form during that mid game, and that's where Alter Ego was just picked by one another, and thus a lot of the implosion. They did try to actually connect the dot, but like you talked about how Alter Ego was nowhere to be found, so those ultimate that was done by Dreams was just not connecting as they want it to be.
And we gotta give props to Edoc, the star of the show. Yes, he may not do very much on his own, but the combination of Alpha Matilda is potent for a reason. Every single time Sushijin is able to play so aggressively, overextend so much because he knows that the guiding winds will always be there to pull him out. And almost every Matilda we've seen this challenge season has been able to get 100% kill participation. Because AE was spending so much time dealing with Dyron and Sushijin, Toy was just left undisturbed the entire game, having an over 900 GPM as well. And if we look at the damage numbers, they're just overall higher all the way through from RRQ Hosi. So even the extra health from the Netherrealm didn't really amount to much.
And the fact that we do see that most of the time, Edot was able to pull away. That circling eagle, when you give so much mobility-wise to the players, this is where Edot stands out the most. He was able to pull away. There was a amount of time that we do see that they try to target Edot, try to shut him down. He was able to freely skirt without any casualty, and this is where the fine line of 0 death was in his side because of the fact that he was just mobility-wise controlled into this match number 2 or round number 2 itself. And Team RRQ Hoshi, they already have so much answer that AE could not do anything. The first blood, I think pretty much this is where the fine line that the overextension that was done by Alter Ego was unnecessary, so Sutsujin was able to find that first blood itself. And even despite the fact Dreams did manage to get the implosion they needed during the early games, that was the needed trade that they wanted to go in. But with the fact that the first turtle they tried to contest, Darren Poos in himself, he sacrificed himself all out to do so much damage. Team RRQ Hoshi was able to manifest from those sacrifices.
Also have to know that because RRQ has so many frontliners that are just willing to throw themselves at the opponent, and Alter Ego has to largely stay together to take advantage of the Nether Realm, no one is ever targeting Toy and Rins in the backline. The feathered airstrikes are uncontested, the damage is strong. You can just see how easy it is for the DPS of RQ Hoshi to do their job without really needing to worry about anything, because this Lucas is always in Alter Ego's face. Sutsujin is just diving in and out with the Matilda, and in the moment that the implosion comes out and Alter Ego wants to follow up on it, Dyron just jumps straight into the base, tells them, you have to get through me first, and the rest of his team is able to follow up after that.
Oh, definitely. I agree on that. And the fact that there were a time where, despite the fact, yes, the implosion did manage to stun off, at least control an area for the side of Team RRQ Hoshi. Alter Ego had the idea, but again, RRQ was already in the lead. There was so much powerness that was already accumulated in RRQ Hoshi's side that they couldn't do anything to counter it off. And going into the movement of RRQ Hoshi Edo, this is where we say, I even talked about it, how freely he was able to go as manywhere as he wants. He do a lot of the teasing. He does get a lot of the extras in it. He helped along all the team fight that is needed. And when the team of Alter Ego wants to punish him, he will deny it immediately and move away with his mobility.
Matilda as a hero just offers so much to their team. The shields are so much sustainability. The guiding winds allows you to play so aggressively. And Circling Eagle is also an excellent tool for providing vision and getting set up, while being able to safely provide whatever your team needs at the perfect moment. Right from the get-go, you can tell that Iraq is very comfortable about running into the enemy jungle alongside his team, because they know that they have the tools that can get them out of danger if they just happen to slightly overextend. That allows them to play a little bit more carelessly, but also more controlled in the sense that their aggression will convert into something. And it doesn't allow Alter Ego to play the game at the pace that they ideally want to with a team fight combination, right? When you have Tigreal and Faramis, you want to fight around the first turtle at the level 4 mark. So at level 2, they invade, they try to take camps, they get first blood, slow down the Tigreal, and now Alter Ego's timing has been delayed. They can no longer fight on that first turtle, and RQ just keeps doing this over and over again. It doesn't matter if they have to throw Dyron's life away to make it happen. It is more than worth it, because Alter Ego's entire pacing and power spike is linked to one another. You disrupt one, you disrupt the entire composition, and it creates more cracks in the armor that RRQ can burrow into.
Oh, that's a great analysis. And the fact that RRQ was already able to shut down only one connection and it alters all the Alter Ego's movement. It was just a perfect decision making coming in from RRQ Hoshi. So congratulations again for becoming the second team going into the challenge finals, joining in with Onic Philippines. And we do have a couple of teams that is already on the side that will be joining with the two teams that are able to survive into this challenge season itself. we'll be talking about it later on at the end of this show. But now moving into the next match, the third match of the day is gonna be Lazy Esports versus Evos Esports. This is from the lower bracket. They lost already from the day number 1. Now, one of them needs to say goodbye today. It's either Lazy Esports or Evos Esports. We're gonna have a short break, come back for the match number 3.
Let's get waved, let's get lit, let's get high, let's come have it. Let's get burst, let's get mash, let's buy a bottle and splash that cash. Guess what, it's time for action. You're feeling fine, main attraction. Pure vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the baseline, chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what is Come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Main attraction. Pure vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the bass. Chemical reaction. You're feeling fine. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what is chemical reaction.
I'm the type of girl that turns logic into atoms. Think you know it all, but then Steady joke design. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady joke design. Think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise. Bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cutthroat code. Run it again, not there. XOX cutthroat code. Run it again, not there. Like a moth to the flame, I'm attracted when the dial starts saying my name. I can go there easily, and it's hard to maintain, 'cause I know it's not the world I know, it's me. Believe in every little thing I hear, and no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. It stays coming in waves, and no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement, understanding when I'm impatient, that only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places, the strength to stare fear in the face, that only I give to me. Now I'm running this race, yeah. Stallions couldn't catch up to me.
And we're back once again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us today on day 3 of Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6 MLBB Challenge Season. We're about to enter our third match of the day, which is going to be our first elimination match of the challenge season between Lazy Esports and Evos Esports. Once again, my name is Stafa, joined by Pasha Bunny.
And not only the first elimination, because the first 2 matches, those who didn't manage to qualify to the challenge finals, they still have a lifeline, but now they're at the bottom lower bracket. But this is the thing, the teams that they have to compete to survive at the lower bracket are the teams that are competing right here for match number 3 and match number 4. And not let to add more even suspense, this is the first inter-region fight that we see, because previously the 2 matches was Philippine versus Philippine, Indonesia versus Indonesia. Now this is pride coming in from different country, Philippine versus Indonesia, Lazy Esport versus Evos.
And if you guys are excited, right, about the online matches, you guys will be even more excited for the offline matches. There are tickets being sold right now for the finals of the FPS that will be happening in Johor, Malaysia. They are very limited, right? But they're so cheap. They're only from RM5 up. So scan the QR code right now at the bottom of the screen, or you guys can check out this link you guys see right down here to grab your tickets right now. You don't want to miss it.
True, definitely. You have to buy. only able to actually see the fights, the matches right in front of your eyes, you'll be able to meet off with your idols. I'll be there definitely to support the SPS finals. It will be so much more intense compared to the online. You have all the vibes itself. Now, going back into the matchup, Lazy Esport versus Evos, Philippines versus Indonesia, going into the head-to-head, it seems that the overall or the power spike are more coming in from Lazy Esport. 15.67 for the average kills, 2,500 compared to the side of the team of Evos. So this shows how Lazy Esport are much in a better form to actually win this, if that's actually the case. But going into the fact that the first matchup that we see, Lazy Esport did had some trouble when they met up with their opponents. Do you agree on that, Stafa?
Yeah, Lazy Esports is one of those teams that I think a lot of people are surprised at how well they have been doing. If I remember correctly, they are MDL Philippine champions. And initially, I believe they did win game 1 against Blacklist International, but then got reversed when Blacklist were able to figure out the way that they ticked and were able to take advantage of some slight inexperience on the international stage. We still cannot count them out because this is a team that we've already mentioned in the past has actually been able to take games against much more notable squads, including one game from Team Liquid ID, the M6 runner-ups. Today though, they're gonna be fighting for their lives up against Evos Esports from Indonesia.
Oh, we got Veldora, we got Annabelle, we got Klokun, Tony, as well as Nikki. Now, fun fact on the side of Evos Esport as well. Now, they are actually gonna meet off with, also we talked about how they were the former teams, they were former champions of at state right here from both sides of Evos Esport as well as Lazy Esports, right? And knowing for the fact that there was a return of roster coming in, Shizo from the SPS first season of C Challenge Finals itself, he won already onto that season, and now he's coming back to actually reclaim back the trophy. Will it be the case or will it not be the case here between Lazy Esport versus Evos?
That was when Shizo was part of Euphoria Esports, so
Yeah.
he was able to achieve a great deal of success. I do think that Shizo was playing his heart out as well when Lazy was up against Blacklist International, but they were already a little bit too behind for him to really make the difference. So this time, I'm sure they want to be able to reclaim that glory, as well as the junglers, right? We gotta point both of these players out. Annabelle, a bit of a newer name on the international stage, but has definitely caught attention from time to time. And James Punks as well, who has really surprised us with his performance in the SPS so far. He has the higher average GPM, KDA, and even kill participation between these two teams. And you can argue that Evos definitely had a bit more of a difficult time previously because, well, they were up against none other than Onic Philippines themselves. So there's also definitely a bit of inflation, deflation with those stats, and this will be a chance for them to show us what they've really got.
I mean, it's tough. Once you meet off with a really good big names, a big, not just big name, but a really big giant inside your own grouping, it is gonna be tough for the side of Evos Esport. So let's see if it's gonna be in the same level when you meet off with Lazy Esports. Now, going into my caster prediction, for the first time today, we are on the same level. 2-0 on the side of Lazy Esport. I mean, yeah, I do agree on the note that you talked about how Evos Esport meeting off with their previous opponents doesn't give them much of the statistics that we would prefer, but I still think Lazy Esport, you meet off with Blacklist International and you had that opportunity to actually win against them on the early run. That shows that you had a good idea. Just need to adapt more, and that could give an advantage more to Lazy Esport, unless Evos Esport change it up here for today. And this is where we talked about how Shizo was a former member of Euphoria Esport. They won the first season of SPS Challenge Finals, and now he came back with another roster, with another team, looking for an opportunity to get that championship title again.
Yeah, I think Shizu is a player with a lot of potential for growth. He did play a season or two in MPL Malaysia back then with Todak, so I want to keep an eye on his journey. And I'm also a big fan of rooting for the underdog, right? Rooting for the dark horses. So in this case, so far, Lazy has been doing a great job throughout SPS. I want to continue rooting for them and seeing how far they can go. But Evos Esports is an MPL team. So that's going to be the first hurdle that Lazy will have to overcome to keep themselves in the tournament. The drafting phase for game number 1 is already proceeding. Evo is grabbing Joy, Lucas, and Iritel on the blue side, and Lazy with Eve and Granger on the red.
Oh, okay. More wise on the Lazy Esports, I do love how they've already picking up a lot of the great heroes coming in. Already we see RWM. We've already saw the potential of you able to lock things down. It was already successful. We saw how Onic was able to done that. And now they also have Granger, great back line. You can actually move around for that. And having Alpha also, Granger as well as Alpha, great combination coming in from Lazy Esports. Now Evos actually prioritizing Joy for the fact that they want that mobility wise, and I think that pretty much they also saw how Lucas are very crucial when it comes to team fight. That could be a really good idea if they actually able to prosecute, and with Aerotel also on the side, great damage even for the late game. That could be also one of the potential that they are focusing on. But now, coming back into the ban wise, what are the heroes that they want to actually avoid or try to actually shut down the possibility of the pulls here, Stuffer?
Well, looking at the Cho ban is already kind of interesting. Makes you think that Lazy Esports might want to go for something like the Hylos in the EXP lane just to form up a little bit more teamfight control when paired with the RWM. They also get rid of the Farsa so that the Granger doesn't have to worry about matching up against any direct artillery. At the very least, Evos doesn't have to worry about the Sicilians since the Eve has already been picked up on their side. They instead focus onto the EXP laners, getting rid of the Phobius that counters the Joy, as well as the CC that can actually put up a strong duel against a Lucas in lane and keep up with Joy and Iritel. Lazy does ideally need ways of locking down these high mobility heroes because right now they don't have a lot of crowd control outside of the real world manipulation. The Khalid is alright. I already expressed yesterday to Husky that I'm not a big fan of the Khalid roam. You basically have to come out the gate flying at level 1 and 2, otherwise your utility kind of falls off very quickly. But Evos, they'll finishing off the draft with a Badang and the Vex.
Oh, and I think Husky was talking about how he was actually looking forward for Badang to be much more popular here for the SPS Challenge season. We're seeing it also been put out as well from Evos. And I do agree on the side of Khalid. You talked about how it is. I think there's a lot more that you can actually put out. I mean, you talk about how CC, right? You could actually have a really good control with Gatot Kacha on the side. That could actually be a good benefit on the side of Lazy Spot. But they picked out Edith. Also a really good idea as well. But then again, I mean, pretty much from the start, I like the potential. Just that Khalid was just a little bit questionable and interesting choice to be put out by Lazy Esports.
I was kind of hoping Lazy would go into like the Belleric. I feel like it just counters a lot that Evos has, especially the Joy. Even the Tigreal would have been okay, but maybe he has a harder time against Lucas, so I can understand why they didn't go for that. Edith is alright, but in comparison to the other two, is going to have a bit of a harder time catching the opponent. Once they do though, they have a lot of burst damage to play around. But this is actually going to come down to a bit of a skill and matchup. I feel like there's a great deal of mobility in the Joy and the Iritel that could be difficult to handle. And then the Lucas already did a very good job in the hands of a player like Dyron previously. So let's see how well it'll perform in this one, because this is an elimination match. Both teams fighting for their lives. Game 1, let's enter the Land of Dawn.
First ever lower bracket match up. Who will go home crying off, or who will actually be surviving for that longer journey here for the SPS Challenge season? You talked about how you are more favorable on the side of Evos Esports. They haven't locked it down on how they want to actually portray in the game fight or even on the game plan itself. Lazy Esports, potentially very risky, but let's see if they can pull through. So far, I do see Dur just a little bit far off. Too much of the ambitious try to survive it out. Had a lot of damage already by the side of Veldora, but here on out, we do see they want to actually hold off on the mid lane as well. Now, they have the potential. They want to wait off for the Turtle and James Pong. Looking from the side of Veldora, gonna actually try to get S buff and they need it, try to actually farm it up, but Dur comes in and this is where they finally, they want to actually stun out Veldora, almost getting gold, the kill that they wanted. They actually go in for the double gang up, but at the same time Tony tried to back things up, doesn't able to do so. So at least with the investment they done, a lot of resources been put out. Lazy did manage to get one kill.
So I am noticing this is a Badang Arome on the side of Evos Esports, so they will probably be going into the Thunderbelt build, and unfortunately, going for a Badang Arome is a little bit risky because you're not going to be able to match up to the movement speed of a Khalid Roam. That's why Lazy Esports was able to get up into the EXP lane to gank Veldora a lot sooner than Tawny was able to respawn, and that's actually a very important gank for Lazy as well. Up until now, Veldora had been winning lane priority against Dur, and they needed to make sure to affect that lane somehow so that the EDF could come join the turtle fight and maybe hit level 4 a bit more smoothly. But because they were successful with that one, it looks like James Punks will be able to get the turtle quite easily for Lazy.
Not even able to actually steal it. Tony tried to actually sneakily try to actually have a lot of push out to the side of Hotbed. They even tried to actually go in for the RWM, immobilizing Shizo. Shizo had to back away. Tony tried to actually continue on, tried to actually had that connection, but doesn't manage to do so. Only managed to try to actually steal away the buff, but denied immediately by Lazy.
Shizo also had to use the flicker there just to make sure that Annabelle didn't suddenly turn around and get a free kill on him early.
But they're going in all out to Cloakwood. Will be the 1 second kill right here at the same time. Right at this instant, Annabelle had to pull away. Tony, a little bit overextension, managed to flicker, move off from the side of Lazy. And at the same time, Lazy has already done so much damage, they don't need to go for the extension.
So far, I am definitely liking what Pakbet is doing with this Khalid Roam. You can see even making sure that Nikki cannot safely recall back home and keeping him in place for the rest of the team to come in. Flicker Raging Sandstorm.
Nikki, oh my god, but no, the overextension being done. Annabelle will be able to get the double kill. Oh, needed for the trade-off by the side of Evos Esport. Crazy stuffer.
It was a good attempt by Lazy. Like I mentioned, Pakvet keeping Nikki in lane long enough for the rest of his team to show up and finish off the Irritel, but then overstaying their welcome behind the tower and not really having tools to be able to escape from a high mobility assassin. Annabelle comes in and gets 2 kills for himself. That is actually a really bad gold injection for Lazy Esports. You never want to give the Joy the lead like this, especially when you're playing on an alpha yourself. So that is something that Evos can play around going forward.
And we are seeing how Team Evos did manage to actually turn things around. Annabelle made it that double kill. That's what they needed coming in from Evos Esport. But now they're going to actually try to contest that turtle for the second one. You see, Lazy was able to get away very quickly, but Evos is not going to allow it for the second time. Uni right in the bushes. Dur will be able to spot it out, but they clear it out. But actually hold it ground for Dur. But Dur managed to move away. RWM been thrown out to shut down Parbed, as well as Veldora try to go on a one-on-one, but doesn't manage to pull through. But at the same time, Parbed having some composure right here will deny Evos to take him down.
Very well played by Lazy there, actually keeping themselves composed, like you pointed out. Pakbet being able to tank a lot of damage with that quick sand guard. The Raging Sandstorm actually initially missed. It didn't really contribute too much to things. But now even the orange buff gonna be invaded right now. Looks like Annabelle still able to secure it, not even having to use the retribution. Lazy rotating over to the bot lane.
Oh, Parbed almost close enough to actually get the hit that he's needed, but it's not gonna be easy. As we see, Tony did manage to survive it out, but it seems that we might actually go into a technical pause right here into this 5 minutes of the game itself. We're gonna let off Evos Esport as well as Lazy Esport to settle things out off the screen itself, one hoping that it will be able to be answered or even settle off as quickly as possible. But in the meantime, Evos, Lazy Esport, had a really good run coming in from the start itself. Lazy Esport, they know what was to be done. They were actually very, very ambitious. They were actually very proactive on the run itself. Not even a step that was done by Team Evos itself that denies them to actually get that first turtle. And even the second turtle, they actually try to contest it out, still in the favor of Lazy Esports.
Lazy has a bit more sustainability to play around here with that quicksand guard. And as long as they're able to bait out a lot of the cooldowns of Evos Esports in advance, then it allows them to play for a slightly longer game. They do have solid teamfight control with that RWM, and then the Granger just melting them away from the back line, but not quite enough items yet to really efficiently dispatch their opponents. So Evos Esports does still have some openings to play around themselves. Ideally, they don't jump the gun too much. They want to be playing a little bit closer together so that their damage actually connects between the multiple members, and they're able to delete members of Lazy before they can start healing back up with that spell vamp.
Okay, so far, I feel like both of the teams have a really good response. The pull and push coming in from both sides are doing well. Lazy Spot has a really good composure, but now we're back into the game itself. Still numbers coming in from T22. Economy-wise, Lazy Spot is still in the lead with 1,000 plus points going into their side. Now, Evos, they will try to actually get a hold of composure, get the buff they needed, farms it out, and it seems that we do see Hotpet is being left off to roam around freely, and this is giving a lot of information that is needed for Lazy Esports.
And it's exactly what a roam Khalid should be doing, taking advantage of his mobility and sustainability to keep an eye on how the map is rotating so that his team can make the most use out of that information. The first item is going to be completed on most of the cores at this point. Both teams going to be slowing things down just slightly. So far, still not really seeing the value of this Badang roam. I hope we get to see a bit more of it later on, but a big rotation from both teams to the bottom lane. They're eyeing this tier 1 down here.
They are trying to actually figure out, can they actually find an opening? Tony is gonna deny it. Popbet just finds a way to actually just to at least bait out Evos Esport. Clears out the minions, but will be denied immediately. And Lazy Esport, just a push and pull right here. Just try to actually bait out, but Lazy Esport is also a little bit hesitant. So the third turtle is coming up here, and they're gonna actually try to get it for themselves. Now, Veldora is in the scene. We'll get the info they needed for Team Evos. Hotbet is just roaming around. Let's see who's going to actually go in for the opening. RWM has already been opened. Dirt also shutting down, but had to be flickered away, had to move away immediately. But Tony will be the first one to be the victim of Evos Esports.
Very quick movements here from Lazy Esports, and the Badang once again being targeted. He really isn't as bulky as most other roamers are nowadays, so trying to walk forward to set things up is very risky for him when you have so much siege potential coming out of Lazy, and he just gets deleted in a single second after the Edith combo, keeping him in place. But we have to note that there are going to be some pretty notable key players on both sides for this game. Shizo so far has not been disrupted, 2 assists on the Granger, no death, should be farming very cleanly. And Annabelle is still riding off of the momentum of the 2 kills that he was able to secure earlier on in the game. The late game will actually come down to the duel between these 2 players in particular.
And there you go, they're going in all out to Popbet, but Popbet managed to move away. Great, all the investment being put out by Popbet is just a wasteful coming in from Evos, and this is where the fine line, they will try to actually punish it. Shizo coming in, and it seems that Tony also pushed out, but at the same time, James Bond comes through. RWM will be able to shut down Shizo, getting the kill. James Bond also takes down Veldora. Double kill coming in, and now one more player to go to be taken out as we airborne straight away. Annabelle had to pull away before becoming a casualty, but 3 kills in the hands of Lazy Esport. That's a really big win.
That was very well calculated by Lazy Esports. It went exactly how they hoped that it would. The RWM came out at the perfect time to force Evos backwards, and then James Punks was just waiting in the backline to get a multi-target spear of Alpha. For a moment, I thought that he was going to die to the tower, but turns out he actually had an early winter crown and was able to pop it just in time to divert the tower's aggro. I'm very surprised that he went for that as early as he did, considering that his team does have good enough front line that he shouldn't have to rely on it. But it ends up being very worth it in that particular situation, as it instantly doubles Lazy Esports' goal lead up to around 5k. We're 9 minutes in, First Lord has just spawned, and Evos doesn't really have much of a foot to stand on here. I think they're gonna have to play this safer and slower to get the items they need.
RWM been put out, Lord has already been taken out, but here on out, they try to push in straight away to Nikki. At the same time, Tony right in the scene. It seems that Popbet does not allow him to pull away, but unfortunately, they've already done enough. They don't need to worry much. Overextension is unnecessary. So now they're just gonna go in with a win. But Popbet is looking for more. Trying to go in for a fight with Cloakun. Does manage to get a lot of damage to put out. James Bond is also overlooking. Trying to find a way if they can actually get another win on their side.
And the mid-game snowball is now starting to get worse and worse in favor of Lazy Esports, to the chagrin of Evos. Annabelle being sent up to the top lane should actually get a free tier 2 there, but Lazy doesn't seem to mind it. They're going to be able to get 2 tier 2s instead in the bot and mid lane. And will escort the Lord down mid, see if they can get an inhibitor here. Holy defense going to be expended.
See, Cloakun almost close enough been taken off that easily. And it seems that they didn't manage to actually maneuver the occasion of the Lord marching into the mid. But here on out, RWM has already been invested. Just a little bit more turret will be taken out. But at the same time, Popbet pushing in. And it seems that Annabelle will be able to take down Shizo. Feldora takes down Kopskut. But Lazy Esport, they got what they needed. And they had to pull away before it gives more leeway to the side of Evos Esports.
But now Annabelle is actually going to start becoming our problem. That's even more gold injection into the Joy. Lazy, I think, did end up getting a little bit lazy there. Got a bit overconfident that they could keep pushing into the base. Forgot that Annabelle was on the opposite side of the map and could come in from any angle. And they lost the entire back line. Evos getting a bit more space now.
Oh, Annabelle almost close enough to take down Popbet, but they managed to pull away, getting the turret for the mid lane. That's going to give more control on the side of Evos. So it's almost balanced right here for both sides of the team, especially the fact that it's more in the favor of Team Lazy Esport. Yet they still have the control-wise, economy-wise still high on themselves as well. Now, Lazy Esport, they have to be cautious. There's one slip they already been done. They don't want to mess up again.
Yeah, they cannot afford to mess up again. They still have a bit of a goal lead right now, but a Granger becomes more and more of an unstoppable mass the less and less he is targeted. So that was Shizo's first death of the game, actually, to his ultimate nemesis, the Joy. The rest of Evos having a lot of difficulty catching up, but the Great Dragon Spear was just completed on Nikki not too long ago, so the Irritel can actually still do a respectable amount of DPS at this stage. And Lazy really needed to keep track of that gold lead that they had before. And they're trying to play a bit more aggro, taking control over the top river side, since they know the Lord is going to be spawning up there, should be able to shut out the wave. And this is a pretty important objective for Evos to contest. They only have 2 inhibitors left standing, and they're going to end up losing both of them if they're not able to stop Lazy from taking this Lord.
Let's see. They even try to actually gang up to Annabelle. They will literally try to shut down Annabelle first so that they can have more composure on their side. Here trying to tease off Lord first of all, and then Veldora is overlooking. He's finding a way to actually go out for the fight first, and it seems that so far they haven't actually tagged off anyone. Chizo doing some damage to Veldora as well, and it seems that they're gonna go all out here. Dur will be able to pick up RWM, have already clears out, at least shut it down. But Klukun managed to take down James Bond. But Popbet in the scene right here, Dur did manage to take off Veldora. Popbet was traded off, getting the double kill right here from Chizo, and now leaving Annabelle. But Annabelle making a difference, clears out, and it is going to be a team effort right here by Team Evos to take down the 4 players of Lazy Esports.
Yeah, I had a suspicion that Annabelle was going to start becoming a problem, and I think Lazy Esports really should have considered things a little bit more there. It's fine to engage on Tatani if you're able to remove him quickly, but you're doing it without considering the positioning of the rest of Evos. Not only did you take a massive amount of burst damage from Clockhood instantly, you had no idea where Annabelle actually was in the team fight, and because of that, it's difficult for Shizo and Chomskut to make sure that they are safely positioned so that they don't have to worry about it. Annabelle could just take his time, wait until the rest of his team had bought the space necessary for his cooldowns to come back up, and then re-enter when there was no longer any CC for Lazy to play around. I think Dur needed to stay a little bit closer in as the final survivor to at the very least offer a body for Shizo to hide behind, because now Evos have the Lord. They should be able to do some good damage with this.
A lot of advantage coming in because of the Lord with the economy wise as well. Clears out the Lord, but a lot of damage. Almost half a life of that turret has already been depleted, so they gotta be careful. Clears out all the waves first of all, but at the same time Team Evos is on the lookout, and Lazy, they have to be cautious. Now looking scene, we do see that Blockhood trying to find a breakaway right here, doing some damage as well, and Team Lazy Esport just trying to find a really good distance, just taking care of the gap, denying Evos to come in or see any kind of loopholes.
Lazy Esports don't have to worry too much yet. A 2k difference at this stage is not too bad of an issue, and Shizo still scales very well into the late stages. But he has already died twice in quick succession, so even if he is at the top of the damage leaderboard, it doesn't really matter if he's not able to safely deal with Annabelle. His joy is 5-0, and while Lazy had been doing a good job of taking fights quickly enough that he wouldn't become an issue earlier in the game, now that we've reached the late game, 15 minutes in, they generally have to keep track of his position at all times and make sure that electrifying beats is expended early. Otherwise, there is no way that Shizo can actually safely participate in the team fight.
Let's see if this is going to be the case for Team Lazy Esports. Seems that Annabelle, if they leave this off very, very easily to maneuver, for Annabelle to just have so much composure, so much power for his hands, it's not gonna be easy. So you talked about how Lazy Spot has to actually find a really good eyesight on Annabelle. If they actually allow it even more so, Annabelle can easily damage and punish them. Now, Lord is spawning. This is the second Lord already, and if Evos can get away with this, they can actually do more damage to Lazy Esports. So Contest is coming in already. Annabelle doing some damage, waiting for the right time. Veldora is on the scene as well. Things can be backed up. Even Cloakun is also on the scene as well with Nikki. So it's all about timing right here. But Lord almost going to done. Can they actually get it? Annabelle will get the Lord itself for themselves. But at the same time, extension comes through from Potbet, doesn't get anything, and now they're pushing it straight to Dur. Getting the double kill is required, and now team of Lazy Esport holding off for dear life as second Lord is already in the hands. But Shizo did manage to get it straight right here, taking down Cloakun.
Well, taking down Cloakun will help a little bit, but I'm not sure how much. 20 seconds before the rest of Lazy Esports comes online, and Lord is pushing up top lane. Evos Esports took very good advantage of the mistake being made right there, because they kind of jumped the gun, tried to initiate the fight onto Veldora before Chokeskirt or Shizo was ready to follow up on it, and then they got dismantled. Now Lazy will have to try and hold on.
Oh, coming in right here. They are pushing in. Lord's already marching, but they are not actually trying to go in straight to the crystal territory. They've done their job. They are taking it a little bit slow off. They don't want to push in too much. With a little bit of discipline coming in from Evos Esport to actually have more composure, and they're allowing this more time for them to just ban out and have a really good formation to fight off with Lazy Esports.
Lazy cannot be the ones to start the fight. They need to force Evos to waste cooldowns before they themselves engage. Their main front lines have already dropped off. They don't really survive long enough to buy space for Chokeskirt and Shizo. And they're still not really having any way of keeping track of Annabelle. We're gonna once again take a bit of a pause to make sure that the players are not dealing with any technical difficulties so that they can play the game smoothly. Because after all, their lives at SPS are on the line right now.
You know for a fact that if connection is a biggest enemy inside your tournament, it is a crucial point that you need to be aware of. I mean, if you are fighting with not just fighting with the enemy itself, you're fighting with the connection, it will alter all of the destiny that you are trying to create in the history of SBS Challenge itself. So it's really crucial to have that steps and to make sure that they'll be able to fight off evenly or even smoothly into this lower bracket. Now, going back into the decision making that Lazy Esport has done, there's a lot of hesitation that I see that could have been done by them, that could have actually be able to change things around, because the first lot already we see that Team Evos Esport was able to control so much of the speed of this game that Lazy Esport was not able to do so.
Yeah, Lazy is starting to get a little bit desperate, and I feel like this is a similar thing that happened to them in their match against a Blacklist as well. They started trying to force things unnecessarily when they had other factors that they could maybe consider to turn the game around. Whereas Evos, they reached a stage where their composition kind of pilots itself a little bit. They have a good amount of CC, their bulkiness is not too bad, and even the Badang, who had been kind of targeted heavily in the early game, has actually built up some items. So bullied is the correct word. He's actually got items now that allow him to survive and apply the CC needed before going down. Lazy needs to take this step by step. They need to refocus their thoughts and identify who the main issues are going to be. It is perfectly fine to try and target Tawny or Veldora to take them out first, but you gotta make sure that the team is not close enough to follow up. Otherwise, you are the one spending resources before you're ready to fight.
And the fact that Annabelle is always there to actually clear it out or even connect the Dawn at the end of it all, even though they have to sacrifice Tony, Annabelle will clear things off, and that's where. And we do saw how, no matter how much they try to actually make sure that Klokun shut down the opportunity of the deadly grabs, the eternal guard, it's still not enough, because Lazy Esport still is easily as possible can be picked out by Annabelle, and this is where the fine line that Lazy Esport are having a little bit of difficulty. But going back into the game here, we do see there's a lot of the efforts right here being imported or being invested by Lazy Esport to clear off all the waves, and it's giving a lot of the freedom for Evos to farm things out for themselves.
I mean, Lazy has to reclaim space on the map like slowly by themselves. They can't afford to push up when they are not able to really secure vision. So they will probably be able to get out onto the river in time for the Lord to spawn, but Evo still has more map priority in general. Lazy has to slowly clear corners, basically act as a tactical squad entering dangerous territory, using that Death Sonata to scout out brushes, and they cannot jump the gun. They cannot be the ones to start the fight. They gotta try and bait Evos into doing it somehow.
But they want to, and there you go. We're coming in for a fight already as James Bond. RWM will be denied immediately as NFL takes down the first blood. Dirt takes down Nikki as well, but Parbet is in the scene, and James Bond trying to go in for a fight with Klokun, but can he get it done? He did manage to take down Klokun, but Veldora comes in for the trade, and this is where the final Veldora gets the double kill to Parbet as well. Tony will be pushing into Dirt all alone by himself. He will be gang up. He tried to survive, but it's nowhere to be able to survive and escape as Team Evos shuts down Lazy Esport for the team wipeout, and this is the key for their victory. If they can clear this out already, they can be able to shut it out. And we do see a marching of waves coming in at the top. If there's a possibility the march comes in and not in time for even Chopscoot to survive it out, Evos can just clear this and shut down this first round of match number 3. And it seems that you don't even need a march. They're already pushing in right at the mid lane. Crystal been done. Chopscoot, nothing could be done. The first win goes to Evos Esports.
Evos Esports held out strong, waited for their timing and their power spike because they knew that this Joy would eventually be able to counteract the positioning of Lazy Esports. And unfortunately for Lazy Esports, they just didn't adapt. They didn't learn from the mistakes that they were making and just allowed their cores to be picked off over and over again. And for the initial snowball they had built up, be completely wasted as Evos Esports hit the power spike and the timing that they were waiting for. It was a hard-fought victory, 20 minutes in. But I think we can definitely say Annabelle was a crucial player in the ending of this game. We can even see the Wind Talker being purchased at the very end just to make sure they're able to take down the crystal before Choveskirt can respond.
I mean, again, we expected more coming in from Lazy Sport. A little bit of the late game that was done by Evos, and the fact that they were just in a better position. They managed to actually prolong the game itself to a point that they were very disciplined. They know when was the right time to actually clears off Lazy Sport. That was the fine line where Lazy Sport, they couldn't handle that mentality or that movement that was done by Evos Esport himself. And I think they were already panicking. They were already in a disruption of their own gameplay to a point they couldn't find any answer to shut down either one, because they were focusing on Tony, but Tony was actually already pushing off. And despite the fact that Annabelle was already having so much buff on his side and also already have a lot of powers in his hand, they couldn't do anything to shut things out for Evos Sport. Not what we expected, because we thought that Lazy Sport will get away, but Evos making a change here. So that means, could it be that it is going to be a turnover of our prediction here for our third match, or will Lazy Esport be able to respond? Going into the MVP, great job coming in from Annabelle with the 830 per minute in the hands, and has the deserving of MVP because he made things turn over for Team Evos.
Yeah, having Annabelle is what ultimately won Evos Esports the game. Being able to get those 2 kills in the beginning set him up to be able to play a bit safer and try to snowball off of a slow momentum build-up, even when the rest of his team was having difficulty keeping up with Lazy Esports. And then once he got his final couple of items, he was now able to actually dive into the backline to punish Choveskirt and Shizo. Lazy Esports failed to consider this. They were already under the impression that they were in full control of the game and that they would be able to take team fights a lot more simply from a direct front-to-back siege perspective, without considering that this Joy has been left unchecked for a very, very long time. When Shizo died the first time, they could have still tried to make something happen by adjusting their strategy, but still attempted to go at it the same way around. And I think it is a lot of irony that the player that they were punishing and bullying quite hard in the early game, Tawny on this Badang, ended up being the one to land the final nail in the coffin by initiating that final fight in the Lord Pit and getting some solid CC onto Dur so that he wouldn't be around to stop Annabelle from diving the backline.
And Annabelle getting the MVP deserving wise, 805 of KDA. We do see the kill participation. Again, he was the one who started all off. He managed to actually turn things around for Evos Esport. He actually crumples the formation that Lazy Esport was thought was already projecting to go into this round number 1, and it ended up making so much of difficulty for Lazy Esport to pull back again and try to actually rebuild their composure, because Annabelle was just there to mess things around.
Joy is a Granger counter in the end, right? I think a lot of us are aware of this. It's just something that a lot of teams may have stopped considering, because in recent matches, a lot of teams with the Granger have actually been straight up winning because he outscales. But you have to remember that a lot of those teams are able to do so because they have assistance, right? Having heroes like Matilda to save the Granger and provide extra shielding is very, very important. Looking at the highlights, Lazy Esports had a really good early game. They were very smart with their itemization, with their ganking, but then this was the big mistake. They were pushing into the base, holding Evos hostage, and not considering where Annabelle was. Then the next Lord fight, they once again tried taking it, forcing out resources and cooldowns from themselves without contemplating who would be left alive. And then Annabelle runs them through. And at this stage, Lazy Esports needed to change something, or it would just be the same thing over and over again. And unfortunately, the latter situation was what ended up happening. Evos just run straight at them with the 5v5 death ball.
The fact that they keep on trying to actually control try to actually have a great stun coming in from the side of RWM, making sure that they can control-wise the team of Evos Esport. There was a lot of the investment was a bit of futile, was a bit of wasteful to the side of Team Lazy Esport himself, and Team Evos Esport was able to actually have that commitment or advantage because of those mistakes. And this is where the fine line, even on the second lot itself, when they try to actually contest it out, they go in all out. Dur was actually try to push in for the initiation, ended up not in the favor, shuts down immediately all those front lines heroes, and it gives an opening for Evos to just give more damage to those who are squishy at the end of the line, and that's give them the win here for the first round of match number 3. They still have one more match to go if they want to survive here and say goodbye to Lazy Esport, unless on round number 2 Lazy Esport will turn things around, because again, we've talked about statistics wise, we do see Lazy Esport was supposed to be on a high rise. They were supposed to be having a better formation, a better composure to fight off with Evos Esport. But then again, on the side of Evos, the statistics was just based on the fact that they were fighting with a really big name, which is Onic Philippines. So this is something to be put out. Is Evos Esport have learned, because of the fact that they lost against Team Onic Philippines, they able to actually have a better composure to meet off with Lazy Esports?
Well, it's a hard thing to be able to say, but we have to remember that Evos is an MPL team, while Lazy is an MDL team. They've been impressive thus far, but there is still a difference in experience and composure once you get into the very tense mid to late game timings. If we look at Annabelle's overall rotation on the map throughout this game, he was basically playing it very, very safe, right? Unlike a lot of other junglers we've been seeing today who were very aggro and going into the enemy jungle to steal away camps, Annabelle largely kept to Evos' half of the map, because in the earlier stages, Lazy was doing a very good job of making sure that they were punishing and ganking. But here, when Annabelle tried to go for the top lane push, then rotated all the way to the bottom side to catch out Choke Skirt and Shizo from behind, something that Lazy Esports completely forgot to consider, that is when the momentum completely shifted around and Evos were able to start getting that farm and space on the map on their own terms.
I mean, if you give so much of the freedom for Annabelle to move around with no eyesight to see to him, because again, you talked about how they were too much focusing on Tony. Yes, earlier on, it was a good decision making, but this is where the fine line, they didn't realize that Shizo was also in the eyesight of Annabelle, and at the same time, they invested so much for that first lot itself, and that investment was not fruitful. There was not much of the power that could actually shut down Evos Esport, and Annabelle was able to get a hold and clears off the rest of the efforts that was put out by the players of Evos Esport. So game-wise, coming in from Annabelle, it was really clean.
I mean, there is a reason in the end why I thought that like Lazy would have benefited from a Bellaric or a Tigreal instead of that Khalid roam. And I'm not going to talk down the Pogbat too much. I think he played a very effective Khalid roam, in fact. Like, his early game was good. Even in the mid game where Khalid starts to fall off a little bit in durability and utility, he was actually still being quite a annoying threat, right? Just going in with the Desert Sandstorm, doing that damage. Unfortunately, the rest of the team was having some difficulty keeping up, and having an Edith as the only way to maybe CC the Joy in the back line is a little bit too much to ask for, especially since a lot of the time Dur was being used to start the fight instead. Like, after that, how would you intend to deal with the Joy? It didn't really feel like there was a plan for that. They were just winging it and hoping that everything else worked out. Like, yeah, if you start the fight and you take out multiple members of Evos early, then you just win with numbers anyway. But what if you don't? Those are things that you have to consider when you've already lost some of your early game tempo.
And the fact that we saw how it was from the drafting phase wise earlier on, we had the idea. We thought that the team of Lazy Esport had it going down. You got the Granger, you got the Eve. That was actually good. But then going into the end of it all, Khalid, a little bit questionable. And you talked about how you don't actually favor having Khalid in the side. And yes, Pabet was doing well using it, but then you added more suspense with Edith into your lineup. Even more so questionable what Lazy Spot was having in their thoughts. So coming into this second round, now they banned out Matilda, Loyi, Hilda. On the side of Evos, we got Jushin and Fanny. Pretty much we do see the popular bans out, the ultimate heroes that are denied to be used here into this match number 3.
Yep, I think it makes a lot of sense what we are seeing here right now. I think the Lazy and Evos actually have a certain sense of similarity to their playstyle where both teams lean a little bit more towards that mid-game scaling. Even when they had more aggressive earlier game options, neither of these games have really tried to do a lot with it. So they prefer having that team fight control, having that 5v5 front to back style death ball composition. So going for that is perfectly fine, but the Joy can definitely add some wild cards to it, right? Granger so far has been having a very successful showing in the challenge season, and if you pair it up with the Matilda, even a Joy can't really stop him. But now the Joy has been picked up after Evos banned out the Granger themselves. This leaves open options like the Suyo, like the Eve. Let's see what they decide to go for.
Are they gonna actually steal away the Eves? Will they actually prioritize that, or are they gonna actually go in for other things and unorthodox players? Oh, seems that Suyo will be the ultimate prioritized coming in from Evos Esport. So this is the rest one they want to actually put in. Hylos is going to be the prioritizing coming in from Evos Esport. So now coming in from Lazy Esport, they have Joy in their side. What are the heroes that you think can actually give a lot of good potential for Lazy Esports?
The things to consider at this point would be like Cho to separate Hylos from his team, or the Phovias to maybe directly duel with Since if Evos goes for both Hylos and the glue, it would be maybe a bit too heavy investment into the tankiness side of the draft, but Lazy goes for the Lucas instead, which is still perfectly fine. Will definitely get Hylos directly in lane, followed up by the Iritel. I think Harith is definitely going to be the choice for Evos here, and they do lock it in straight away. These are the two top goal laners left now that Granger has been banned out.
Ooh, and you know for a fact that when you have Zaman Force, Glorious Path, these are the two combos that is really good coming in from Harith as well as Hylos. Now Angela will be banned off by Evos Esport. They know for a fact that they don't want anyone to actually mess around, because here on out, Evos Esport, most are their heroes who are coming in for the one single-handedly fights that they are aware of, that if mobility heroes are pulling through, it's not gonna be easy. And they also ban off Johat, one of the heroes that can actually pick off, and as you said, to actually separate Hylos, they also ban it off. But they, in the side of Lazy Esport, there is an opportunity for you to actually maybe get Tigreal. We do see Tigreal is also a really good composer to come in as at least a respawn coming in from the side of Lazy Esport. Or other than that, we do see now the ban comes through from Lazy Esport is Phovius as well as TC.
So they're specifically making sure that Lucas will be able to win out in the EXP lane no matter what Evos puts in there, whether it is the Hylos or something else being flexed into it. Whereas Evos, like you already pointed out, ban out the Jawheads so that they don't have to worry about the Hylos being separated, as well as the Angela, since Angela with Joy and Iritel is just unstoppable, right? It gives them way too much leeway to play around with, so I like that Evos is still keeping things like this in mind. Now they will have the first pick in the second phase. Probably will want to look for a mid laner here unless they intend to reveal whether this Hylos is flex or not. And yep, they're gonna go for the Valentina just to keep it universal, since they don't actually know what Lazy is playing yet.
We got the IMU in the hands of Evos Esports coming in, and going into Lazy Esport, they still have the one and only that they needed right now coming in. I mean, again, something tanky, something that can actually hold off. You already have Lucas, something to actually have a composure to fight it off. Or so far, I do feel like Joe. Oh, Joe is a really good choice for the separation denied by Evos. So Joe can be a really good for the Ways of Dragon. And Farsa on the long run for the mid lane is also a good choice coming in from Lazy Esport. So far, drafting wise for Lazy Esport, they have some of the grounds they have already covered to respond to Evos Esports.
I do quite like the Lazy Esports draft right now. It allows them to play very aggressively with pickoff style, but it also does rely slightly on snowballing, while Evos can play a little bit more of your default front to back. We're going to be looking for a roam or EXP now, depending on where this Hylos ends up going, and I think having some way of diving is going to be pretty good. But it looks like Badang, actually a comfort pick here for Evos, as they will go for it for the second game in a row. It won them game number 1. This time it is going into the EXP lane up against Lucas.
Oh, this is tough. I liked how Lazy Esport is able to play around with the choices they made and also was able to respond wise, but they also have a lot of risk. I mean, talking about how Farsa will be able to actually maneuver with the wings of my wings, but at the same time, I feel like on the side of Team Evos Esports, most of their damage and how they will be able to actually have a great crowd control is where Evos might actually rise a bit better off for the drafting. Unless Lazy Esport surprises off again, if they can actually have a really good connection for the Ways of Dragons, as well as with Joy with the electrifying beast to have a really good mobility to mess around how Lazy Esport is. But then again, let's see. This is match number 3 again, guys. The first elimination bracket right here to see who will be going home. Will Evos clear it off with a 2-0, or will Lazy Esport finally prolong this match number 3?
All of the matches so far here in day 3 of the challenge season have been 2-0 sweeps. Evos are now going to be looking to join that trend, while Lazy will be doing everything in their power to stop them. Like Fasha already pointed out, it is an elimination match. Whoever loses this best of 3 will be taken out of the competition entirely and won't even have a chance to move on to the LCQ. But in the mid lane, Tawny taking a lot of damage already.
Oh, been stunned immediately. Tried to actually put her to James Pang. But that overextension, is it going to be a fruitful equation coming in from Evos? Nope, it's not yet, but they are not done to mess around with Popbet. Popbet also try to pull away and push Evos to the side, denying of them try to actually dominate their territory. Good decision making, and Evos decided to say respectfully, we will back off for a while.
Annabelle being able to steal away 2 jungle camps from James Punks as well is huge, because he will be level 5 by the time James Punks is level 4, and that'll give him a straight up advantage in the turtle contestation unless Lazy are able to somehow delay it for the jungler to be able to catch up. You can see that Joy is still only level 3, not really able to walk up since there are no longer any camps to grab. Will have to wait for his purple buff to respawn, and by that time Annabelle will already be notably ahead in EXP. So even being able to take a couple of camps in this early jungle rotation makes a big difference.
Oh, and they do feel like they are in a better position coming in. Evos, Tony will try to actually tease it out. Annabelle is ready in the open to actually get the turtle. Popbet gets the information, but James Palm overlooking here. It seems that they're gonna all go out, and Annabelle was able to get the turtle, but pushing on straight away to James Palm. Doesn't get the kill they needed, but they all go out to Dur. Dur is right in the open, will be gang up, managed to get down Dur, and as well as time, Glorious Path will be put out to slow things down for Popbet to be shut down as well.
Clockun almost sniped away by Choskirt, but able to dash away in time. A great initiation there from Evos Esports. James Punks tried to come in. The timing was actually not too bad. Oh, Annabelle.
Oh, Shizu clears out Annabelle, but at the same time right here, Nikki is also in the open. Zaman has been put out to slow things down, and Shizu getting double kill to actually trade off the wins here for Lazy Esports.
Yeah, that was a bit of an off-tempo play by Lazy. Evos wouldn't be expecting a gank at this timing, and now even the kick onto Clockun, but they're not going to be able to continue. No more cooldowns, and Tawny is here. Evo still with the slight lead. But a kill that early onto the goal lane is not really ideal.
Not really ideal. I mean, like, great uh idea coming in from Lazy Sport. They really are brave enough and confident enough to pull through, and that's the reason why they got the trade off, and now they're not really far behind with economy wise. And Team Lazy Sport, it seems that it shows how they are renewing themselves, renowing themselves after the mistake. But here on out, able to go for the Waves of Dragon to pick up Annabelle. But at the same time, comes through with the side of teams coming in for Veldora. But Veldora tried to actually invest it off, was able to back off immediately before becoming a casualty.
That was really well played by Veldora, actually. Annabelle 100% should have died there, but a really nice flicker into the fist break actually locked down multiple members of Lazy. And I thought that he would be sacrificing himself for that, but still actually managed to escape and will return to the lane fast enough to catch the minion wave. Not to mention, coordinating with the rest of his team to see if they could pick up Der for pushing up. A bit unsuccessful there, but otherwise, Evos still keeping themselves ahead for now. They'll be able to start controlling onto the turtle pit.
Let's see, half of the turtle lifeline is already depleted, and it seems that Hotbed is just overlooking, not gonna actually allow it, but it seems that Annabelle will just get easily, and they also let Clockun to just mess around with Chovskus right in the mid lane, and that's the opportunity. But Hotbed with the Waves of Dragon gonna pick off straight away to the side of Veldora. This is gonna be a gang up, stun off straight away, but Veldora can actually survive it up. He will not be able to go away without becoming a casualty in the hands. But at the same time, we do see the team of Shizo was able to take Clockun in the midst of it.
Some massive mistakes here. There was no reason for Veldora to be that far pushed up in the lane when he didn't know where the rest of the enemy team was, and his team was trying to make a play down bottom, so being caught out there is just a punish on him. But somehow with a 3-man gank lane cut on Shizo, Clockun still ends up getting traded, so Evos just lost a lot of pressure with those two plays up there. They still have the gold lead, but they're losing a lot of structures.
Waves of Dragon put out, Glorious Path tried to put in, but Puppet has already been done with the slate. And coming in right now, Nico tried to go in for the Zammerfrost to James Bond, but Clockun takes down Puppet for the trade-off, and this is where Evos will be able to get at least some of the win from themselves. Still not enough, but at least they're still in the lead for that economy-wise.
Lazy Esports, they lose Puckbet, but it's still worth it because they traded for Veldora, who is the EXP laner in the end. And now Shizo going to be the main issue going into this, because this Iritel is 3-0. Somehow still behind in gold compared to Nikki. A little bit impressed by that. First items being completed on both sides. We got the 100 strike build for Annabelle, Starlium Scythe on the Harif and the Joy, as well as the Haz Claws completed for Shizo at this stage. There is indeed the Thunderbelt build going in for Lucas. We saw a lot of different builds on Lucas in the first couple of days of the challenge season, but I think teams have finally settled on him being more of a tank style with the Brave Smite, be able to just stay alive through the first skill healing and the Vengeance. Evos now going to rotate over to contest the turtle once again.
Let's see, they did manage to get the two turtles. Now they're gonna actually try to contest. Waves of Dragon's been put out right here. Annabelle will be able to take it out. Tony was cleared out by Dirt, and James Bond takes down Veldora. Now they're pushing it straight away to Annabelle. Annabelle had to pull away, but at the same time, Clockwood almost been tagged out, but Lazy Esport, they got the win they want. Doesn't matter, the turtle is already been dominated by Evos Esport. So much damage that Evos Esport has no answer.
Yeah, Lazy Esports just straight up has way more mid-game damage compared to Evos, right? We have the Feathered Airstrike, you have the Liquefying Beats, and once Shizo has 2 or 3 items, will be even a more AoE damage potential overall. That is what Evos is having trouble dealing with. Tani does have the Revitalize, but since they are playing an EXP lane Badang, not too sure if Veldora is going for damage or not. They don't quite have the bulk needed to survive, especially with Puckbet going in and picking up core members.
Oh, this is tough. I mean, like, Evos had the idea in the first run, but now it seems that Lazy Esport, the leeway that was given to the side of James Pong, as well as the fact that we keep on saying that Lazy Esport was able to actually have a really good formation when it comes to the team fight. This is where Evos Esport, they gotta be careful. Now, pushing into Parbet, it seems that Parbet also, the one thing that I find most amazing is that Parbet was able to actually pick off with the ways of Dragon. And here on out, Feather Strike been used to shut down Evos from moving into the mid lane.
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised that Pakbet was able to find Annabelle as well. That really should not have happened, and it's less to the skills of Pakbet and more to a mistaken positioning. There's no reason for the Suyo to be that far up trying to take the turtle when the rest of the team just haven't set up the space in the river necessary yet. They were still able to get it, but because he was dropped to such low HP early on, the rest of his team had to basically throw themselves at Lazy to actually keep him alive, and it ends up not being really worth it as a trade in general. Lazy now still having control. Net worth difference actually pretty even on both sides, so they can still play for this, but I really feel like Evos is lacking the tools to scout out the map.
And here we go. We do see that coming in for the Zaman first to fight off with Nikki. Jump pass takes out Annabelle first of all. Glorious pass been used up for Tony, but at the same time right here, gonna be a mega kill. Just pass takes down Cloakun as well. And Tony, left all alone, will be damaged straight away by Dur and making an opening straight away to the side of Team Lazy Esport to get the Lord.
Lazy Esports is really taking advantage of the fact that Evos just don't really have that much damage potential yet. And a lot of their DPS will come from Nikki with that Zaman Force, and as long as they just run down the Zaman Force, he cannot actually continue on with the DPS. He's trying to engage here, but that's a mistake right there. Another kill.
Oh my god, that was an overextension, unnecessary. I mean, yeah, you are in the desperate mode. You are trying to find that trade, a win on your side. But again, you're all alone. And you saw that 4 players was just running along on the mid lane. It's not going to be easy. Not even able to lock on to James Punk or Shizo or even Dur at that matter for a fact. So again, a mistake coming in from Evos Esport. Now it's giving even more of economy-wise inflation on the side of Lazy Esports.
There's so many unnecessary movements being made right there. I can see how tempting it might be to try and finish off James Punk's. A shutdown into the Harif would completely reverse the game, but at a certain point you have to realize that you're not going to be able to chase anymore. And the Lord is pushing in. Evos, they're all back alive, but they're very behind in gold.
Coming in right here, we do see Waves of Dragon coming in for the push. Glorious Pass also been invested. Not gonna do anything, but they are denying it. Turret has already been thrown off. Lord been cleared out, but that's gonna be opening that top lane. And Lazy Esport, they're already happy. They're already satisfied with their mission for that first Lord.
I have to point out just how well Dur has been doing on this Lucas so far. In day 1 of the competition, the Lucases were very hit or miss, but I think now that we've reached day 3 and the teams have started to solidify what the build is for this hero, you can see just how scary he actually is. Vengeance helps him keep alive, and the amount of AoE damage he does with the flash combo, especially in the Beast Unleashed form, is scary, and he is building full tank, mind you. It's only really the Thunderbell that is supporting that damage in the first place, and he's able to whittle down multiple members at once just because of his sheer size. Looking at the gold laners, Holy Crystal finally completed on Nikki, so at the very least that will help boost the damage, but Shizo already has that great Dragon Spear as well. Pakbet with the Immortality so that he's able to play even more aggressively. Quite the early Divine Glaive on Chobskirt, specifically targeting Tawny to make sure that Lazy Esports can remove him from the equation right off the bat.
And this is where the response, very accurate wise, coming in from Lazy Esport to shut down Evos Esport attempts. And it seems that they've already have a really good composure coming in now. Lazy Esport, they've already seen that this is a good control already by them. Evos Esport, they have to find a way to answer straight, because so far a lot of the controls, especially the fact that most of their turrets is already been shut down, Evos Esport, they are right in the lost stage right at the moment. Second Lord to be exact right here, will be spawned out, and Evos, they cannot let this be slipped into the hands of Lazy Esport. They have to find a way to break it off, and it seems that they are giving a lot of the information they needed, try to actually push away Lazy Esport into their formation. Evos needs to be aware of it. Popbet, they know for a fact that if he can actually pick up at least either one of them, it would be an opening for Lazy Esport. He's done it already. He can manage to do it if he can pick it up. Anavel moved away, but it seems that Popbet was aware of the situation and it was informed into the location-wise to Evos Esport as well. Now Tess is on the side.
We're gonna see the glorious pathway come out. Evo trying to engage, but their backline already being disrupted quite heavily right here.
Glorious pass being put out. Zaman Force also been tagged off. Here, Glokun almost close up to be shaken off, but unfortunately will not be able to do so. James Bond getting the lot for himself, and at the same time right here, Evos tried to get the win they desire, but at the same time, so much of the resources and ended up damage was on their side instead. Couldn't do anything and stop. Evos Esport let it slip into the hands of Lazy Esport with a lot of advantage.
We are looking at quite a difficult situation right now for Evos, but despite everything, they were still able to find Shizo in that previous team fight. Despite all of the AoE damage that was being done and their backline being targeted straight away, all 5 members of Evos actually still survived that. And Annabelle came in at a really good time to finally get a shutdown on this Irritel. First death of the game for Shizo. They lost the Lord, but without their goal laner, Lazy cannot actually set up the waves in a way to push in and take inhibs. So they end up coming out of that without too much damage done and a little bit of a gold swing back in their favor. So now it's only down to around 3k for Lazy Esports, but it's still going to be very, very tough. Lazy's late game scaling is pretty scary.
Oh, Popbet trying to find a way. He's trying to pick off. Feather Airstrike has been put out. Glorious Path also been turned down. And Nikki going off for the Summer Force. Annabelle will take down Popbet. Dare takes down Nikki for the trade. But Shizo shuts down Cloakun. And Jamesworth takes down Veldora, making sure that it's going to be a good win. But Annabelle, a little bit overextension. He will be denied immediately. Team wiped out will be in the hands of Team Lazy Esports.
And that is officially going to be GG as we are entering our first game 3 of the day here, ladies and gentlemen. It's an elimination match. Neither one of these teams is willing to give up the opportunity of keeping themselves in the competition. Unfortunately for Evos Esports, they got a little bit too desperate at the end there. We literally talked about how much late game AoE damage Lazy has, and for some reason they all decided we're going to dive into them together and just stand there where we're vulnerable to being picked off and rushed down. I feel like there was desperation coming into play quite a lot, and turns out these two teams might actually be more similar than we expected because there is still a lot of work they have to do to clean up their gameplay.
Oh, talking about how they break off the patterns of Evos Esports. They had a really good composure. Most of the time, I give credit to Popbet because Popbet was able to actually control most of the early games as well as the mid game. You go throw out with the Ways of the Dragon, picking off at least Annabelle countless of times, even at the fact that they were able to actually shut down multiple times how Annabelle tried to pull in. Again, you talked about how there was a bit of overextension. There was a lot of the backups that was not pull in or push in to the side of Evos Esport that was able to control at least the movement of Lazy Esport. That's where Lazy Esport was just rising off from those mistakes. And not only that, we do see that Jovskis from time to time again with that feather airstrike, always giving so much damage, always giving so much of the support that is needed from the side of Lazy Esport, so that Evos was lowering down on their own lifeline and can be shut down and be cleared out to connect all those lifeline.
I can't help but feel that both of these teams are making a lot of mistakes in their gameplay. We're watching a lot of messy MLBB here, unfortunately, where Lazy Esports just ends up coming out a bit more on top because their composition is a little bit easier to pilot and has more tools of punishing their opponent. I I'm not the biggest fan, unfortunately, of this Badang EXP lane. I feel like it just doesn't give you lane priority, and even in team fights, doesn't actually set up all that much. And then the crowd control from the other front line, which is going to be the Hylos here, doesn't actually provide all that much for you anyway. I really don't know why these teams are not going for the Tigreals and the Bellerics when there is a Joy on the opposite side. And it just feels like a lot of disrespect is happening, and there's a lack of adaptation within the gameplay on both sides. That's just resulting in a straight down like 50-50 of which team actually comes out on top, disregarding the quality of the draft itself.
I mean, again, the perfect choice coming in as they saw that Hylos was just much more prioritized, Harris was much more prioritized. The response coming in from Lazy Esport to pick up Cho in the last scene, Farsa in the mid, at the last pickoff. That's the reason why we do see that Lazy Esport was just in a better formation for that drafting wise. But Shizo, you saw how it was on the second pick that was done by Lazy Esport. He was much more compared to very much confident here on Edritil wise, great respawn wise for them to actually have so much damage on that late game that could not be able to be defend wise from the team of Evos Esport. 5-1-10 KDA respectively. Chizo make a lot of difference for the damage wise with the help of the rest of the players.
Jizo is a gold laner that knows how to really punish mistakes and how to coordinate with the team, and regardless of what situation the game is in, will try to make plays happen. I have a lot of respect for the way that he approaches MLBB, but I do feel like there's ways that his gameplay can be cleaned up just a little bit, or maybe for his team to have a slightly better support system to make sure that he is not targeted too often. Because that one death that he had didn't actually need to happen. Lazy Esports was dominating that fight initially. When you pair an Iritel and a Lucas together, the AoE damage that you have to deal with is insane. Pop on a feathered airstrike, and I really don't understand why Evos Esports thought that these fights, they could be won by them just running at the opponent. I can't see the sense of it.
Probably, again, overconfidence coming through. They expected more from the side, and they didn't actually. I feel like most of the time the glory pass that was picked up, yes, the idea was there, but it didn't slow down any of the potential or even momentum coming in from Lazy Esport. Again, mobility wise from Jinx Spawn, from that electrifying beats, that's where the pull out that was done by Lazy Esport, that Evos Esport could not shut him down, and double kill coming at the end. And even Annabelle tried to pull through, was still taken off by Jinx Spawn. And that was it. You have Joy to be prioritized on the first pick. You cannot do a mistake once you actually picked off to respawn it off. But congrats coming in from the side of Team Lazy Esport on round number 2. That means we're gonna go in for the best of 1 for this match number 3, because we're still not done yet. We're still looking forward to see who will be surviving in the lower bracket of Group A. Is it gonna be Lazy Esport, or will it be on Evos Esports?
We do have to remember as well that whichever team does end up winning this series will move on to face off against Blacklist International for a chance to move on into the last chance qualifiers. It is not a chance to qualify, it's a chance to go into the LCQ. So that's scary. That's a lot to think about. But for now, they should just focus on the game number 3 that's going to be coming up. So we'll give them the time they need to do so and jump into a very short break. And when we come back, one of these teams will be going home. We'll see you guys there.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Here we go!
Don't stop. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop.
Walking through the bar, all eyes on me. People picking up my energy. The music never stops. They play my song on repeat, on repeat. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind, my mind. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. Baby, you make my heart shine golden, so golden. Feeling so alive, let's dance through the night. Come on, raise a glass, we're electrified. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind, my mind. When I'm with you.
A full series is right over the horizon, ladies and gentlemen, as game number 3 between Lazy Esports and Evos Esports is coming up next in our first elimination match of the SPS Season 6 Challenge Season. One of these teams will unfortunately end their journey right here, and now a best of 1 is all that will determine whether they will be able to move on to fight for a chance at the LCQ.
Oh, this is tough. I mean, like, we expected coming in from Lazy Esport will have the potential to actually close it off with 2-0, right? But this is the first series that we are going into the best of 1, not able to actually continue off with that 2-0 streaks itself, but it's okay. It shows how much of the desperation, how much momentum and motivation and passion coming in from both sides of this team to survive it out here, because they only have 1 lifeline left, and if it's done here, they cannot sustain anymore to be surviving on SPS, and nobody wants that. Both sides does not want to lose hope, especially to survive those long run. But Lazy Esport to surprise us off. I mean, coming back into the drafting wise, we really thought that it's actually a little bit even out going into the side of Evos, pushing aside that Badang, right? I mean, like, it is a questionable choice to be made, but beforehand, we actually saw the potential that Evos want to put out. But as time comes along, there's one thing they kind of missed out once they push into this round number 2. They did not able to lock down Joy immediately, and those are the keys, especially the fact that Popback also has Cho in the hands to actually remove you. You had already Jawhead to be actually banned out in that first on the second series itself, or second round itself, but you forgot Cho was able to do that. So, and those are the things that Evos Esport, they have to ground it off. But now it seems that going into the ban, they are still sticking to Jawhead ban off, Hilda also been banned off, and Lohi. Going into Lazy Esports, it seems that Lazy Esport denying of Joy to be picked up because they know Evos is gonna have that first pick. Jushin and Fanny also has been banned off.
Yeah, the thing is, the Joy not being locked down was actually the same issue in both games. Both teams have lost to it already without properly respecting what the hero is capable of, even though many other teams here in the challenge season have already shown that it is perfectly manageable. I'm gonna be honest, I do feel like both Evos and Lazy are a bit lacking in their way to adapt, as well as the strategy that they are considering going into these matches. And even if they make it through this round, are going to have a bit of difficulty against Blacklist International unless they're able to show some sort of evolution right here. Evos will go ahead and lock in that Suyo since the Joy is gone. This will leave Lazy the option to go for the Matilda opening bait here, like with the Matilda and Granger.
Agree, definitely. I'm thinking that's the ultimate choice they have and to actually counter it off. Ranger will definitely one of the picks itself. Yep, that's gonna be it for Lazy Esport. Or is it gonna be an orthodox? Like we saw how they did pick up Granger, but I was expecting maybe another tank hero, but ended up they picking up Cho instead for this round. I think they saw how so much success was built up because of the pick of Cho, so they're gonna actually stick to that. Now, Evos Esport, you have a lot of ways to actually move around with this. I mean, like possibly you can actually take off the side of high loss in your hands. Maybe you can slow things down for yourself. Even Harith can be picked up, but Lucas will be their priorities here for Evos Esports, and Irital also on their guts to be stolen from Lazy Esports.
Lucas so far has been determining a lot of these games between these two teams in particular, because it does seem like both sides enjoy and prefer sticking quite closely together to take these team fights. It does also mean that heroes like Tigreal will probably have a very good time, still questioning why it is not being picked up here when other teams are making good use of it, but it is all good if these teams want to stick to their comfort picks instead. With the Lucas and Suyo, as well as the Iritel, the AoE potential of Evos is already locked in once again, and we see the CC coming out to be able to match lane priority in the EXP lane.
CC. I mean, like we did saw that a couple of times that CC has already been banned off, and we do saw how Onic was able to actually have a really good composure to use that CC to potential. So Lazy Esport liking the idea, the initial idea so far to respond back to Evos Esport. Now, banning wise, coming in from the side of teams. I mean, talking about how Evos Esport, it seems that they are prioritizing on damage and survivability. So now, wondering how they're gonna actually counter out. Will they actually try to find something that denies them to actually have a mobility-wise? Seems that Lazy Esport will be picking off Eve to be taken up as a ban. They don't want anyone to actually hold them ground, get that CC on the control-wise. RWM will be a little bit of hassle, especially the fact they want to have so much mobility on their side.
I mean, RWM with Iritel and Lucas on top of that, like you just cannot ever team fight at all. So I understand Lazy Esports going for that ban. They also get rid of the Matilda so that Evos don't have a bit of a safety net to play around. And because they didn't go for the Alpha in the first phase, Evos are able to ban it out. So the top three junglers that we've been seeing between Joy, Alpha, and Hayabusa have already been taken out of the pool. Wait, did I say Hayabusa there? I meant that Hayabusa was available.
Yeah.
You know, that would be the next one in line. It was on my mind, so it came out of my mouth. So Valentina also getting banned out there. Lazy will probably have to go for that unless they're trying a different type of jungler. I mean, they could still go Fredrin if they really wanted to, since CC leans a bit more into the damage style, but they go for the Farsa, which also combos well with the Cho, so I'm okay with that.
Yeah, and we did saw it. There's so much fruitful coming in from that. Once you have the Ways of Dragons picking off, and then you will be able to control a lot of the movement. Because again, we saw how it was when Choska was able to do so much of the damage, and it actually gives so much of the support that is needed for Lazy Esport to finish off the players of Evos Esport. So Lazy Esport, they are sticking to what they feel is already successful. Why break something that it was not broken, like already been done? So you are going to repeat that. Hopefully Evos Esport already expecting it, and they're going to actually respond wise. We do see Farmis will be picked up for their last two picks, and Gadget Kacha as the last one as well.
Alright, I think the Gatot's actually pretty good here. Immediately counters the Farsa, but the Martis comes out instead of the Hayabusa. It has been a very long time since we've last seen this hero. But NetherRealm could also mess with the Decimate stacking a bit, so Lazy is trying to stick to a bit of a pocket pick here, disregarding the potential counterplay. Let's see if it will be enough to push them forward into the final bracket of Group A.
I feel again this is Lazy Esport just going into a much comfort zone, because you talked about Hayabusa is still in the pick, right? They could have actually taken it out, and it's a really good idea to insert the gameplay of Hayabusa, getting that mobility wise that is needed in Lazy Esport, despite the fact that you have Cho. But again, Cho pretty much has that single-handed combat that you have to be aware of, and if he's pretty much occupied with one hero, you're not going to be able to actually have a good opportunity to have the mobility wise with the rest of the heroes on the side. But then again, maybe Lazy Esport has a better chance here to actually portray an idea that I haven't seen yet. We don't know. But coming into match number 3, this is round number 3, the last round, best of 1, for them to see who goes home and who stays still here at the SBS Challenge Seasons.
Looking at it as well, James Pons has gone for that killing spree on the Martis. None of that more universal, impure rage. He intends to go on kill streaks against Evos Esports. So honestly, this is a very greedy pick and setup that Lazy Esports is trying to go for. Their pickoff potential is going to be very, very high, but their ability to team fight is almost non-existent. Evos Esports is going to be team fighting quite a lot around this NetherRealm, so I don't know how well this will work for them, but it's going to be fun to see whether it does.
It's really tough, seriously. Again, the idea that has been portrayed by Lazy Esport, it has so much of, just as a short form, I would say I'm a bit scared for them, and hopefully they might actually have a better potential with the Martis on their side. Again, comfort choice wise, if you're actually quite aware and confident and you know how to actually go in with that hero, maybe Lazy Esport can surprise us off here for round number 3. But then again, we do see somehow most of the teams, most of the players are just actually having their own focus right now. And it seems that Popbet is finding an opportunity. They want to actually go in already. This is already going into level 3, level 4 as well. So they're looking for a way out. They're going to actually try to actually initiate that team fight itself. But not just yet. You need to actually be very patient, as Turtle already been spawned.
Yeah, Evos Esports, basically their goal in this game is just to avoid fighting too much early, but the first turtle is already coming out.
And Predator X-Prize coming in and a lot of damage coming through. Annabelle takes down the turtle. At the same time, they did manage to get the first blood to Veldora. And this is where Lazy Esport, they're looking a bit better off on the first game itself. So much damage that couldn't be done by Evos Esport, but they did manage to get the turtle. But at what cost, as Lazy Esport did trade off for the kill.
Yeah, I think Veldora was just slightly too far away because Claw could almost made it to him with the NetherRealm to save him from the Decimate, but it wasn't quite enough. I was literally just about to say that Evos Esports doesn't need to prioritize fighting too much early on, because if they can just avoid giving too many kills to James Pons, they will naturally win the mid to late game anyway. But getting the turtle still not too bad.
Razor Dragon coming in, stunning off Tony, but at the same time, it's not going to be enough, though James Pond had to pull away. Popbat also has to push, and now damage coming through. James Pond tried to finish it off, did manage to be taken down by Nikki instead, and Team Lazy Esport unfortunately had the trade into the side of Evos Esports.
That was very unfortunate timing for James Pons right there. He wanted to decimate Tawny. The Gatot was on such low HP, but he managed to get the AOG out just in time. And because he was invulnerable, the decimate targeted Annabelle instead, who wasn't within range, and put James Pons too far out of position for his team to potentially save him. So that immediately stifles his killing spree already, and Evos Esports now in a much more confident position.
Razor Dragon coming in from Nikki. Nikki will be taken out by Chizo with the backup as well. And at the same time, right now, it's going to be trade-off for Lazy Esport. Popbat is not going to overextend. They already got what they needed to shut down Nikki, and this is a good prioritize coming in, at least for the side of EXP. And the fact that we do see right here, Team Lazy Esport, some of the back and forth are doing well.
I think both of these teams really need to do a better job of keeping track of the enemy roamers' rotations. There is no reason for your gold laner to be caught out like that when you have the presence on the map to be able to respond to it. It's still not too much damage. The net worth still pretty even as we approach the 4 minutes. Second turtle now spawning. There's gonna be 4 members of both teams around here. Pakbet not gonna be able to find anyone, but
He goes in for the Wheels of Dragon to Annabelle. At the same time, Feather of Astride did does damage. Annabelle takes down the turtle for the second time. But at the same time, the Gato Gacha Avatar of Garden doesn't pick up anyone, doesn't manage to actually get it. But at least Tony will be taken off. And that's just an extension coming in from Evos Esports for the trade of Lazy.
yeah, Evos Esports is just using their bodies to zone Lazy off of the objective, and they are able to get another turtle under their belt, but they're also surrendering some kills over to James Hans, which really does not need to happen. The more kills that Amartys has, the better he scales into the mid game. He has gone for Hunter Strike first item, but looks to be gearing up for more defensive itemization after that. Lazy now having their eyes set on the gold lane.
Chopskirts goes in for the Feather Air Strike, and it seems that Clockun also will be overstanding, giving at least some of the information where Gemspang will be, and that's good info. At least Evos will have their eyesight, being cautious of the awareness. Now, it seems that Hotbed also has been spotted out, denying any of the composure from Lazy Esports.
Lazy Esports gonna have to play this a bit more carefully, but also aggressively. Cho Martes Barca is a very powerful pickoff combination, and they need to be able to get more kills with it.
Waves of Dragon coming in, Popbet able to be put out, but at the same time, he has to move away, and they are giving a lot of damage, but not gonna be enough as Tony takes down James Pang. There's an opening coming in from Evos. There will be the second victim of Dicky, and 2 kills in the hands of Evos Esports. Popbet had to move away. Red has already been cleared out by mid lane, and Lazy Esports, just when they thought they had the idea, it ended up in the favor of Evos Esports.
In a straight up 5v5, Evos is stronger. No question. Undeniable. Unless they make some kind of huge mistake in positioning. It is so much easier for them to take death ball duels compared to Lazy, who really needs to be able to pick people off one by one. Like, I literally mentioned they need to be aggressive, they need to find kills, and they tried to do that, but it's difficult when Evos are all together. You cannot let them group up. You ideally want to catch them off tempo, because that's the only way you're gonna be able to definitively secure a kill streak onto this Martis.
But Choska takes down Cloakun. That's in the opening, and here or not, they try to actually go in for Tony. Doesn't manage to do so. Some of the damage has been done. Potbet also just try to be aware of the situation. He's waiting for the right time. He knows for a fact that he has to invest the right timing for the Wheels of Dragon. He goes in for the extension of the turtle. Right here, he's looking for a way out. He saw Annabelle, but doesn't manage to do so, as Annabelle will be able to get the turtle anyway. So 3 turtles already in the hands of Evos Esports. They're already in the lead of that economy-wise.
Yeah, Lazy Esports needs to be willing to split push at this point. They need to drag the members of Evos apart so that they can maybe get some ganks in. Because otherwise, they're just gonna stick together all the time. You already saw it in that last turtle of the game. They just group together. They just stand in front of the river. What are you going to do, right? Even if Pakbet gets a kick, there's no guarantee that the team will be able to actually follow up on it because of this Gatot and Lucas. That is the problem that this composition has. The Martis is an interesting idea, but one that I already didn't agree with in the draft from the first place. And I'm sure that Evos is aware of that as well. They're slowly building up their presence. They've got the gold lead. They just got to make sure they don't get split push against. And the game should just naturally fall into their laps.
So, James Bond and actually find a way. It's going to be Choska to open up with a Feather of Astride. And we do see that a composure coming in from the Evos to clear out the first lane, or the bottom lane of the first level 2 raid. So now they have already much mobility as well as control into the territory of Lazy Esports.
Yeah, they're gonna be able to expand their control a bit further. The less towers that Lazy have to play with too, the more difficult it is to force Evos Esports apart, because it's a lot more risky for them to push out to try and get a minion wave going. So the longer Lazy lasts without really doing anything, without really achieving anything or getting pickoffs, the worse it is going to get for them. Martis is not picked up for a reason. His drop-off in the mid to late game is legendary in and of itself.
Oh, this is going to be a bit tough on the side. And we do see that Evos is just finding a way to actually go into each and every infiltration they are required to go into Lazy Esport. And Lazy Esport, as you talked about how they cannot mess things up. If they want to actually separate off, they could have actually tried to control most of the movement that Evos is. But now, going in, Feather Airstrike being used by Chovskit to find the information. Right here, Lord will be teased off. Already half of it already been cleared out. Now Tony, finding a way, is just looking for that Avatar of Guardian to actually control it off. And Team Lazy Esport, they're scattered. They're not allowing it. They're denying any ways of Evos Esport to team up against them.
Well, they're slowing down the approach here, which I do like. And they do have a wave pushing up top that could force Evos into an uncomfortable spot. So I do like the discipline I'm seeing from Lazy right now. As long as they can guarantee that they have the numerical advantage, then it becomes a lot easier for them to actually try team fighting. But it's still going to be difficult. They have to somehow set up kills for James Punks while keeping him safe enough in the back line. And that's going to be difficult to achieve when their only source of CC is this show.
And again, Cosgood comes in with a Feather Airstrike. They did manage to pull through for the 2-day, but at the same time, right here, gotta be aware it. Tony will be the first victim of Chizo. At the same time, Clockwood trying to find a way to go in for the fight with Combat. At the same time, overextension comes through from Veldora. A lot of damage coming in, but it's not gonna be enough though. But Team Lazy is where they're not done. They're going all out to Annabelle. Not gonna be easy. Annabelle managed to pull away.
There were so many opportunities there that James Punks could have gotten decimated, was just not quite close enough, or that the NetherRealm was able to save them. That's how much difficulty he is having in this game right now. But Lazy did approach that Lord fight very, very well. They are actually able to narrow the gold lead quite a lot, though. The minion wave up top ends up giving Evos a free tier 2 since they're not really able to respond to it. And since they know that the CC is up top, Lazy can't really contest this anymore. Honestly, they should back it off.
They should back it off, but here, Waves of Dragon picking off Annabelle. Is it gonna be enough? Nope, it's gonna be Puppet who was taken out. Cloakun takes down Shizo as well for the trade. And now Jankspot right in the open. He's gonna be taken out. He's trying to survive, but he will be shut down by Veldora. So much of the potential was being put out by Lazy Esport now, having a lot of struggle. Durr had to pull away as quickly as possible, denying of Team Evos to make even more damage. And here, with a lot of light line already been depleted, Team Evos Esport looking better, but lot on the side of Team Lazy Esports.
Somehow, despite everything, James Punks was still able to get that retry in time since he was able to pick off Annabelle. I figured that they needed to back it off, but hey, they got the Lord. But is it really the most worth it since they lost so many members and Shizo ended up dying for the first time as well? You could argue that it kind of is, since Evos will not be able to get any additional structures thanks to that play. Right now, Lazy is in a very, very crucial timing. It is basically the last chance for them to be able to create some kind of snowball presence on the map. And if they fail to do so in the next couple of minutes, Evos Esports will just outscale them directly.
And it seems that Lazy Esport is finally trying to actually pull out, and it seems that Tony spotted out them right in the open. Doesn't actually pull out. Instead, Tony not doing anything, ended up being in the sacrifical of Lazy Esport. But they are going in all out to Cloakun, doing some damage. Cloakun had to pull away as quickly as possible, denying of them to be taken out. So Team Lazy Esport, they find an opening. Tony could not do anything as was hang up.
Alright, this is good. Like I mentioned, this is the last chance for Lazy to make something happen. They need to play aggressive. They need to find any pick-off that they can get. But they only have so many minion ways to work with. They're unfortunately not very good at split pushing with the heroes they have. Wave management is a little bit of an issue. It's not bad what they were able to get with that last one. They got a kill, they got some damage in mid, were able to clear out all the external towers, but they need a little bit more. Shizo now going to play a very, very important role. As we all know, late game Granger can do a lot. This team needs to make sure to be able to defend him, since an AOG could just come out of nowhere.
Let's see, they clear out all the marching minions. So far, Evos Esport is trying to actually make sure that they'll be able to be in between the fights all all alone, not all alone, to be tagged off all alone by the side of Team Lazy. So that's the reason why they're being cautious, denying any of the Lazy Sport to pick off easily. That's the mistake that was done by Tony before, and it gave a little bit of opening for Lazy Sport, but they didn't continue on that measure, that momentum to a point they could have actually get another kill, but it's okay. It gives a lot of space for Team Evos to breathe.
Team Evos does need the space to breathe right now. They are still better in a direct 5v5, but Tawny is definitely a lot less tanky than he used to be, and Lazy trying to go for the flank.
Coming in right now, it seems that Popbat goes in for the Waves of Dragon, picking out straight away Annabelle, but doesn't manage to go in for the connection. He's gonna actually have to sacrifice by Nikki instead, and Annabelle takes down Jinx Spawn for the trade, and there will be finishing off for the double kill of Annabelle as well. So much of the potential and investment was done by Lazy, yet been denied by Evos.
I think we can officially call it there. I mentioned that was Lazy's last chance. These few crucial minutes, they needed to win a definite team fight to keep themselves in the game. But they ended up losing 3 to that last one. Evo should be able to start running them down. They've got the Lord. As long as they sync up the wave, should be able to take all the external towers. Even an inhib for free up here before the Lord has connected. And Lazy no longer has the hero presence they need to really be able to handle it. Their base defense is still going to be fairly solid with a Granger and a Farsa, but they have to really time their movements because of the potential of Tawny or Veldora just jumping into the back line. That kind of consideration will paralyze them.
Yeah, definitely. And it seems that Tony going in for the Avatar of Guardian. James Bond takes on Veldora immediately, and now they're looking for the next one. Popbat right in the open, tried to clear things out. Did manage to actually at least make sure that Team Lazy Esports still survive it out, and they managed to skirt away Team Evos Esports, and Lord will be finished off. But marching off the minions are something they have to be aware of.
I am face palming a little bit from that play. I get that you want to zone them off of the tower so that you can get it for free, but you can do it in a lot safer way than that. There is a Cho over there. Your team is not ready to follow up after you. If Veldora didn't die there, that last inhibitor should have probably fallen for Evos as well. It's not a big deal, but it is more space given to Lazy than they logically should have. I already pointed this out before this game started, but it does feel like both of these teams are still missing something in the general scheme of things. They get very messy into the later stages, and a lot of unnecessary mistakes come out. So even though Evo should be able to directly win engagements here, if they take too long, they could be whittled down by Shizo, and if they're not careful with their cooldown management, they could get disrupted as well. I actually have no idea who is going to come out on top right now.
It's tricky because, again, we keep on saying both of the teams are making mistakes. One after another, they will be trying to actually take advantage of it. And somehow, it's all about timing. Who makes the more mistakes and who makes the most crucial decision making based off that mistake that was done. So Evos, somehow, I do see they're trying to actually make sure they have the good formation coming in from mid. Lazy Spot, they're denying it for a while. But again, there's a lot of wave they need to be aware of. And here on out, they're still heading off. And we do see Jinx Spawns is just overlooking, trying to actually have a really good control on that territory-wise of Lazy Esports.
Evos actually has no idea that Pakbet is in this bush. He has been waiting for a very, very long time, but hasn't really found the target or the angle to really go in from yet. And now he's going to be joined by Shizo as well as Der from the back line. Maybe they can find Tawny. They don't actually know where the rest of Lazy is yet.
Oh, but he is going to go all out to Clo Koon. A lot of damage was done by Feather Air Track as well. But at the same time, right here, he's going to be stunned out by Veldora coming in for the push. And they are going to be able to take down Der by Annabelle as well. But at the same time, no! Puppet overextension will be punished by Nikki. And that's the initial state that Evos Esports needed to get this Lord.
That should definitely be GG for Evos. This Lord is free for them. There's only one inhibitor standing for Lazy Esports. As long as they don't make mistakes that are too notable, you can tell that they just straight up have more damage than Lazy with this Airtel, with this Lucas as well. They just don't have to throw their bodies in. Slowly push in, escort the minion wave, use the Lord efficiently, and Lazy doesn't really have the tools to be able to defend. We could be witnessing the final moments right here unless Lazy is able to make something huge happen.
There, Shizo. So much damage already put out. He will be taken out by Veldora. Nothing can be done. The Crystals is already down to the numbers, giving the last win right here for the match number 3 in the hands of Evos Esports 2-1.
I like it. That was no nonsense gameplay from Evos. They know what is at stake. They know what it would cost them if they made a mistake right here. The moment that the crystal was exposed, just full send it. Target that structure and get the victory. Lazy Esports, this will unfortunately be the end of their journey. A team that surprised many as a potential dark horse, but not quite enough to be able to move on to the next stage of the challenge season. Evos had the more complete lineup, had a bit more leeway with the heroes that they were given, and the scaling kicked in when it needed to the most.
I mean, you have Suyo on the first pick, and then Lucas, and the fact that Veldora giving so much of the survivability that Evos Esports needed. He was always on that front line, making sure that every time Lazy, if we see Puppet try to go in for the Waves of Dragon, Veldora will be there to actually clear it out and making sure that Puppet will never be able to finish down. He did try to actually take off Annabelle. He did try to actually pick him off, denying it, and he also tried to actually go out to Tony as well. But it keeps on being denied by Veldora himself, and a lot of those damage as well. We saw how it was given out by Feather Airstrike to get that information, but it was still not enough because it was denied immediately by Annabelle as well as Clo-Kun with that Nether of Lamp.
I have to say that in the end, I really am not a fan of the lineup that Lazy tried to play here. It feels like it's totally fine to try and go back to comfort picks or lineups that you really want to pull out as a last resort, right? Since you might end up going home after this anyway, you may as well go for heroes that you feel the most confident on to try and make something happen. But there are certain limits to what you can do with that. Lazy was trying to set up for a Martis lineup from the very beginning here. It feels like they had the Cho, they had the Barca, even the CC to go for a formless skirmish pickup style team, which is fine. But you can tell from the beginning that Evos has a lot of team fight damage, right? And it seems clear that they probably want to lean in that direction after all. I think you needed to modify something. You needed to just go for what is going to be the most effective as a response. And Lazy, I gotta commend them for sticking to their guns, right? They figured this Martis would work out. They're gonna just full send it, hope that it is the ticket they need to move on, but it didn't pay off. And Evos Esports will be able to reap the rewards by moving forward, face off against Blacklist International.
Oh, that's gonna be another story to be unfold into the next lower bracket story journey. But MVP wise goes out to Clo-Kun with 533 gold per minute. I think pretty much we did saw most of the freedom that was done by Team Evos itself. It has to be started off with Annabelle as well as Veldora. I think Tony had to be a sacrificial lamb so many times because they try to pick him out first of all, and they know that if they had Tony out of the picture, that could be a win for them, but they forgot that there's a lot of potential coming in from Veldora itself. So those are the crucial survival that was done by Team Evos Esports. But coming off from Clo-Kun with 110 KDA as well as 92 kill participation, he made it all happen here for Evos Esports.
Yeah, Clo-Kun keeping his team alive, that Nether Realm, and the Faramis choice. This ended up being a great option, even though they didn't know the Martis was coming up last. When the Faramis was locked in, the fact that Lazy Esports still decided we are going to go for this is very, very greedy and very, very risky, since the Nether Realm can always cancel it out. Yes, they were still able to get some decimate kills in the beginning, but it was very, very close, and you can tell how much difficulty James Punch was having generally throughout the match, especially without solid front lines to hold space for him. Hawkbed is not going to be able to stand there and tank damage. He's meant to initiate, and Dirk could maybe do it, but it's very easy to just ignore him as well with the lineup that Evos Esports has. They can just run down, stick together, stay alive with Revitalize, keep themselves topped up with the Nether Realm, and then James Punks can never really get a kill in. And because of that, the entire ranks of Lazy Esports fall apart, right? If your frontline is not able to hold them in place, then your backline is not able to safely deal damage. And you're just not able to put up a solid fight at almost any point.
And I think you talked about Hike. I want to add on, like, they picked up Faramas as well as Gatokacha at the end, and you picked up Martis, which you talked about how it was a comfort zone. Could have been a better hero picks to actually respond well, or even to actually defend wise coming in from Lazy Esport. I think most of the potential, again, they kind of actually missed out a lot of the opportunity because they feel the lack of options from their hero pool itself. I mean, I love the fact that they were actually quite satisfied with Faramis because they knew that Valentina was already been banned out. So those are the things that are crucial that I feel, yes, it's a bit sloppy, a bit messy, but the idea and as well as the planning that was done by Team Evos was actually quite good. They actually had the idea already and they know what was best for them, and it was portrayed here for last round for match number 3 itself. So congratulations to Evos Esports for still surviving here at the SPS Challenge season. But for now, we're gonna say goodbye for the first time to our Lazy Esport. You did amazing from the group stage. We saw how it was. You guys tried it, but unfortunately, this is going to be the end of the road. Hope to see you guys again on season number 7, the next XPS.
We really do have to commend Lazy Esports and give them a big hand. They are an MDL team and they have made it this far in the Snapdragon Pro Series, where there's so many international titans and veterans to face off against. They have proven to the world their potential, and I'm very excited to see what they have in store for us for the future. These players definitely have a lot of growing still to do. You can still mold them into players that are of a different quality and breed entirely. But there's definitely still a lot to fix in their gameplay as well. Congratulations to Evos Esports. They will live to fight another day, but they also have some work to do. Back to the drawing board. Their next opponent not going to be easy. They are still in the danger zone in the lower bracket. And if we're talking about the lower bracket, there is still one more lower bracket match happening today as well. The final matchup of day 3 is going to be RSG Singapore versus Team Liquid Philippines. We'll be right back after this break for the final match of the day.
Here we go!
Lonely places, the strength to stare fear in the face that only I give to me. All I need, understanding, all the passion.
Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rough. Foot on the gas till you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, then we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom, hop, skip, jump. About to eat it up, but the goal is lunch. I'm the big dude, so I never duck, duck. Just keep my head up and yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Chipped away at it and ignored the hate. And now we big time status and it's us for the taking. We eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah.
Our final matchup of the day. as well as our second elimination match here on day 3 of the SPS Season 6 MLBB Challenge season. It's going to be between none other than RSG Singapore and Team Liquid Philippines. Two teams of different pedigree, both of which have seen success in their respective MPLs in the past, but have had difficulty catching up with the ever-changing tides of the meta. Let's find out which one is going to be able to keep themselves alive in Snapdragon.
I mean, looking on the stats wise, we are seeing that RSG Singapore is slightly higher compared to Team Liquid Philippines, but we've already seen how Team Liquid Philippines during the rise or their prime time, they are performing better. It's just that possibly because of how the change of the roster has been done to them for the past few seasons, it has been shown that RSG Singapore has also improved in their own gameplay itself. So statistics wise, coming in from both sides of teams, RSG Singapore as well as Team Liquid Philippines, it does shows how much potential that RSG Singapore might go up against the Team Liquid Philippines. But I would not count Team Liquid Philippines just based on the statistics. Do you agree on that, Stafa?
Yeah, I'm going to have to be a little bit brutally honest here. It didn't feel like RSG Singapore was really that prepared for the global stage here compared to what we saw of everyone else. And we all remember their previous matchup was against Alter Ego. And while they definitely had some good ideas here and there and were able to take some fights, overall, it still felt like their gameplay was a little bit lacking. Maybe a little bit on the textbook side and not really being willing to go out of their comfort zone. But in the same way, their opponents, Team Liquid Philippines, have been having difficulty catching up with the assassin meta for a very, very long time. These are all veterans of the industry. We've got Sanford, we've got Kartizi, Sanji, JP, and brand new addition in Yuktizi to hopefully keep themselves in the SPS.
I mean, we've seen the achievements that was done by Carl TZ himself. He has already built the teams that able to actually achieve championship in his own hand itself. So we know the experience-wise coming in from Carl TZ and how he will able to actually inform and involve himself into Team Liquid Philippines as well. I mean, not just him, but also Sanji as well as the rest of the players of Team Liquid. Even though with the addition of UTZ, I think there's a possibility Team Liquid Philippines is still intact for their own performance itself.
Team Liquid, even if we're saying that they've been having some challenges adjusting to the brand new meta, that is based off of their performance traditionally as a powerhouse in the MPL Philippines scene. They were able to bring RRQ Hosi to a full series, so I think they're still going to be the favorites in general up against RSG Singapore. We've got their roster up on screen right now. It's Closer, Yon, Yunsky, Gear, as well as CS.
I mean, RSG Singapore, yes, they are improving in wise. I mean, like, respectively, in their own region, they are phenomenal. And I feel like we have to give credit a little bit of acknowledgement. I mean, on the rising of the fact that once they actually have that potential to actually fight off with NIP Flash, I mean, maybe RSG Singapore can actually put out a really good fight. The question is, once you actually move into another stage of the line to meet off with those who are experienced, I think RSG Singapore still haven't had that level yet that can actually be in the same row or in the same pool with the rest of experienced teams or experienced players itself. So that is why we are seeing there's a possibility that this game itself, which we are saying this is the second elimination bracket, neither one of them are going to actually have to fight it off to get that survival here for the lower bracket. But on the rise, Singapore's, we do want to give credit. They have placed first and second in MPL Singapore. But then again, we're talking about region-wise performance, and it's not fair once you move into the inter-region as well as into the global stage that you talked about. They are not still able to perform wise. But yes, they have so much success on the line, especially the fact that they are champions from season 1 till season 8.
Yeah, RSG Singapore has always been able to place top 2 and has been champions multiple times in their own MPL, but was recently taken over by NIP Flash and their impressive performance on the global stage as well. Because of that, I think both of us do agree that Team Liquid Philippines still does hold the title of the favorites in this particular matchup. They have, after all, been champions of international tournaments before, which is definitely a much bigger ballpark compared to just MPL SG itself.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to give a little bit of the space and leeway times to the side of our neighbor, because I love that. I would like that, but going into statistics wise and realistic wise, I do feel that Team Liquid Philippines would be a bit better off, and they might be a little bit aggressive here, especially the fact that, again, we're talking about elimination bracket. Now, going into the drafting wise, we are seeing the typical band of Matilda, Harith, as well as Jushin. Now, Fanny is still missing here, but again, we've been talking about, is it actually fruitful or even useful for Fanny to be banned off? Because even though you give the space for Fanny to be used, despite the fact this challenge season, I don't see Fanny to be a bit of threat. It hasn't actually happened, but I know for a fact that if you use it in a really good position, if Fanny is in the right hands of the players, it could be a really potential threat. But Granger will be banned off, so 2 more slots to go. I mean, it could be Hilda, it could also be Suyo as well, unless they want to actually give space, and that could be Team Liquid to be picked off. We also see that there's a potential of maybe other heroes depending on how the gameplay is going to be. But Martis been banned off straight away by Team Liquid Philippines.
A very heavy focus onto the gold lane right here for Team Liquid PH. Banning up both Harith as well as Moskov. RSG already banned the Granger before this, so it's not like Liquid is setting up for that. Instead, the next best case scenario would be something like the Iritel, but you wouldn't ordinarily ban so heavily into this particular factor. There's still quite a lot open in draft. Suyo and Joy are both still up there. Even the Lo Yi, which many other teams have already been banning up until now, is still open. RSG, they're gonna pick their poison, make sure that Lo Yi is not there. So the Fanny is left open for Carl TZ. Many people have had questions about how well Cartesi would perform on Assassins once again. His Joy was not the best, but solid enough. Fanny is definitely much more difficult to execute mechanically, so he's gonna want to prove to the world that he's still got it.
I mean, we've remembered all the memories wise coming in from Kaltizi dominating the Land of the Dawn with Fanny itself. We saw the success coming in from him. It's just a matter of time that will he be able to do it again here with the new meta itself. And I'm loving it. I'm feeling like a little bit of, how do I say, a walk into the memory lane of the rise and the prime time of Kaltizi himself with Fanny in his hand. Now, going into the pick of RSG Singapore, they know Joy was already in the open for them, so they picked up Joy and Hilda. Now, the question is, Team Liquid Philippines, how are they going to actually respond it off? Who they are going to prioritize more? Are they going to actually let more mobility wise, or are going to actually have much more tankiness on their side?
Heroes that have solid lockdown and invasion potential are going to be very effective here. I'm pretty sure that RSG will want to ban out Tigreal in the second phase, and maybe even Cho if they're particularly worried about being invaded in the early game. Team Liquid Philippines have decided not to hard focus on that just yet. They're gonna lock in the Phobius as the general option in the EXP lane, as well as the Bruno. So this is what they were setting up for with all the gold lane bans. This is RSG's last chance now to lock in the glue counter in the EXP lane to make sure they have lane priority. They can still send Hilda down there. Doesn't match up too badly into the Phobius, but glue definitely dominates a lot more and is less vulnerable to being directly targeted by the Fanny as well.
Oh, that's true. They kind of need something to hold off. But instead of that, they pick pretty much picked out Cho instead because they want to actually have a picked off for them, possibly a good kind of counter coming in from Fanny if he will be able to catch it off guard. And this is something that risky wise on RSG Singapore, but I think they pretty much prioritize more on how to control the mobility wise and the freedom of movement coming in from Fanny itself.
Yeah, so they're not going full out into priority in the EXP lane. Instead, they're gonna send Hilda down there to match the Phobias fairly evenly, prioritize single target lockdown Cho, one of the best options for making sure that Fanny isn't able to fly around wherever she wants. And like I mentioned before, I think you should probably ban out the Tigreal. It depends whether you want to ban out the Valeric as well, but RSG has different ideas in mind. They get rid of Faramis and Team Liquid, heavy focus towards CS in particular. They're trying to force them to dig really deep into the gold lane hero pool.
I mean, you still can pick up Cloud. You can still be able to do something about it. But yeah, it's actually decreasing a lot of the pools. There's a lot of most of the choices are decreasing even more for RSG Singapore. So not sure which of the heroes that are actually comfort zone on the side of RSG. But it seems that RSG also picking up Vexana as well to be banned off. Somehow, I am kind of feeling that is there a possibility they might actually bring out Valentina in this, or possibly of Eve as well here, because the potential of RSG Singapore to pick that up, that could be a case. But Sicilian also been banned off right in the instant from the side of Team Liquid Philippines as well.
So Team Liquid is just denying RSG any chance of scaling into the late game. They want to make sure that Bruno is the ultimate threat once he is maxed out on items. They still ideally need a bit more crowd control to deal with the Joy, but otherwise I do like the idea they're going for. RSG in terms of mid lane, Valentina is open, but I'm not a big fan of it here. I would like the Farsa because it matches well with the Cho, but is also quite vulnerable to the Phobias and Fanny, so it depends whether RSG feels comfortable with that. And it looks like they will keep it safe first, leave the mid until last when they know who its opponent is going to be, and lock in the quad instead.
Pretty much expected that because again, you don't have much of the option anymore. So Claude will be a simple case of them try to actually have that option open as well as going in for the mobility wise. Farsa been picked up as well as Khalid right here from Team Liquid Philippines. A great combination coming in from Team Liquid. I mean, yes, you have a lot of mobility here coming from Fanny as well as Khalid as well. And now so much damage will be put out by Bruno as well as Farsa. Now, RSG Singapore, you need one more. Your mid lane, who can actually at least slow things down coming in from Team Liquid Philippines. Aurora could be the case here.
It could be, but there's also an argument for like the cheese with the Angela, maybe, right?
Oh, yeah.
The Joy and the Hilda. It's risky because he's also quite squishy and can be targeted by Fanny, but alright, that's not what I saw coming.
Me too. Okay, Badang, we keep on seeing the same pattern every single time. Is it because they keep on hearing, they heard that Husky wants Badang and now they're incorporated like unorthodoxly into their own gameplay? You don't need to actually do that, no, because the fact is it's unnecessary. But then again, I mean, this is again very interesting pick coming in from RSG Singapore.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a Badang roam as well. Cho mid, actually. So RSG doing something slightly different. Basically putting all of the magic damage onto the Joy instead. I can definitely see what the idea is coming from them here, because Badang and Cho together forms a very hard crowd control duo. If they like lock down a single person, they'll just never be able to move again, right? So they're trying to just stop Carl TZ at any chance they can get, since they'll both be in the mid lane and will be able to rotate to the sides very, very quickly. But only time will tell whether or not this is actually an effective solution. As we jump into the Land of Dawn for game number 1, it's Team Liquid Philippines on the blue side versus RSG Singapore, the red.
Last match of the night, guys, and it seems like somehow when it comes to TLPH, love the mobility wise, they have what it takes to actually at least counter some of the movement. RSG on the rise right here, they need to be critical on their decision making. If they did not able to actually continue, not to say continue, more to say like if they cannot actually pick off the right players or even connect the dot completely, it's not gonna be easy and it will be punished by the side of Team Liquid Philippines. So far, right now, most of the teams, they are wandering around. They're going to actually try to get it farm as possible. And we do see a little bit of disturbance coming in from JP just to mess around in the territory of RSZ. Now, Yon coming through will try to get into the goal side of the crab itself. So that's actually a good steal coming in. But at the same time, right here is still a slow pace from both teams.
This is damage choke. He's going damage choke. Purify used by Sanji to escape from the fist crack. JP in some trouble, has to flicker out. Here comes Tizi. First blood. Picks off Yunsky in the mid lane. I was in the middle of talking, but yes, this is damage choke. Lethal ignition with assassin emblems, including the penetration one as well as master assassin. It also means that he's very squishy. So that is the risk you have to play with.
I mean, again, this is where we say, yes, you get the pick off, but if you do not finish the job properly and clean, that's going to be the option. That's the crucial point where Sanford takes down Gear immediately. Again, every time they go in for a fight, and here on out, it seems that Sanford is not done. He goes into Yunsky, as well as right now going in all out. Did manage to actually get some damage, but it's not going to be enough. But at the same time, Sanji comes through JP, and Tizi will be going all out to the side to shut down Close as well.
The dark wave right at the end to pull him back into range. Also, Sanji stole the purple buff with that last hit of the feathered airstrike. So Team Liquid is coming out the gate running, or flying in this case, in regards to Tizi. And that's actually very bad for RSG Singapore. Playing a Badang Cho mid lane implies that you're trying to cheese out lane priority just a little bit, and they are not getting it.
It's tough, and here on out, they're trying to actually pull in, and so much damage already been done to the side of CS as well as Closer. Had to pull away, and even at this point in time, Closer just tried to actually survive it out here at the top. But here, mid lane, TLPH, so much aggression to the side of RSD, they cannot do anything to actually hold off those damage.
We can already see that on the side of the gold leaderboard, most of Team Liquid already dominating the top spots. We're only 3 minutes in and they already have a 2k advantage. There's no lane priority for RSG anywhere, and you can just see the feathered airstrike. They are being so active on the map, making it so that the side lanes cannot farm at all.
It's not gonna be easy here. Team RSG Singapore, Yunsky been taken out. That's gonna be another kill in the hands of Team Liquid right here. And RSG Singapore, they're struggling. They're literally struggling off the bat on the 3 minute 47 seconds. On the side of Team Liquid, Tizi is roaming off freely, getting all the farms needed, required, and he's already going into the territory lines. Spotted out Yon. He's actually going in to actually get some of the kills as well if they actually pull into CS as Yon. And it seems that CS Yon gets the input, and Gear also try to go in. Will try to actually mess things around and deny any entrance coming in from Team Liquid.
Yeah, right now RSG Singapore already being forced into very defensive play. Team Liquid is basically claiming their jungle as theirs already, and this is part of the threat of playing against a Fanny. If they have a good enough support system, they don't necessarily have to farm off of kills. They can actually start flying around the map, taking jungle camps before you're able to rotate over to them. That's exactly what Team Liquid has been doing. RSG already having to play very close together to make sure they're not picked off for free. Team Liquid can just control objectives.
Yeah, and then we are seeing Tizi just trying to go in all out to Closer, giving some of the damage here, and they're trying to actually make sure that because the fact that they are actually having a little bit of difficulty, but at the same time, one coming in right now, Tizi will be pushing straight. JP also push. Gear will be able to take down immediately, and as we see, Tizi takes down the turtle for themselves, but they're not done. Yunsky will be able to trade it off, but at the source of Sanford, trade him off.
And this is damage show. It's expected that he would go in to try and get kills on his own, and he was able to pick off Sanji, but I still don't really think it's worth it at this point. Yes, trades are good when you're behind, but you're losing so much priority on the map.
It's not gonna be easy here. RSG seriously needs to figure out how to actually deny any of the mobility-wise that is done by Team Liquid Philippines. They got the 2 kills for themselves, but still it's not gonna be enough. Economy-wise, still in played on the side of Team Liquid Philippines for the lead of 3,000k to begin with. And here on out, we are seeing that Team Liquid, right at distance, has already got so much control, not just the map itself, but every single game or team fight.
And we're even seeing trades happening off screen, right? Yon being caught out in the top lane. He was able to trade for YukiTZ earlier, but he has a lot more value to RSG Singapore at this point. And Yunsky picked off by himself up top. Mega kill for Sanford in the mid lane, and they're still going.
It's still going right on top, but CS want to make a difference here, is going all out to UZ, but still not going to be enough. And Persada comes in, Sanji with the Feather Axe strike, takes him down immediately for the extension. Even CS will not be done. Sanford takes down Gear immediately, and Turret, number 1 of the mid lane, will be shut down immediately, giving more control of the map here for Team Liquid Philippines.
For Team Liquid, just continuing to run away with everything, and I really like what YukiTZ did there. He specifically stayed as long as possible to bait CS into staying to try and get the last hit, and setting up for Liquid to go in for the gank and pick off in the mid lane. And an airstrike being used very actively as a zoning tool, and Sanford is quite unkillable.
Sanford coming in, and Sanford takes down Yusuke, starting off closer, as well as the overextension by Gear will be a mistake. Comes through with Carl TZ as well. Yuzi shutting down CS, and now making it even more tougher for RSG Singapore as they are gaining up every single turret.
RSG, they're just gonna have to try and trade wherever they can get it. They're at least able to get that turtle with Yon on the opposite side of the map. Yon, you really should have recalled there. I feel like not completing that recall could be a mistake, as now the rest of Team Liquid comes on in, and this is a very dead Joy.
Oh no, been shut down by the Feather Strike. Even electrifying bits will not be able to do so. He's not able to get away, and it's at what cost of you stealing off that turtle. And here Sanford is looking for the next bit and doing so much of the cover-up so that turret will be taken out easily by the rest of Team Liquid.
Kill score 8 minutes in is 15-2 with an 8,000 gold advantage for Team Liquid. We can see even the purple buff being contested in the jungle, and Gear already gone before we even have a chance to turn the camera over to their half of the map. This is turning into a one-sided slaughter very quickly.
I mean, Team Liquid doesn't give any breather space to the side of RSG. Now, Sanford still looking for the next victim. He goes all for the airborns of closer, giving so much of the initiation as well as clearing out that turret for the mid lane. And now they're looking for a way. Yon all by himself with Carl TZ. Can he actually make a change? It's not going to be easy with the mobility-wise coming in from Carl TZ, but he did put up a really good match to survive it out.
In fact, Carl TZ is making the wise choice there of not over-committing and trying to chase Yon down, because the Joy actually does do a good amount of damage right now to him. And he's got a 5-kill streak, and he doesn't want to give away a shutdown goal closer. Nearly dead there, but YukiTZ, look at the damage on this Bruno already. They're pushing in.
They're pushing in for their strike being put out. Yusuke comes in, try to actually go in for the Wizard Dragon, but doesn't manage to do so. Karltz push him out immediately, and now Karltz will be denied by CS. But at the same time, Gear having a lot of pressure here, had to pull away, but at least a trade-off was done by RSG to at least hold down all the damage that was done.
Carl TZ did actually end up losing the shutdown gold in the end, but I can't really remember who exactly got it. It might have been CS. Gear got a really nice fist break, actually locking Carl TZ in underneath the tower, so there was no way for him to escape. But even without him, Team Liquid have so much control over the map and enough damage on YukiTZ that they're able to get the Lord anyway. RSG has no way of walking out forward to provide vision to decide if they want to contest it. And now Yon, they're pushing very far on their side of the map.
Oh, but at the same time, he did manage to take down Sanji. First of all, that's going to be the target he needed to actually go out. But at the same time, at the moment right now, Team Liquid will be able to trade him off immediately. Good choice of decision to just go all out to Sanji first of all. But then again, here on out, Team Liquid still have a better intake. And even so, at the process, they were able to take the lot. And this is going to be the first lot marching in into the territory of RSG.
It is only the first Lord, so RSG still has a chance of being able to defend against it, but because they do have a Cho mid lane there, their backline siege potential is really lacking. And UTC is gonna be able to do a lot of poke damage from afar. The minion waves are all synced into the base as well.
And Hero now trying to actually clear it out. Yawn gonna push into JP. A lot of damage coming in, with support coming through, but at the same time, they are trying to clear out the Lord before the team of Liquid try to push into them. But at the same time, Team RSG, great defense-wise, Team Liquid, a little bit of resistance, and that's giving a lot of pressure. But at the same time, Feather Airstrike comes through. They try to actually at least do some damage with the crystal, but Yuzi takes down, as well as with Courtesy takes down Closure as well. Yuski with a double kill right here to be shut down by Yuzi, and now leaving off CS and Yon to be defending. And with the marching of the last minion coming through, they will be able to clear out this crystal. CS had to pull away. Even Yon tried to survive it up, but it's gonna be a win here in the Team Liquid hands.
One of the fastest games of the challenge season thus far, not even breaking the 11-minute mark. Team Liquid Philippines completely dismantle RSG Singapore, not giving them a chance to breathe, not giving them the opportunity to even play the game, as they were dominating map control and lane priority right from the first minute onwards. A 24 kill score to 4 on RSG's side. The draft was very well intentioned to make sure that they were able to snowball right from the beginning, and RSG once again running into the similar issues we saw before. They just don't seem to be prepared for what the international MLBB community can throw at them.
I mean, the fact that Team Liquid, from the start, they denied a lot of the options for the gold lane to be put out, and I think that put RSG right at the corner. They're being pushed right at the end of it, and I'm understanding the fact that they are a little bit clueless on the side. But again, you do have other potential, even though the fact that you put out Badang in the midst of it, and you had Cho as the mid as well, it's a bit questionable decision making coming in from RSG from the drafting as well. And then Team Liquid someone knowing for the fact that some of the formation or even the team lineup here coming in from RSG, it's not gonna be hard for them to just break through from the backline itself. That's where they just have everything running in their own way to a point that RSG could not do anything.
It's a very hopeful lineup from RSG because on paper, you can kind of see it making sense, right? You have Cho and Badang in the mid lane. They can rotate quickly. They can stop Fanny from flying around too much. But then you remember that both heroes actually need some items to be able to do too much with things, especially since you're going for damage Cho on top of that. Hilda's going to be locked in lane a lot of the time, and Claude doesn't have early game damage either, nor does Joy. So TLPH already have a huge window of opportunity in the early game that they made sure not to miss out on. Sanford getting lane priority, being able to join fights a lot, 67% kill participation and picking up 6 kills of his own while doing even more damage in total than Yukizi, is gonna be our MVP of game number 1.
I mean, it's crazy the fact that UTZ was able to actually survive it out, most of the damage, to just drag on the fact that they know Yusuke definitely want to do some damage. Closer also will be trying to actually go in. CS, he does what it takes to actually go in for the damage of Cloud itself, but once you do so much of the investment, it ended up not in the favor because we have the one sneaky player by the side of Team Liquid to just mess things up, and that's the reason why at the end of it all, Yusuke was able to get away with it. Yuzi was able to get away with it, but Sanford will be the MVP right here. 608 KDA. I mean, you talked about how Carl TZ was trying to survive it out. He does not overextend to make sure that he will be able to have that clean slate on his plate. Sanford was also there. He keeps on initiating, and even with the initiation, he survived it out, letting every attempt or even damage that was dealt by the teams of RSD still was not enough to take him down.
I mean, traditionally, when we look at Team Liquid Philippines' heyday, Kaltizi has always played a bit more of a utility-style jungle, and then Sanford has been the duelist in the EXP lane. He likes to fight, he likes to brawl, he wants to be the first one into things. So heroes like Phobias are always very effective in the hands of players like him. Let's see that Team Liquid 5 minutes in already at a 4K lead, and even whenever RSG tried to get 1 or 2 trades wherever they can, it's so easy for Team Liquid to just run them down. You would think that with Cho and Badang, they would get punished more for overstaying their welcome. There'd be ways of CCing them and locking them down, but no. Team Liquid is always moving one step ahead and operating on a different tempo entirely. And it just seemed very straightforward for them to finally take down that crystal.
I mean, again, you've already seen the pattern. You already see a lot of the loopholes is in the lineup of RSG. The fact that Team Liquid say that there's no way for us to mess up. This is easy way for us to just go in right foot in front of the direction that they parted. They can do so, go in for the loopholes, and immediately punish it for the side of RSG. I mean, so much of denial that was done by RSG was still not enough. I mean, they did try to actually pick up. They try to actually use Junski as the initiator to actually pick up, but it keeps on being denied. Mobility-wise of Team Liquid was just too far, more potential to actually them to survive it out because of the fact that they get away and they gang up against RSG. So first round of match number 4 will be in the hands of Team Liquid. Looking good so far for the lower bracket of Group B. Team Liquid might have a really good potential if they keep this up to survive here for the SPS challenge season. Now going into Call TZ movement, I think pretty much you talked about it as already. We emphasize how Call TZ was freely moving around along all the map controls, and even so he tried to go in for a fight, he never overstay whenever it's necessary.
It's a very Carl TZ style. People call him the GOAT for a reason. He has had so many past achievements and accolades. And while many people have been looking at him with potentially judging eyes since his mechanics may not have returned quite as much for Assassins, he proves to us that he's still perfectly capable of playing a hero like Fanny. He doesn't really want to go for a hyper-aggressive style, the same way we see from junglers like King Kong, for example. But his style works for the way that Team Liquid want to approach the map. It's a little bit more traditional, so some other teams might be able to figure out how to deal with it. But against a team like RSG Singapore, sometimes traditional is what works the best. And right now, they seem to be on a very easy path forward to a clean sweep, unless RSG Singapore is able to make something huge happen.
I mean, that's hopeful. That's a miracle that we're looking forward, because again, power-wise, we do know for a fact that Team Liquid, even though they're not in their sole prime time during the past experience or past achievement they still have so much experience in their own chapters and in their own books that RSG is still not in the same par. Again, we're trying to see whether or not RSG will be able to adapt here coming into match number 2, but looking from that match number 1, drafting wise need to be fixed, as well as the gameplay. I mean, again, yes, you talked about how they had the idea of the mid of Cho, that movement wise they need to actually take advantage of. They didn't. They ended up being trampled easily by Team Liquid.
If you ask me, it would have even been better for RSG Singapore to keep the Cho on roam and draft something like a Eudora instead. I feel like it would have actually still worked more effectively and been easier to play, in fact, than the Cho damage mid and the Badang roam. But yeah, it's really hard to say how well that would have truly worked until the end, right? So RSG Singapore, keep their minds open a little bit more. I think they tried to let the Fanny through because they figured, hey, maybe we can handle it with this kind of combo. Didn't work out. I'm pretty sure the Fanny is going to get banned at game number 2. But what else is going to get let through the cracks? It was very smart of Team Liquid to focus hard on one lane in particular. They forced out the Claude on the gold lane and didn't give them any opportunity of playing early to mid-game style marksmen that could out-DPS the Fanny, right? Because of that, they were able to control that stage of the game a lot more easily.
Definitely. I think right off the bat, Team Liquid was already in control of that drafting wise. There was not much of choices to be given to RSG Singapore itself. So I guess, again, they're really been pushed to the corner, so I feel bad for them. That's the reason why the drafting wise, even with the thought that we talked about, there's a lot of mage, even though it's a bit difficult. I mean, I put out, yes, Vexana has already been banned off. You still have Aurora. You talked about Eudora as well, but it's a bit risky on the side of how it's gonna be easy for them to actually pull through, because the fact is of the squishiness, as well as it's not gonna be enough to shut down the movement of Team Liquid itself. But again, at least it's an option, because Badang versus, as well as combination to the side of Cho, was just not in the favor of RSG.
Things just didn't go their way at all. And we can't really blame too much, right? We already mentioned that MPL Singapore in general does fall a little bit behind the power level of many other regions, with the exception of NIP Flash. And that's a lot because a lot of these players aren't quite able to commit as much time and resources comparatively, since a lot of them do play more on the part-time or as a hobby rather than like MPL PH or ID, where a lot of the players are full-time training all the day at MLBB, right? It's the fact that the Singaporean players who are able to make it this far are still able to do so despite not being quite as invested, that we have to give them praise for. And it makes me wonder, are they going to bring out even more surprises in game number 2 to keep themselves in the competition?
Oh, agree, definitely. I mean, again, we are talking about the previous champions in their own hometown, Singapore. There's a reason why they have been achieving a lot of the champions. It's just a matter of time they'll be able to step up from their own home achievement into the global stage as well. Now we see RSG Singapore will be banning E first of all. Again, we talked about how Fanny-wise, it's not really necessary, but at the same time, you don't want it to fall into the hands of Kaltizi, because it has been a little bit of menace to be fighting off. You give that so much freedom, he will move around as if that map is his. Now, Hilda will be banned off as well. The question is, most of the choices is made. Is it Fanny you want to ban out, or you want to actually ban out Granger, the metas, Suyo as well, maybe. But at the same time, Team Liquid will be banning off Fanny instead for themselves, as well as Juician.
For a moment, I thought that since there's a good amount of leeway for Team Liquid right now, they would be willing to just let the Fanny through, so that it would be something that they could maybe counteract against immediately. It looks like they're gonna play it safe. They want to go for that 2-0 sweep and secure their spot in the final bracket of their group. Now, looking at the state of things, there's still the Joy, there's still the Suyo, Loi is still open as well as the Granger and the Harif. A lot of these were banned out in game number 1, so there's been a pretty notable shift in the way that the bans have gone since RSG SG is now on the blue side of the draft. With Suyo and Matilda taken out, now you have the options of Joy, Granger, Loi. It's a lot of choices.
Yeah, a lot of choices been given up here, and I'm just stunned for the fact that I feel like this is already an opportunity. It is already like open in the back already. It's a, how do I say, standardized answer coming in from RSG Singapore. If they don't pick it up, it's actually like opportunity been wasted. Now, Team Liquid Philippines has Granger been picked up. They still have what it takes to actually counter back or even answer it off. They picked up Joy, and who are they going to actually prioritize? Will they actually pick out Tank first of all? Is it going to be Hylos, or would they actually pick out... Oh, they ended up picking up Fovius instead, right here. So RSG Singapore, responding wise, they need something to make sure that most of the damage will be hold off just a little bit coming in from Team Liquid itself.
I thought for sure that Team Liquid were going to go for the Loi here, but having both Joy and Loi together does open up the Tigreal and Belleric as very obvious counters. So Team Liquid still wants to leave it open for now. In fact, they're actually baiting RSG to go for things like the Glue or CC early, to avoid it being banned out later on. RSG, they're gonna go ahead and pull out the Hayabusa, not going for the typical alpha pick here, since he will have a bit of trouble with Joy come mid-game. and the high-lows as well. So no glue or CC as the Phobia's counter, and the Loi now comes out. So Liquid will probably be banning out Tigreal or Belleric here.
Okay. Hayabusa wise, we talked about how you want to make sure that you be able to hold out those damage. So Hayabusa, great mobility wise, can pull in and pull out as quickly as possible. And you also have high-lows with the Glorious Pass to slow things down once you have Joy with the electrifying beats as well. And you want to be able to actually shut down a little bit of the Phobia's damage as well. But then again, you do have Loi that you have to be wary about. So questionable wise coming in from the band side of RSG, they decided to take off Bruno as they see that Bruno can be a potential threat right here on the side of RSG.
Interesting. Team Liquid decide not to go for the Tigreal or Belleric ban. Makes me wonder whether they want to grab it themselves. They could even go for the chip if they just want to go for double teleport shenanigans, but I think that's a little bit too much. Tigreal makes a little bit more sense to me. Vexana and Cecilion to get rid of any mid laners that would be able to do well against the Loi, as well as the Irritel to take out any direct counters to the Granger. So Team Liquid will probably have to fall back to the Harith at this point, unless they go for the Moskov instead.
Oh, that could be also another choice to be made by Team Liquid Philippines. But there you go. The Moskov already booked out already here for the matchup. And RSZ-wise Singapore, again, I like the idea coming in from the first three picked up, even though it is a little bit more into the textbook territory on wise of RSG. But the crucial points right here, as we do see, they need to be wary of the mid lane as well, because again, they made a mistake already for match number 1. I hope they don't make the same mistake here.
I still like the Belleric for RSG. It counters Loi, Joy, and Moskov. Tigreal is still not too bad if they want to go in that direction, or the Cho. They want to play it specifically for the Joy. As for their mid lane, honestly, you could even consider going like the Odette just to punish the Joy somewhat, and if you position it correctly with the Loi, it's not too bad. But they'll play it safe with the Farsa, and they do actually lock in the Belleric, so I like that. But that leaves the Cho open for Team Liquid, and that's going to be a pretty scary one to deal with.
Oh, and they also picked up Farsa. So again, we do see a lot of the success coming in from the pick of Farsa as well. You get a lot of the input with the Feather Airstrike, and I know it has a lot of potential for the damage wise. The question is, if you don't time it very rightly, JP will definitely come in and pick you off that easily. And this is why it's very scary to have Cho on the side of Team Liquid. Coming off from this drafting, I do feel like I am in the favor of Team Liquid. What about you, Stafa?
I definitely am leaning towards Team Liquid as well, but I do like the Belleric a lot. It's gonna be difficult for them to really utilize it, because you want to be able to use that Wrath of Dryad against both Joy and the Loi. And I think that RSG have put the Belleric in the EXP lane as well, which I'm not a big fan of. I would ideally want him in the roam position so that he's able to respond to any threats. But hey, go with what is comfortable, since right now you are at risk of elimination. RSG Singapore on the blue side needs a victory here, or Team Liquid Philippines on the red side will eliminate them and move on to the next stage of the competition.
Who are we going to say goodbye? I mean, again, RSD, they were punished. They were bullied. I think that's the right word. I keep on actually emphasizing this, because most of the time we do see the players are always punishing and bullying the players whenever it is necessary or they have that opportunity. And if you ever give that window of opening to your opponent, they will take it, grab it, and use it to the full extent. And Team Liquid is someone who does that. And Team Liquid, they saw how it was on match number 1 or round number 1. Let's see if RSG will be able to slow things down a bit, the momentum that was done by Team Liquid.
Comparatively to game number 1, Team Liquid definitely have less of an early game presence. Ooh, Shadow Kill coming up.
Shadow Quill coming off to do some damage, but it's not gonna be easy. There's just a lot of structure coming in to actually blast around as well as contest for the buff, but he will be able to pull away from that equation. just a little bit of teasing coming in.
I like the aggression from RSG. The Yogi Shadow Kill almost actually picked off JP. That would have been huge for RSG if they got it, but the pressure is still not too bad. You can already see that Team Liquid doesn't have nearly as much pressure or priority with the particular heroes they're playing in this game. So RSG will have a little bit more space to breathe with. We are seeing the rotation of the EXP and roam to make sure that JP hits level 4 by the turtle fight. So that means that Yon has to be a lot more careful with his positioning to not get locked down.
And we do see Gear also having a little bit of damage coming in, and we're going in all out. Airborne comes through with the Waves of the Dragon. Sanford takes down Closer first of all, and as the TM goes by, they will try to actually take down Gear as well. 2 of the elimination coming in from the side of Team Liquid to shut down RSG. Turtle right in the open, but here Shadow Kill comes through. Will they actually be able to go in? Nope. Yon pulls away instead, not gonna overextend, and is giving that opportunity for the Turtle in the hands of Team Liquid.
Looks like RSG were actually caught off guard in that one. When they saw JP hitting level 4 after the XP minion wave, I'm pretty sure they thought he was gonna save it for the Hayabusa specifically, but he immediately used it to initiate on Closer instead and remove the Belleric and Hylos before the turtle even started being contested by RSG. So they weren't in position to respond quick enough, and Team Liquid were able to get 2 free kills and the turtle as well.
JP takes down Yuski, but Sanji now in the midst right here with Yon. Doesn't manage to do the connection, but Sanji will be the one in the victim for the team of RSG to get the trace off. But at the same time, Glory Prize been put out. RSG had to pull away. It's a scapegoat for the side of Team RSG to go out from the side of Team Liquid danger zone. And Team Liquid, they want more. They are looking to the side of Yon, and Kaltizi just right it open, and JP is also coming in. Gear will be denying that entrance, allowing at least Yon to pull away safely.
I feel like if this was a more aggressive jungler, they would have definitely tried to dive Yon with the electrifying beats there. It would have been enough to finish him off. But I actually don't really know how that interaction happened. Yon was able to somehow quad shadow onto Sanji through the diversion when he didn't have it set up there. That's very interesting. But now the diversion coming out in the jungle to target the Hayabusa. And there's no way Yon is escaping that one.
Oh, I mean, if your first time you didn't get it, the second time will be fruitful, and that's what Team Liquid is. Persistent is the key, and here on out, they are looking for more. Closer, try to actually back things off, but Glorious Pass been used here. RSG is finding a way, try to go into JP, but doesn't manage to do the connection, and in the end here, it seems that JP try to actually find a way, actually picked off the team of RSG. Going down at the round here, as we do see, he will be able to actually slow things down. Did manage to pick off Gear immediately with the Waves of Dragon. Yuxi takes down Gear immediately, and that's going to be another opening for Team Liquid. But CS is on the rise right here as Kaltizi shuts him down as well.
A great sequence of events by Team Liquid. The pickoff on Gear immediately into the flicker defensively, and even Sanford zoning away on and Closer so they cannot come any closer, pun intended. And Taltizi being able to use the ultimate to chase down CS under the tower as well. Team Liquid, I already mentioned, this lineup doesn't have as much early game prio as game 1, but they're still making it known that their presence is here.
Oh, JP picking off just right on time, and Yon was being shut down by Kaltizi immediately. But here on out, he's gonna go all out with Gear, having a lot of damage. Sanford takes him down immediately. Even Sanji try to go in all out for the extension, but Sanford will be taking out CS as well. Now Closer right in the midst right here, trying to survive under the turret, but it's gonna be 4v1 situation, and Closer will be taken out by Kaltizi as well, making it a 4 kill in the hands of Team Liquid.
This is starting to look really ugly for RSG. Liquid is literally surrounding them under their own tower like a pack of piranhas, not giving them any chance to escape or even try to counterplay somehow. The activeness of the diversion has been very good, and JP has basically been looking for a gank every time he has Way of the Dragon available. They are playing on a completely different gameplay speed comparatively to RSG Singapore, who's just trying to take it slow and farm up to the mid game. They're not getting the chance to even do that.
RSG They're been shut down from their own territory, and JP keeps on infiltrating, keeps on getting been picked off. That's the reason why when you have two on the side, and the fact that there was and Diaz will be immediately shut down by Kaltizi. Closer, right in the scene, JP goes in straight away to pick him off, but it's not gonna be easy. It seems that Kaltizi also finding a way, but Gear comes in. He wants to actually finish off, but overextension comes through, even though with the backup, Kaltizi takes down Gear, and here on out, we do see more pushing on straight away to the side of Yunski, leaving off two more players coming in from the side of RSG. So much aggression, nothing could be done by RSG.
Despite having less of an early game power spike, the snowball in game number 2 is even worse than game 1, and the Wrath of Dryad was even baited out by Kaltizi without even trying. A 10k gold lead, 7.5 minutes into the game. This is the biggest snowball we have seen.
Glorious pass been put out straight away to the side of Gear. Gear does not have a way out. Right this instant, JP takes him down. At the same time, right here, the spear comes in. The spears off the side of Moscow to actually get a hold of it. JP, a little bit of stun comes in. Overextension just to get the info, but it's okay. They already got so much win. Team Liquid doesn't even bother.
Team Liquid are fully in the driver's seat. They're even more than in the driver's seat. They are the entire car itself. Diversion to come in for the Lord. No way RSG can get anywhere close to contest this. They're already being forced to just reside within their base 8 minutes in. And Liquid is building up even more farm. I'm honestly afraid to look at the GPM numbers after this game. If they can end this within the next couple of minutes, we're probably going to be looking at new high scores.
Oh, new highest scores, new history of the side of our lower bracket itself, because Team Liquid, they're not giving any chance whatsoever to RSG. And RSG, they're pushed aside time to time again. Despite we do saw in the early runs, even the early games itself, Yon had the idea, but it didn't connect as much as he wanted to. There was not much damage that he needed. Now Lot's marching in already into the mid lane. They're looking for a way to go straight into the baseline of Team RSG.
Up until now, RSG Singapore just have not been able to match the speed of Liquid at all. The diversion comes out, using it as a bait.
Glorious pass been put out, and here on out, they're going all out. Closer will be able to take down JP Percival for the overextension, but Sanford denies Gear immediately. At the same time, Yon had to pull away. Sanford is right in the seat. He did manage to take down Sanford, and he pulls out before he became a casualty. A really good reflex coming in and respawn from the side of RSG, but things are not done. Lord was already marching in into the crystal. Now they had to clear out the minions, and Kaltizi coming in. He goes out for Yon, but he only pulls it to inside of Yuski instead. He was a little bit off discouraged, but he goes in all out a little bit more. Kaltizi takes down Yon immediately, and now leaving off 4 players of RSG to Yon from himself.
Team Liquid are so farmed right now that they can just sneeze on you and you basically blow up. RSG Singapore not really able to do anything. Even after Liquid threw themselves at them, they are not punished. Another diversion being used right here.
Coming in right now with the Gear side, a lot of damage. Glorious pass been put out. TS did manage to take down JP for the extension, but closer takes down Sanji. Oh, this is going to be a really good epic comeback comes through. But at the same time, Kaltizi and Sanford still survive. That overextension coming from JP helped along the side with the trade of Yunski at Bliss.
Yeah, that was actually a pretty big mistake by Team Liquid. They all grouped up underneath the tower and got caught inside the Wrath of Dryad, which resulted in many of them being picked off for the first time. Like a pretty big gold swing for RSG Singapore. And yet, the gold lead is still 10k for Team Liquid. After that, Sanji will... Oh!
No! Again, mistakes come through, and Gear, not sure why he was actually putting himself right in the open for TLPH to just get him off already. Again, mistakes by RSG is just another closer success on Team Liquid side.
Team Liquid, they made that one mistake that time. I doubt they're gonna allow it to repeat again. And even if it did happen, they were able to exchange their bodies for all 3 inhibitors. So RSG Singapore just has no structures left standing. and they have no way of getting close enough to the Lord Pit to actually contest it. So now they're gonna have to find some way to defend against a full 5-man push with the Lord on Team Liquid's side.
And this is the second lot. It's gonna be even more damage on the side of Team Liquid. Questionable how they put the but they go all out straight to the baseline, shuts down immediately Yon, and this is gonna be opening. Glorious pass been put out. Team RSG moves away quickly, evading any opportunity to begin out. But at the same time, they go all out to the side of Closer. Closer having a lot of damage here. Tried to survive it out, but had to pull away. But Carlsy did manage to take down Closer immediately. Now pulling off to the side of Gear. Gear is still surviving, but at the same time, at one cost, Starfoot comes in through. He did manage to take down CS as well. And Crystal will be taken off immediately with Team Liquid right off the bat on 12 minutes on the clock. They win this lower bracket, saying goodbye to RSG.
Team Liquid Philippines will move on to the final bracket of Group B, where they will face off against Alter Ego for a chance to advance to the last chance qualifiers. And like you mentioned, Pasha, this is unfortunately going to be goodbye to RSG Singapore. The LPH just steamrolled through them, not giving them an opportunity to respond at all. And even the few kills that they were able to pick up were because TL were already so far ahead that they just didn't even care too much about their positioning.
I mean, again, at least at this point of time and going into the second drafting, there was so much of potential. There was a lot of pool of choices to be made by RSG because they were actually having more control in the earlier stages. But then Team Liquid, again, solid lineup. They had a really good respawn. Just in the side of RSG, even though they had a good respawn wise, there was a lot of them trying to actually input and insert themselves in all those team fights. Yet it was denied immediately, and we do saw Kaltis. He was just popping off from one place to another. He gets all the kills, he shuts down all the players, and even with Yon trying to actually go out for the early games, it's still not enough because Team Liquid, they're just everywhere and they are just so much painful to be bared that RSG could not do anything.
Altizia doing 78,000 damage and having 1,047 gold per minute. That is once again another player reaching the 1,000 GPM mark. He was already full on items by the 10-minute mark because of how quickly he was farming overall. So he definitely deserves the MVP for this game. But Sanji also deserving an honorable mention. Those diversions were incredibly active. This is what happens when a player with experience is able to read and predict the rotations of the enemy team and catch them off guard in the most unexpected of angles.
I feel like the moment they really had that grasp of the teleportation coming into every single situation or even the right location to actually surprise off RSG, that's when Team Liquid, they've already controlled the flow of the game itself. Yon, however, he did surprise us off right off the bat. I mean, we didn't actually expect it that Yon was able to actually maneuver from fighting off with Sanji itself, and then he was able to back off and get the kill in the early runs. But I had the idea, I saw the idea, the opportunity that Team RSG was putting out. It's just that, again, experience-wise coming in from Team Liquid is just too much to actually bear, and there's so much that RSG just need to actually pull together and recover back from all the mistake that was done.
Carl TZ, you can see that he can even go for a very greedy full damage build. No need for any immortality or winter crown at the end. Just the holy crystal into the wishing a lantern. In game 1, the draft from RSG Singapore was a little bit too hopeful and maybe a little bit of a whimsy, but in game number 2, it was actually a very logical and solid lineup. I actually quite liked the final pick on the Belleric, and there were definitely ways they have made it work. But a lot of the difference came from gameplay perspectives. Team Liquid are a much more coordinated team. They operate on a much faster speed as well because they're very experienced with dealing with stronger teams on the land of Dawn. Every single time their cooldowns are available, they are looking for a play to be made, and they know where exactly you can be punished on the map as well. Even at the very end, when they use the diversion into the base, they use a little trick with Loyi to actually position the diversion circle outside the map so that RGSG weren't aware that they were TPing in until they had already completed the process.
Oh, I mean, this is beautiful. Coming in, they went straight into the baseline, able to actually spook out RSG, getting Yunsky first of all, so that they find the opening, and then at the end of it all, they shut down Yonan. This is where the fine line that the Glorious Pass was invested. A lot of the skills that was able to actually hold off the movement coming in from the team of RSG. Yes, they did try to actually defend wise, but at the end of it all, it was still not enough. And Team Liquid Philippine rising off here from their lower bracket into the second stage of lower bracket. So they will be the one to actually fight it off with the team that loses the chance to go to the challenge finals. Now, hopefully, Team Liquid has in start because they know they still have the lifeline to be surviving out. Now let's take a look back into the bracket itself, how it started off right into day number 1. Started off with Onic fighting off with Blacklist, and they managed to shut down with 2-0, but then ended up having the opportunity to be fighting off into the challenge finals. Is going to be those who are at the bottom bracket, whereby Lazy versus Evos surprised us because we thought that Lazy was going to actually get the whole of the comfort zone of the fact that they are well off, performing well into the day number 1, but ended up Evos surprised us off, and they will be the one who meet off with Blacklist, who was taken down.
Group A, I think a lot of us already knew which of these teams was going to be able to get that direct qualification ticket. Onic just came off of winning the World Championship after all, so they're definitely the team to defeat. After this, we'll get to witness the matchup between Blacklist International and Evos Esports to see which of them will end their journey and who will be able to move on to the last chance qualifiers, in which there will be 2 final slots to compete for between all of the teams from the groups. But as for Group B, at the start of the day, we were able to witness RRQ Hosi clean sweep Alter Ego to join Onic Philippines in the challenge finals as the second team to go through. After which, we were also bearing witness to Team Liquid Philippines defeating RSG Singapore, thereby ending their journey, pushing them forward to face off against Alter Ego to see who moves on to the LCQ.
I mean, looking on the pattern, right, we do see that there's a possibility right here. Team Liquid Philippine, if they keep this up, the momentum they put out here, they might have the chance to actually go into the LCQ. It's not done yet. Mordecai's LCQ, they might actually meet off either Blacklist or even so to the side of team from the Group B or Group A or Group CD itself. So these are the things that we are already covering up for day number 3. Group A and Group B is done. Tomorrow we're going to actually continue on with teams coming in from Group C as well as Group D.
Well, Group C and Group D are going to be happening throughout the day 4 of the SPS. So let's remind you guys of the matches that you guys will get to watch tomorrow. It's gonna start off between Evos, Holy, and Team Liquid Indonesia. Oh wait, I just got some updates. Apparently the Group C and Group D matches will be happening on Friday, so update that on your schedule. One of these 2 teams in the upper bracket will be moving on to the challenge finals to join RRQ and Onic Philippines, whereas in the lower bracket, Homeboys and Team Flash Cambodia will be dueling with their lives on the line, as only one of them can move on and prevent their journey from being ended early in this bracket.
And not only we're going to see actually Group C moving on to actually fight it off, we have Group D in store as well in the Friday setup for the schedule. So if you guys missed out what happened on Group D, PTR meet off with AI, able to actually trample and move into the upper bracket, whereas we do see Aurora also will be meeting off as that first bracket was won by them. Now AI and Toda been pulled down to the lower bracket, so they have one more lifeline to go. PTR and Aurora, either one of them, if they do not matched up or one of them actually taken out, one will qualify and one will be meet off right down below at that lower bracket on Friday night. So looking on the patterns right now, I do feel that we might actually see a really good fight. Most of the teams, I think fan-wise, Aurora will be in moral favor to actually qualify, but then again, you won't know until you join in into that schedule for Friday day coming from day 4.
Of day 4, going to be happening on the 10th of January. So update your calendars so that you guys don't mess up the same way that I did earlier. And you will be able to catch the next batch of matches here for the SPS Season 6 MLBB Challenge season. Remember, there are only 6 slots available from the challenge season moving on to the challenge finals. 2 of those have already been claimed, so everyone else gotta really buckle up. Let's talk to you guys about our day 4 schedule.
Oh, we got Evos Holy meeting off with Team Liquid Indonesia for the first match on Friday. We got Bigatron Alpha meeting off Aurora into the second match. And then moving on to Group C again, we got Homeboys who are at the lower bracket. We always started off with those who are right at the top who will be qualifying, and moving on to those who are at the lower bracket, which is Homeboys meeting off with Team Flash, and AI Esports, who was pulled down with Toda, will be the last match of the day. So I think most of the highlight for day number 4, or it started out from day number 2 as well, it's pretty much Malaysia fans looking forward to these 2 teams that will be trying their best to survive on the SPS Challenge season. And again, they only have one more lifeline, so either one of this Malaysia team has to do something to survive it out so that they can go into the LCQ.
Of course, there's still plenty of teams from other regions as well for you guys to keep an eye on. You got Evos Holy, Liquid ID, and Bigatron from Indonesia, as well as some of the other regions here: Cambodia, Team Flash, as well as Myanmar, AI Esports. So everyone's going to have something to keep an eye on there. 2 more teams to move on to the challenge finals, 2 more teams going home for day 4. But you know what else is going to be coming up in the future? It is going to be the offline playoffs for the Snapdragon Pro Series in Johor, Malaysia. If you guys kept up with MPL MY, we had our playoffs in Johor this time around. It was hype, it was cool, it was exciting. So if you guys want to be part of it, there are limited tickets on sale right now from as low as 5 ringgit. Scan the QR code at the bottom of the screen or check out the link below to grab yours as soon as possible.
A chance to meet off your idols, to witness the new champions to be crowned here for the SPS, and not only that, to feel the thrill and the emotions of the MLBB community, where you got the time to meet off the whole entire community in one place. It's gonna be SPS Challenge Finals here for season number 6. So it's amazing here. Today has been a thrill. Thank you again for joining us. Do not forget to come in from Friday. I'm Fasha Bani with Staffa. We're saying goodbye. See you guys on day number 4.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
In disguise, looking up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. Ooh, XOX cutthroat code. Run it again, not there. Ooh, XOX cutthroat code. Run it again, not there. Like a moth to the flame, I'm attracted when the doubts start saying my name. I can go there easily, and it's hard to maintain, 'cause I know it's not the world I know, it's me. Believe in every little thing I hear, and no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. It stays coming in waves, and no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement, understanding when I'm impatient, that only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places, the strength to stare fear in the face, that only I give to me. Now I'm running this race, yeah. Stallions couldn't catch up to me. I'm running till I get first place. I'm running till I get everything, everything I ever wanted in my dream. No, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be greatest days coming in waves. And no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. I got